The scene is set at the magnificent and imposing Valkyria International Academy. It's April 2032. A voice booms out. "Recruits, are you ready then?" Principal Tsushima Atsushi, his brow furrowed, his gaze sharp and intense, growls an announcement. "Then we will begin the class placement exam now." Inside the arena, the students are eager, weapons in hand, moving forward with purpose. The principal's voice continues to resonate. The first test is a practical competition held annually. He then announces, "First test, Goblin Elimination." The principal watches the proceedings from his office via a tablet screen. He continues, "The test will be broadcast live. I invite those citizens who support the school to vote and rate the students." On the live streaming platform, comments pour in. "They all look so strong this year. It is a prestigious school, after all. Is that a high school with a female swordsman?" In the principal's office, the camera continues to broadcast. He adds, "The results of this exam will have a huge impact on your future. Fight with all your might to enter the upper echelons." Back in the forest, 3 goblins with wooden clubs are standing back to back, scanning their surroundings cautiously. Kurimura Takayuki suddenly lunges forward, his iron gauntlets swiftly dispatching one goblin. The comment section explodes, an ancient artifact with wind powers. Does it increase his speed? His strength seems a bit weak, though. That impact must hurt. A gust of wind seems to move the trees. In the next instant, blades of kai fly in from another direction, slicing down a goblin. Minase Shizuku, her sharp sword in hand, lands elegantly, completing the attack. This scene sparks a frenzy in the comments. "Whoa! A female warrior has appeared. I'm applying to this school. Unbelievable. She's super strong. Her artifact covers both short and long range. That's amazing. I want one like that." And then from above, a female figure wielding a stunning holy lance descends. The goblin below, hearing the commotion, looks up. But it's too late. Shirohei Sachi executes a decisive strike, creating a large shockwave. The comments erupt again. "Whoa! Crazy powerful! She's so tiny, yet wielding such a giant lance. How cool, teachers! Please notice me." Agreed. Nearly everyone is watching the performance of this year's candidates. After witnessing the previous displays, the commentators are in awe. This year's list is insane. This vote is going to be tough. Should I vote for that cute girl from before? Who? There are too many cute people. Hey, vote responsibly, another commenter adds. They are paying for their school with our tax money anyway. The image of Sachi with her great lance and Shizuku with her enchanted sword is breathtaking. At this academy, strength is the ultimate standard. The powerful can obtain wealth and prestige, even as students, but then, a strange, extremely loud sound echoes from the forest, causing the students to flinch with concern. In the comments section, people are immediately questioning, "What's that loud noise? Lol, what is that?" Observing a drone flying overhead, one person quickly comments, "Ah, the camera, hurry up!" In the forest, a student in a yellow outfit is speeding towards a nearby goblin. As he charges, Asahi Hinata, in his eye-catching outfit, shouts with all his might, "Ah!" The viewers are taken aback. "Wait, lol, what is that outfit?" The comments section explodes. "What the heck is this? Lol, dude, that's next level cheap. Where's his artifact? Did he drop it? Don't tell me that trashy outfit is his artifact." Whether it's from using all his energy to shout or something else. Before Hinata can even attack, the goblin smacks him squarely on the head. One viewer comments, "He's so weak." Thus, at this school, the weak have no reason to exist. The viewers are in an uproar again. He got attacked by a goblin. Lol. A dark chapter in school history has just been born. What are he and that weakest goblin doing? Why did they even accept him into this school? Even though he's so weak, he's still fighting. That's impressive. Staggering from the blow, Hinata kneels looking around. He notices a broken tree branch beside him. He quickly reaches out and tightly grabs it. But at that moment, something strange happens. An enormous jolt of electricity surges through Hinata and the branch, causing him to cry out in pain. Viewers are confused. Where did the electricity come from? Did he get electrocuted by a branch? That scream sounds so hilarious. A circle on Hinata's wrist displays a message, "Cannot equip set for beginners. Wearer cannot equip weapons." Hinata, realizing something is amiss, whirls around to see the goblin looking at him with a mocking grin, still swinging its wooden club. Immediately, Hinata is beaten mercilessly by the goblin, unable to counterattack, only covering his head in defense. Very quickly, Hinata is battered and sprawled on the ground. Viewers react. "Uh-oh, this looks dangerous, doctor. Over here, principal. A kid is about to die here." The audience sees Hinata trembling, slowly sitting up and continue to comment. He can still stand. That resilience is worth recognizing. Blood and tears stream down his face. However, Hinata bites his lip to endure. The bright yellow suit on his body slowly disappears. Now completely naked, he grabs the broken branch and charges towards the goblin, causing it to panic. The viewers are shocked. A broadcast malfunction. Everyone, lol lol. The comment section erupts once more. Turns out that trashy thing was his artifact. Lol. He said he couldn't take it off. Lol lol lol. Why would he remove his artifact just because he can't wield a weapon? Lol. Who would have thought it would turn out like this? Lol lol lol. Don't waste my tax money on someone like that. Ridiculous, hilarious, lol, I'm dying here, lol. This humiliating performance is broadcast nationwide, serving as proof that everyone at school considers him the lowest of the low. In the end, Hinata, along with other candidates, passes the exam and becomes a student. His student card, however, has not been marked with a single star, and so, my student life began in this tattered outfit. He then reflects, I remember the interdimensional war, the battle between humans and hordes of ferocious monsters. Hinata recounts. One day, they suddenly appeared, and within a few years, pushed the world to the brink of destruction. A flashback shows Hinata as a child, witnessing a young girl trying to pull her mother from a pile of rubble. The city is in ruins, smoke and devastation everywhere. Most of the weapons we had could not harm them, and humanity had no choice but to wait for death. The young Hinata's face is distraught, his wide eyes filled with loss, staring into the distance. A massive, strange-looking monster floats in the sky. Its mouth begins to gather energy. It then directs this energy toward Hinata and unleashes a torrent of flames. The young Hinata can only raise his arms to defend himself. At that time, a glimmer of hope appeared. The ancient artifacts, these artifacts, imbued with power, included swords, shields, bows, and gauntlets. More broadly, ancient artifacts are objects formed when a person comes into contact with materials from another dimension. It is a representation of a part of their soul. Hinata watches a past broadcast on TV as he narrates, My father used a shield artifact to protect people. He was my role model. The young Hinata's eyes are filled with admiration. Back in the flashback, two people are desperately using their artifacts to block the monster's flames. One of them, wielding a scepter, falls. Hinata's father, using his shield, shouts, Hinata, take Shizuku and run. Facing the flames, he looks back at his son and says, Become stronger, strong enough to protect everyone. Hinata's eyes fill with tears, and his small hand tries to reach for his father. He can only clench his teeth, tears streaming down his face. Hinata wipes away his tears and moves toward Shizuku. He takes her hand and pulls her to her feet. Hinata runs with Shizuku, not daring to look back. The helplessness I felt that day is still engraved in my heart. Recovering from my regret, I trained hard, even in the pouring rain. Hinata runs, never stopping. He pushes weights until he is drenched in sweat, never resting. I trained as if my life depended on it. He trains day after day only to become stronger. His father's words resonate in his heart. Time passes, and half a year has gone by since he enrolled in this elite warrior academy. Recently, I have finally realized something. Back in the present, Takayuki arrogantly sneers. Hinata, it's time you gave up. Hinata, bruised and battered, coughs. Takayuki continues, Hurry up and get me some yakisoba bread, and before you go, drink this milk. He then pours a carton of milk over Hinata's head. Hinata's expression darkens as he grits his teeth and endures the humiliation. Hinata thinks, hard work doesn't necessarily lead to good results. That's the truth. Just as Hinata is about to leave, Takayuki pats him on the back. Oh, I almost forgot. He had placed a sticker that says Hero arrives on Hinata's back. He then puts an arm around Hinata and says, If you dare to take that off before you come back, you're dead. Hinata endures this insult, but still doesn't say anything. As he walks down the hallway, people stare and whisper, Look at him. Does he not have any shame, showing up in a hero outfit? Lol, that kid's being bullied again? Suddenly, something catches Hinata's eye. Ahead of him is Shizuku, still confident and beautiful. She also notices Hinata but coldly walks past him, as if they are strangers. As she passes him, Shizuku closes one eye and then the other. Hinata glances back at the girl. She's the girl I dragged away from the interdimensional war, Minase Shizuku, a friend I knew before I even had any sense of the world, like me. She also lost her father that day. Hinata hears a sound and glances down, noticing other students practicing with swords. He thinks from that day on, we were best friends, always supporting each other. But our relationship changed after enrolling at this academy. He remembers a vision of Shizuku, a beautiful girl with blue hair, a top student with a powerful artifact. Hinata compares her to himself. While she's the outstanding honor student, I'm the trash, with just a cosplay artifact. He feels a twinge of bitterness. I'm used to the looks of disdain. Hinata, holding two breads in his arms, opens the classroom door. A shoe immediately flies and hits him on the head. The one who threw the shoe is Takayuki. Hagane, standing beside him, is startled. He sits on the desk with an annoyed expression. Hey Hinata, you're too slow. Didn't I tell you to hurry? Hagen speaks up. Don't throw shoes at him in my classroom. Takayuki is annoyed. Go get it yourself. Suddenly Hinata notices something and looks towards a corner of the classroom. There, other students huddle, talking animatedly. Hinata thinks, including students with low-quality artifacts and uncertain futures. Class E? Akane says, well, you know, and Minamura adds, oh, really? Looking at these students, Hinata continues, this is the class of students with no ambition, not even the teachers care. A trash class. Takayuki, looking furious, cracks his knuckles and says, hey, where are you looking? Can't you see I'm talking to you? His gauntlet artifact activates and with a strong blow, he punches Hinata in the gut, catching him off guard. Hinata thinks, normally, artifacts are only allowed in designated areas, but these guys don't care about school rules. Takayuki shows off his artifact gauntlet and frowning he says, are you doing this on purpose? Hinata doubled over, vomits. Takayuki angrily says, or should I teach you a lesson? Don't make me mad. Hinata continues to vomit, sweat pouring down his face. In Class A, the worst of the worst, I'm at the very bottom. Hinata feels bitter and resigned, and I've been constantly beaten for half a year. Hagane, who had been silent, speaks up. Takayuki, that's a little too much. Hinata's bread will get ruined. 2 pieces of bread lie on the ground, Takayuki says. Oh, that's right. Since he went to the trouble of buying them, I should pay him back, right? He then kicks Hinata, sending him crashing to the ground and laughs mockingly. The other students seem accustomed to the scene, Akane says. Not again. Takayuki and Hinata, Minamura agrees. Poor guy? Akane asks Minamura. Why does Takayuki hate Hinata so much? Minamura replies, because Takayuki was assigned to Class E because of Hinata. Flashback to the time Hinata grabbed Takayuki's leg and took the hits. Minamura continues. After the first test, there was a mock battle to evaluate artifact quality. Hinata showed incredible perseverance in that match. Akane asks. Like now, Minamura says, exactly. Takayuki was rated poorly because he couldn't land a decisive hit. Observing the violence, the 2 girls simply watch silently. Hinata is now severely bruised. Takayuki grabs him by the collar, lifting him into the air. He yells, do you understand your place now? Suddenly, a notification appears. 9,990 out of 10000. Hinata's mouth curves into a faint smirk. Takayuki's face darkens and his anger surges. He punches Hinata hard in the face with his artifact gauntlet. Another notification appears, the number changing to 9,991 out of 10000. He's thrown far away. The notification keeps increasing. Hinata's body slams into some desks which are scattered. He's slumped over, Takayuki says with disdain. What makes you, weak as you are, make that arrogant face, inherited a weak artifact, huh? I bet your parents also had trash artifacts. Hinata is stunned, his eyes widening at the mention of his parents. Takayuki continues with contempt. Introduce them to me sometime, I'll destroy your whole family. Hinata's hands clench, trembling. Takayuki gestures with a thumbs down, sticking out his tongue and taunting, if you're mad, try to retaliate. That is if you can, Hinata. Furious, darkens, and grits his teeth. At that moment, Hagane suddenly cries out, hey Takayuki! Takayuki grabs his collar, stopping him mid-sentence. Isn't that enough? Are you protecting this loser? He moves his face closer, making Hagane tremble with fear. Takayuki adds, do you care about this trash? Hagane cowers. No way, I don't care about such trash. Letting him go. Takayuki smiles. Then you hit him too. There's a weapon right there. A single line makes Hagane's face pale. He is forced to grab a chair. Takayuki watches, amused. Hagane really does attack Hinata hard with the chair. A notification appears again. 10000 out of 10000. Takayuki casually says, hey, pick up the bread. Hagane immediately complies. Yes, sir. Hinata's head is bleeding profusely, and he begins to think, I am weak. He remembers all the relentless training. Even with 10 years of training, there is no guarantee that my efforts will pay off. But the marking on Hinata's hand beeps. A notification appears. You have met the condition for upgrade. Received 10000 out of 10000 damage. His head is still covered in blood, but his mouth curves into a smile. Another notification. You can now upgrade your beginner's set to the resilient armor. His smile widens. Hinata reaffirms his thinking. If my efforts are not rewarded, then I'll keep trying until I am. The mark on the back of his hand lights up. His eyes are resolute because I don't know what it means to give up. That suit holds a secret I realized about 6 months ago, not long after the class placement exam ended. Asahi Hinata, in his cosplay outfit, walks towards the training dungeon entrance. Lost in thought, he thinks, I was a complete failure in the class placement exam. At this rate, I'll get expelled for being incompetent. That's how Valkyria Academy works. Funded by public taxes, they won't hesitate to kick out useless students. Most of those who apply to this school are those who can't do anything without government support. I'm one of them, and I absolutely can't afford to get expelled. Hinata clenches his fist. There's still a chance. Holy artifacts can evolve. For example, the more a holy artifact is used, the stronger its traits will become. His hand rests on the door, hesitant. But what are my artifact's traits? What if this tattered outfit has no special power? Hinata pushes the door open, brushing away those thoughts. No, I can't think like that. He slowly walks towards the teleportation gate, reminding himself, I can't keep living like this. Inside the dungeon, Hinata falls back, his heart pounding as he stares at the goblin in front of him. This is dangerous. I'm going to die. Hinata tries to get up. That's right. Before humans had holy artifacts, we struggled even with guns against goblins. Hand-to-hand combat is impossible. He sits up wondering, what should I do? Should I take off the suit and fight again? Hinata grimaces with pain. No, if I do that, the artifact won't develop. I have to find a way to take damage while wearing this suit. He recalls the time when electricity coursed through his body. His eyes widen in surprise. Without hesitation, Hinata jumps up and runs straight towards the goblin. The goblin swings its club. Hinata quickly raises his arms to block. As Hinata falls, the screen lights up with a message. Restricted equipment, beginner set, wearer cannot equip weapons. Electricity crackles around Hinata. A wave of determination washes over him. I will never give up. The electricity affects the goblin, making it fall. Hinata struggles to stand, looking at the charred creature. He smiles, smudged with dirt. I did it. The goblin's body disappears, leaving behind a magic stone. Hinata crawls over to it, thinking, that was close. I shouldn't try that method again. He picks it up, delighted. After all that trouble, all I get is this tiny magic stone. Suddenly, the stone glows and vanishes from his hand. He's stunned. It disappeared. The system suddenly issues a series of notifications. Absorbed first magic stone. Your resilient armor has reacted. Absorbed first magic stone. Your resilient armor has reacted. Unlock the following features. Opening system screen. Added mission update. Hinata stares at the screen, bewildered. Since that day, I've spent almost half a year taking damage carefully. At the school dormitory, Hinata is warming up. The time has come. He checks the system. Upgrade condition. Receive 10000 out of 10000 damage. Beginner's set, now able to upgrade to resilient armor. Hinata swipes at the screen. But, how do I upgrade it? A message pops up. Search method for upgrade. Only the owner of the armor can give voice commands. Keyword, upgrade. He studies it for a moment. Hinata makes the decision to proceed. He holds out his hand and commands, upgrade, immediately. His cosplay suit begins to change, black lines appearing on it. Hinata looks at himself in the mirror. So this is the resilient armor. He turns to look around. It's certainly a subtle change, but I've never heard of any holy artifact that can change its shape before, he wonders. Has its performance changed too? The screen displays, status, strength. 14, endurance 18, intelligence 0, physical ability. 11, skills, not displayed. Adaptability, not displayed. Hinata stares. What is this? I've never seen this screen before. The detailed information is incredible. A notification rings out item. The resilient armor grants powerful protection and the blessing of growth to its wearer. Hinata reads again. Powerful protection and the blessing of growth. I'm not sure exactly, but it seems my defense is better than before. He looks at the wall clock. The training dungeon is about to open. Hinata clenches his fist. I should test the upgraded armor's strength a bit. The scene shifts. A goblin is timidly hesitating. A wind-tearing sound echoes through the trees. Shizuku, with a sharp gaze, effortlessly slices the goblin in half, looking at its decomposing corpse. She sighs. It wasn't even worth training for. Hearing the noise, she glances over. That! Hinata flashes into her sight. Sachi calls out to her. Shizuku, what is it? She grasps her artifact, looking at Shizuku. Shizuku closes her eyes briefly. It's nothing. Sachi follows Shizuku's gaze and exclaims, Oh, over there! Sachi places her hand over her mouth and giggles. I remember now. That's the interesting guy who caused the broadcast incident. Shizuku takes up her artifact and walks away. If you want to laugh that much, why not drop out of school and go into entertainment? Sachi calls out. Shizuku, are you mad? Shizuku says flatly. I'm not mad, just bored. She suddenly says something enigmatic. I set my expectations high, only to be disappointed again. Sachi tilts her head, looking at her retreating back. I wonder why Shizuku hates that kid so much. Suddenly, she realizes something. But come to think of it, Sachi looks at Hinata standing before a goblin. Does his suit always look like that? On the other side, the goblin swings its club. Hinata quickly blocks with his arms. Good, I blocked it. The armor's defense has increased as expected. He prepares to strike. It's not that I don't take any damage, but with this armor I can take a step forward. Hinata punches straight into it. The goblin looks down at him. It grabs Hinata's head and slams him down. The fall is too quick for Hinata to react. The goblin swings its club, preparing to strike. It hits him repeatedly. Hinata curls up, protecting his head. Damn it, it's not working at all. At this rate, even if I endure their attacks, I can't win. Should I try it again? Suddenly, he feels nothing. Hinata opens his eyes, looking around. 3 more goblins have surrounded him. Hinata panics. Since when were they? He quickly runs. I'm in trouble if there are so many of them. I'm dead! He screams internally. Someone, help me! At that moment, a voice echoes in his mind. Listen to me, Hinata. You can't always rely on others when something happens. The image of Hinata's father appears. In danger. You can only rely on yourself. He gently pats Hinata's head. Be strong, son. Become a hero who saves people when they are in trouble. Hinata? Hinata snaps out of it. A goblin is holding his arm. Another strikes him on the shoulder. Hinata steals his resolve. That's right. He traps the club. A notification appears. Equipment unavailable. Beginners wearing this set cannot equip weapons. Electricity arcs from his body and quickly transfers to the 2 nearby goblins. Their hands loosen, seizing the chance. He runs. Hinata looks at his hand. He runs without looking back. The problem isn't whether I can or can't. The screen flashes. Your unwavering will has resonated with your fire-resistant armor. You have gained a skill. Revenge. His eyes are filled with determination. It's that I must. The notification continues. Met the activation conditions. Revenge. You can use a voice command to name the skill. Gained skill effect. Revenge. Accumulates damage received and converts it into power for 10 seconds. Can only be activated once per day. Remaining uses 1/1. Hinata stops, reading the information. A look of surprise on his face. A skill. The goblins are closing in. Hinata clenches his fist. Damn it. This isn't the time to think. I have to try it, he shouts. Revenge! The system begins a countdown. Hinata rushes forward. He punches the largest goblin in the gut, the force making it collide with the others behind it. Without hesitation, Hinata presses on. He slams another blow into its chin. Quickly, the others are also struck. Veins bulge on Hinata's face. He unleashes a final punch directly to the head of the last goblin. Finishing, he wipes the sweat off his brow. Hinata falls to the ground, sighing with relief. The screen displays, skill, revenge, accumulates damage received and converts it into power for 10 seconds. Can only be activated once per day, remaining uses 0/1. He stares at the notification. So this is a skill. I can use this as my trump card in a bind, but only once a day and after taking damage. Hinata struggles to stand. I'm going to be in many more situations like this. I can't always fight like that. He touches his cosplay outfit. I still haven't grasped the trait of my holy artifact. The armor's transformation feels more like a supplement than an improvement to the attributes. If this is the true nature of my holy artifact, the light from the magic stone catches his attention. Hinata picks it up. Like before, it quickly vanishes. The system rings out. He looks at it. A notification scrolls across. The resilient armor has absorbed the magic stone. Unlocked future functions. Updating list. The system unlocks one after another. Status. Durability enhanced. Passive skill. Gained willpower enhancement. Proficiency in equipped weapon. Gained gauntlets. Proficiency in equipped weapon. Gained sword. Proficiency in equipped weapon. Gained blunt weapon. Status. Physical ability improved. Hinata sees a glimmer of hope. I can become stronger. 1 week later, a goblin wanders through the forest, its eyes constantly scanning its surroundings. A dark figure descends from above. It's Hinata. He uses revenge and punches the goblin directly in the head. The goblin collapses on the spot. Hinata picks up the magic stone, rejoicing. Finally, I've defeated a hobgoblin. As the stone vanishes, he sighs. That was close. The system screen displays a notification. Mission conditions fulfilled. Defeated a hobgoblin for the first time. Complete mission completion will award an upgrade. He looks at the hobgoblin's club from the fight. Hinata picks it up, overjoyed. Finally, I can use a weapon. He looks at the series of notifications, rewards, proficiency in blunt weapons, proficiency in swords, proficiency in fists, collision resistance, LV1, ability to equip armor, +2 strength, +4 durability, +2 agility. He can't help but be impressed. It's worth defeating a strong opponent. Now I can transform while keeping my armor. He carefully studies the statistics. Since the upgrade list was unlocked, my artifact has undergone significant changes. He reads the new stats. Status, strength, 18, intelligence 0, durability 35, agility 13, skills, revenge art, passive skill, collision resistance, LV1, passive skill, stun null limit 3, passive skill, willpower enhancement, LV1, passive skill, armor equipability, proficiency in blunt weapons, swords, fists, he notices mostly. It's just durability that's increased. In the upgrade list section, he sees upgrade, proficiency in blunt weapons, arms, defeat a total of 10 goblins, defeat 1 hobgoblin, wear the resilient armor continuously for 1 hour. This list shows the conditions to enhance the armor. Most of the requirements involve hunting monsters. When the conditions are met, the new power is immediately etched into the armor. Hinata rests his chin in his hand. Skill, passive skill collision resistance LV1, reduces shock from impacts, collision resistance, as expected. This is a defensive skill. My only offensive skill is revenge, and even that is hard to use. He becomes thoughtful. To acquire other attack methods, I probably have to upgrade my armor more, but I don't know how. What do I need to trigger it? Hinata lies down under a tree, repeating in his head, "Trigger, trigger." He falls into silence. Now that I think about it, when I gained the revenge skill, the upgrade list hadn't even been unlocked, but I still got it. When will the condition to unlock the resilient armor appear again? Hinata wonders. Did I do that when I absorbed the first mana crystal? No. There was a more important message. You have absorbed the first mana crystal. The armor has reacted to your unwavering spirit. He closes his eyes, pondering. It definitely said something about unwavering spirit. Could this be a mindset issue? Suddenly, Hinata's eyes widen. Or maybe it's emotion. It's a clear morning at a hospital. Hinata enters a room. Upon seeing him, Hikari happily greets him. "Big brother!" Hinata pulls a chair next to her bed. "Is it okay if I sit?" She replies cheerfully. "Yes, I feel really great today." Her eyes squint as she raises her arm. "Look, I need to get stronger before I'm discharged." Hinata smiles softly. "I understand." Hikari gently pulls back the curtain next to her bed. "By the way, Mom seems a little better today, right?" Hinata leans in. "Yeah," he recalls. "Since that incident, my mother hasn't woken from her sleep for 10 years. Crystal sickness, a disease that develops from the venom of certain monsters, currently has no cure." Hinata looks at Hikari. "My younger sister was also poisoned, but thanks to our mother's sacrifice to protect her, she was less affected and is gradually recovering." He remembers the doctor saying, "They say if things continue like this, she may be discharged next year." Suddenly, a man enters the room, interrupting Hinata's thoughts. Hikari recognizes him. "Mr. Ginji?" The man smiles as he greets her. "Hikari, you look healthy." Ginji carries a basket of fruit. "This is a gift for your recovery," she happily responds. "Thank you." The man pats Hinata's shoulder. "Hinata, it's been a while. This is perfect timing." Ginji leans in, whispering, "Let's talk for a bit." The two stand in the canteen. Ginji gets a drink from the vending machine and says, "Isn't it time you gave me an answer?" Hinata watches every move. This man is Kagura Ginji, head of the Phoenix Guild, one of the guilds formed to fight monsters. Ginji smiles while holding his drink. "If you want to take care of your weak sister and live with your mother suffering from an incurable disease, you need money, right?" Phoenix was also the guild that my father belonged to. Noticing that Hinata doesn't answer, Ginji continues, "Don't hesitate. Don't you want to find a cure for your mother?" Hinata clenches his teeth. He always pretends to be a good person. This man's request is the worst. Crystals that form inside patients suffering from crystal sickness have similar properties to mana crystals. Mana crystals are a new source of energy for humanity, but what if humans could create them infinitely? To study this, patients of this rare crystal sickness are secretly bought and sold for high prices. So this man is basically asking me to hand my mother over as a test subject while talking about finding a cure for her. Hinata speaks seriously. "I have to refuse." Ginji adjusts his glasses. "The inheritance your father left you is probably about to run out, right? How much longer can you manage the hospital expenses? A few more years?" Ginji's words cause him to pause. This was the issue that he was worried about as well. He lowers his voice. "And Hinata, with an inferior artifact like yours, you will never be able to make enough money to support your family." Hinata clenches his fists, not letting Ginji's words get to him. "Even if that's true, I have to refuse." Hinata speaks resolutely. "I will definitely protect my family, because it was the last promise I made to my father." He repeats, as I said earlier, "Please don't mention this to my sister." Ginji pats his head. "Of course, I wouldn't want Hikari to hate me." Ginji tosses his can into the trash. Turning his back, he says, "Anyway, if you change your mind, contact me." Leaving Hinata there, he clicks his tongue and walks away. Hinata returns to his sister and mother's room. He tells himself, I have to protect my family in place of my father. Hikari sees him return. Big brother, what was that conversation about? Hinata doesn't tell the truth. It's a secret. He puts in even more effort to reach his goal. To do that, I have to join a good guild and earn enough money to protect my family. He approaches his mother's bed and sits down. Looking at her, Hinata's determination grows. I have to become stronger, stronger than I am now. A moment later, he walks out of the hospital and joins the crowd on the street. Hinata checks the time. The school gates are still open. He strides forward, confident with his decision. This isn't the time to rest. Let's skip the rest. A sound comes from an alley he passes. Hinata glances over. Isn't that our school uniform? Inside the alley, there is a group of people. One of them is saying, It's okay, just come with us and we'll pay you. He recognizes the girl. Isn't that Yakumo Akane from my class? She throws off the guy's hand. I told you, I don't need money. Hinata puts his hands in his pockets and continues walking. It's not important to me anyway. In the alley, the man continues. But it's a little late to pretend like it's not important, right? The big guys are waiting. Akane doesn't understand. What are you talking about? A female voice from behind her pipes up. Don't play dumb. Are you really pretending you don't know? A guy with a white cap moves closer. You've never done it before, Akane says, annoyed. I don't understand what you guys are saying. The guy with the orange cap grabs her wrist. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. I've heard that from others who know you. He leans closer. Would there be a problem if that spread around the school? When she doesn't respond, he continues. It's okay, just hang out with us for a bit and then we'll let you go. You might even earn some decent money. The boss said you're his type. You also have a really nice figure. You trash? Akane's face darkens. She turns and spits in his face. The man with the orange cap is stunned. She raises her middle finger, saying coldly, Get lost! The two girls behind him burst out laughing. He becomes even more angry. That little bitch is really strong. He grabs her collar. Don't pretend to be innocent. Come with us. Akane pushes him away. Don't touch me. I've never done this before. He doesn't let her go and reaches out to grab her. It doesn't matter. Just come with me. A hand reaches out before he can touch Akane. Hinata grabs his hand. Akane is stunned. She recognizes him. Hinata! The man with the orange cap pulls his hand back. Who the hell are you? Isn't that our school uniform? He looks familiar, one of the girls behind him says mockingly. Isn't that him? The guy everyone says is the weakest in Class E, the one with the cosplay-like artifact, right? The man looks at him with contempt. I know him. He's the one who caused that broadcast incident during the exam. The man with the orange cap doesn't want to argue. Sorry, but we have business with Akane here. Can you move out of the way? Hinata remains standing there, blocking Akane. He gets annoyed that Hinata won't move. Without saying anything, he swings his hand. You little classy kid, who do you think you are? Akane panics. Can't you see? These guys are from Class C. You're messing with people you can't handle. The man's fist comes and Hinata easily dodges, grabbing his hand. The man with the orange cap loses balance and falls. Without hesitating, Hinata raises his knee and hits him hard. Hinata leans in and presses his elbow into him. The sound of pain echoes through the alley. Akane stares at the scene before her, astonished. The man with the orange cap is defeated, lying on the ground. Hinata stands up and looks at the others. At the Valkyria Academy Kickboxing Club, students are diligently training. A fitness instructor is helping a female student with her technique. He encourages, That's it. Again, let out a loud, Ki. The female student responds, Yes, sir. In the distance, Minase Shizuku is also sparring. She adopts a fighting stance, her focus absolute. Her intensity causes her opponent to hesitate. Her senior, Takahashi, quickly throws a punch, but Minase Shizuku immediately ducks, dodging his attack. She jumps, attempting a kick, but just as her foot is next to his face, causing him to flinch and close his eyes, Minase Shizuku stops her kick in midair. She gently lowers her leg, sparing her senior. Takahashi, still a little wary, says, I lost. You were really amazing. Minase Shizuku bows her head. Thank you for sparring with me, Takahashi. Senpai? Takahashi scratches his head. I didn't expect it, but your martial arts skills are incredible, he praises further. I've heard that your artifact is top tier too. You're really diligent. Minase Shizuku turns away. There is always room for improvement. Takahashi, confused, asks, Room for improvement? She wipes sweat from her face. Yes, that's my goal, she adds. Well, for now, it's just, Minase continues, a humble goal to excel in martial arts since I have nothing else to boast about. Meanwhile, Asahi Hinata is fighting a group of Class C students to protect Yakuno Akane. One of the guys he hit is sprawled on the ground. Yakuno Akane is surprised by his strength. she thinks. Why? Hinata was so weak that he couldn't even fight back against Takayuki. Suddenly, another Class C student rushes toward Hinata, yelling, "You bastard!" Asahi Hinata quickly grabs his hand and tries to throw him. The Class C student is immediately thrown to the ground. But at that moment, a black-haired student jumps out, grabbing Asahi Hinata in a chokehold from behind. He yells, "Damn it, you jerk!" But Asahi Hinata quickly delivers a powerful elbow to his gut, causing him to double over in pain. Asahi Hinata takes advantage, getting behind the black-haired student, ready to deliver another blow. He kicks him squarely on the head. Yakuno Akane, who has been watching this whole time, smiles with delight. She looks at Asahi Hinata, who is fighting 3 Class C students alone, and admires. He's so strong, she finally understands. I get it now. Hinata only seemed weak because of his awful artifact. Without it, he's actually very strong. At this moment, Asahi Hinata looks down at the black-haired student and asks, "Want to continue?" The black-haired student is scared, trembling as he says, "Take this." In a corner, Asahi Hinata doesn't notice. The guy he hit with a pellet gun is now moving, wanting to do something. He generates an artifact, angrily thinking. This arrogant behavior, the pellet gun mutters, "Damn it," in his mind, and fires a shot of air at Asahi Hinata. Asahi Hinata turns his head, finally noticing the attack. He quickly uses his hand to block the force of the artifact. However, the power is too strong, and Asahi Hinata is pushed backward. He scrapes his hands against the ground, creating bloody streaks as he stops himself from being pushed away any further. The pellet gun, noticing that Hinata is not injured, clicks his tongue. "Did I miss a little, Asahi?" Hinata looks at his hand in confusion. Passers-by now notice the commotion in the alley and start talking. What's going on? People begin to murmur, "Was that a scary artifact just now? I think we should call the police." The comments make the pellet gun wary. The 2 girls in the alley are worried and tell him, "Hey, you better run. If the police catch you, you're done for." The Class C group helps each other up and leaves, the pellet gun cursing. "Damn it," he yells. "You'll pay for this," before running. But Asahi Hinata is still quietly looking at his hand. Yakuno Akane asks him, worried, "Are you okay? You took a direct hit?" Asahi Hinata replies, "Oh yeah, I'm fine." However, he's wondering, almost no damage. Did it hit a less vulnerable spot? Seeing that everything is over, he turns to leave, saying, "Well, I'm leaving." But Yakuno Akane calls out, "Wait a minute. Aren't you going to ask why I was fighting?" Asahi Hinata looks back, confused. "Do you want me to ask?" Yakuno Akane bows her head, embarrassed. "Not really," he replies. "Then I won't. Everyone has things they don't want to talk about." Yakuno Akane sighs. "Then at least tell me why you helped me." I've never helped you before." At that moment, Asahi Hinata turns his head, looking at something. He points at the bouquet of flowers she's holding. "Those flowers?" he asks. "Are you going to the hospital to visit someone? You should go before it gets too late." Yakuno Akane is touched by his sensitivity. She looks at his back as he walks away, thinking, "I thought you were pathetic for always getting beaten without fighting back." But, she blushes. "You know what? You're actually a pretty nice guy." The next day, Asahi Hinata is going to school as usual. Suddenly, someone pats him on the shoulder saying, "Tada, it's Yakuno Akane," who says cheerfully, "Hi, Hinata." He is surprised, but responds, "Oh, hi." Yakuno Akane waves her hand. "I forgot to thank you yesterday. Thank you for saving me." Other students around them ask, "Huh, what? What happened?" But Yakuno doesn't explain, saying vaguely, "Yeah, that kind of thing." Suddenly, a gun-like artifact fires a burst of air at Asahi Hinata. He doesn't have time to react and is hit directly in the head. He is thrown back, landing on the ground. It turns out to be the Class C group from yesterday. The pellet gun raises his artifact, saying, "Hey, you're late," he says with ill intent. "Thanks for yesterday, by the way. Did I mention we go to the same school?" Kaori Minamura, Yakuno Akane's friend, says excitedly. "Wow, that Hinata kid. What did he do to become their target?" But Yakuno Akane is worried. She steps forward. "Wait a minute. If you guys have something to say it to me." The pellet gun says, "We don't have anything to say to you. Move aside." He approaches Asahi Hinata. "Yesterday, we were interrupted by some meddlers, but here at school, we can do whatever we want without punishment." Asahi Hinata sits up and says, "You guys sound just like the classy losers." The guy in the tall cap gets angry. He immediately slaps Asahi Hinata hard across the face. "Don't put me in the same group as those trash," Asahi Hinata cries out in pain. "Ah!" Annoyed, he tries to kick back, but a giant hand stops his kick. "It's the big guy. It's useless," he says smugly. "With such a terrible artifact, you're no match for me." The giant hand grabs Asahi Hinata's leg, preventing him from retaliating. The hand quickly lifts Asahi Hinata up. The pellet gun faces the upside-down Hinata and says, "Blame your past. I definitely won't spare you until graduation." As he is gloating, he's suddenly shot in the back of the neck. It was Yakuno Akane using her own artifact. "Stop it already, you're such a pathetic loser." Her friend, Kaori Minamura, is shocked. "Oh, wait, Akane!" The pellet gun turns around, grinding his teeth. "Unbelievable," he says to Yakuno Akane. "A terrifying artifact capable of compressing and firing air, huh? Even if they look the same, their performance is very different." The pellet gun raises his artifact at Asahi Hinata. His voice takes on a dangerous tone. "Do you want me to demonstrate here?" He immediately fires his artifact at Hinata's stomach, sending him flying backwards. Asahi Hinata falls to the ground, groaning in pain. Yakuno Akane cries out in panic. "You, what are you doing?" But the pellet gun just scoffs. "Don't make such a fuss, I'm just teaching him a lesson." While the two continue arguing, two new figures appear, Kurimura Takayuki and Hagane. They have also noticed the commotion. Asahi Hinata is struggling to sit up. He feels his head and thinks, "Ah, I don't feel any pain," he thinks, "just like yesterday. How is this possible when I'm not wearing my armor?" He realizes something. Maybe what's evolving isn't the armor, but me. Asahi Hinata continues to analyze in his head. If the status window is displaying my own abilities. At that moment, the pellet gun, noticing that he's standing up, says, confused, "Huh, was I too soft on him?" Suddenly, Asahi Hinata yells, "Revenge!" He now has an immense power surging through his body. He is enveloped in blue energy and his eyes change. Asahi Hinata dashes forward, ready to take on the Class C students. He thinks, "I'm no longer." He confidently throws a punch, thinking only one thing, the weakest among the weak. As Asahi Hinata unleashes a powerful punch at the Class C students, the guy in white quickly uses his artifact to block it. But the force of the punch is so strong that he's taken by surprise. Asahi Hinata easily sends him flying. Kurimura Takayuki and Hagane, witnessing the big guy being smashed into the wall, are shocked. No one can believe their eyes. The pellet gun thinks in fear, "What's going on? That giant arm can stop a charging rhino." He turns to look at Asahi Hinata, completely unharmed, thinking, "No, it's more than that. How is he still okay after taking a direct hit from my terrifying artifact?" Suddenly, Asahi Hinata notices something. The big guy has sat up. He moans, "That hurts." The pellet gun asks anxiously, "Are you okay?" To their surprise, the big guy is fine, chuckling. "I was just shocked by the surprise attack. I'm completely fine." The pellet gun understands. "Ha! I see now. The terrifying artifact was ineffective because it didn't hit him properly." Asahi Hinata observes everything, thinking, "The power is too weak because the damage is so small. The effectiveness of revenge is also weak." He worries. "What should I do? I don't have any other finishing moves." He adopts a fighting stance, thinking, "I'm so tired of constantly enduring this." Suddenly, their teacher appears behind them. "Hey, what have you guys been doing all morning?" The pellet gun clicks his tongue. "What a pain," he says. No need to continue the fight. Yakuno Akane silently breathes a sigh of relief, but Kaori Minamura furrows her brows as if deep in thought. Then, Kurimura Takayuki finally speaks. "Even though it was nothing, you scared me. Squash a worm and it wiggles, right? Maybe I should be more careful. For now, I'll definitely turn that guy into dust if I have the chance." Haha, but Hagan doesn't think so. "No, this is different. The giant arm is not an artifact that can be stopped that easily." Hagan looks at Asahi Hinata, who is being scolded by the teacher, thinking, "He fought Class C without a scratch. Hinata, he's much stronger than before." During lunch break, everyone rushes to get something to eat. Inside the bathroom, Asahi Hinata looks at his power stats, thinking, "I thought my artifact's power was only to strengthen my armor. But it's not like that, my artifact." He realizes an important fact. It's not just strengthening the armor, it's also making me stronger. Asahi Hinata looks at his strength numbers and wonders, "Does this mean I can use these abilities without the armor? But why?" He crosses his arms, muttering, "Anyway, I'll be wearing the armor, so it doesn't make much of a difference." Asahi Hinata turns the lock on the stall, thinking, "The problem is, I'm lacking in offensive power." As he walks, he worries right now, "I'm lacking a finishing move. How am I supposed to reach the next level?" Suddenly, Kurimura Takayuki's voice makes Asahi Hinata flinch. "Hey, you could have told me you needed to use the restroom." He throws an arm around Hinata's shoulder. "I was about to praise you for this morning." He then shows off his iron hand artifact near Asahi Hinata, complimenting him. "Pretty cool. Then Kurimura Takayuki suddenly delivers a punch to Asahi Hinata's stomach, making him gasp. He whispers, "I was just getting started, and now you've ruined it. Go buy me some food now." Asahi Hinata, taking a blow to the stomach, doesn't show any emotion or react. Hagane, who is watching them, thinks, just as I thought, Takayuki hit him directly, but he didn't get hurt like before. He's definitely hiding something. Meanwhile, Hinata looks up at Kurimura Takayuki thinking, today, I can't use revenge again. Kurimura Takayuki notices Asahi Hinata's look and asks, huh, what's with that face? Asahi Hinata clenches his fists, thinking, but if it's me now. Suddenly, a voice interrupts him. Wait, it's Yakuno Akane, Kurimura Takayuki asks, annoyed. Huh? What is it? Yakuno Akane replies, not you. I need to talk to Hinata. He's confused. What? Come to think of it, didn't you defend him this morning? Kurimura Takayuki approaches Yakuno Akane. Don't tell me you're going to protect him now. Yakuno Akane retorts. What are you talking about? I said, I needed to talk to him. She crosses her arms, adding, what? You want to hit me? Even if I'm a girl, don't you think that's a little pathetic? This comment seems to strike at Kurimura Takayuki's pride. He grits his teeth with resentment. Kurimura Takayuki turns to leave, saying, let's go, Hagane. Hagan follows him, saying, huh? Okay? After they leave, Yakuno Akane asks, Asahi Hinata, are you okay? He finally comes back to his senses. Oh yeah, I'm fine, she adds. Just so you know, I'm not on your side. Just deal with Takayuki yourself, Asahi Hinata asks. Then why did you want to see me? Yakuno Akane says awkwardly. I'm the reason why Class C targeted you, right? So I wanted to apologize. Asahi Hinata smiles. It's okay, I got involved in it myself. His words make Yakuno Akane blush. She smiles happily. Suddenly, she opens up. My father. He fought monsters from another world on the front lines. But at this point, Yakuno Akane's expression becomes sad. When I was young, he was defeated by a monster, she continues. He's been bedridden ever since. Our family situation got worse and worse, as you'd expect. She recalls those terrible days. My mother had to see many men to make a living, and she started earning money that way. After that, she started to change, her voice monotone. Every day, she brought a different man home, Yakuno Akane continues. Eventually, she even fell into a cult. She even demanded money from me, she says with great emotion. I'm grateful that she raised me, but no matter how I think about it, I felt that it was wrong. So, I came to this school to escape. Yakuno Akane forces a smile at Asahi Hinata. I want to become a great warrior like my father and fight on the front lines to earn money. But, at school, I'm in class. If things continue like this, my future seems very bleak. She remembers when she was getting bullied by the Class C guys. Anyway, those Class C guys approached me when they learned about my situation. They asked if I needed money. She leans on the railing. I refused them, but they kept bothering me. That's when Asahi Hinata speaks up. Why are you telling me this? Yakuno Akane answers shyly. Isn't it too much that I dragged you into this without you knowing anything? It wouldn't be good if you misunderstood. She smiles happily. I think you won't go spreading it around, right? Asahi Hinata, caught up in her smile, also smiles. Yakuno Akane adds, now that I think about it, those Class C guys have been quiet. I thought they would show up during lunch. Asahi Hinata agrees. Yeah, that's true, Yakuno Akane cautions him. You should be careful. They harass people even at school, Asahi Hinata teases her. Look who's talking, she responds. Don't lump me in with your cosplay stuff or whatever. Yakuno Akane winks before turning to leave. And, call me Akane, don't call me you. Asahi Hinata watches her happily and smiles without saying anything. On Kurimura Takayuki's side, he's frustrated and cursing. Damn it, things were going smoothly. Then that got interrupted. Hagane agrees, right? Hinata will get cockier if this keeps up. Kurimura Takayuki cracks his knuckles, he says, annoyed. I should teach him a lesson before it happens again. Huh? Hagane replies, smiling. Yeah, for sure, Kurimura Takayuki says. Planning. Should we call him to the restroom so we won't be bothered? Hagan suddenly notices something. He looks at the group below, thinking, Kaori and those Class C guys from this morning. They're staring at each other tensely. Didn't they argue with Akane? But Kaori is walking with Akane. Hagan runs, not thinking. Sorry, Takayuki. I forgot my wallet. Let's go to the canteen first. Kurimura Takayuki doesn't understand what's happening, huh? Hey, he furrows his brow. What is wrong with that guy? Hagan quickly follows the group of Class C students and Kaori Minamura, thinking, did she tell them off so Akane could be left alone? But that could put Kaori in danger. At that moment, Hagan hears Kaori Minamura say, can't do it even though I prepared it all for you. The pellet gun scratches his head saying, sorry, I told you, don't drag it out. Kaori Minamura sighs and furrows her brow. Then what? Don't you know that we're the ones getting punished by the boss? Do you know how many calls I got from him yesterday? The pellet gun replies, annoyed. Because you didn't come, he adds. Plus, we got interrupted by that group of troublesome guys and then... Akane, she kept refusing us. Kaori Minamura asks in disbelief. What? Really? Akane? Why? The pellet gun says. How would we know? He repeats. Didn't you say that Akane almost got sold to a bar before she escaped to this school? Hagan is surprised by this information. He continues to listen as Kaori Minamura speaks again. But now that she's in Class E, isn't it better that she gives up and returns to her old life? The pellet gun asks. Aren't you and that girl friends? Kaori Minamura replies casually. We are friends. Her expression becomes more sinister. She shows signs of her artifact and laughs. So, I'm being very kind by introducing her to someone who can help. The pellet gun laughs sarcastically. How evil? Kaori Minamura, confused, asks. Huh? What did you say? She rubs her chin. There are many people who need money at this school. I'm just helping. Akane will definitely be grateful. The pellet gun asks. What are you saying? Are you using your artifact to make us think like that? Kaori Minamura answers lightly. I told you, it's not like that. My artifact only makes people listen a little. At best, it just makes them feel better. In a corner where the Class C guys can't see, she uses her artifact in an attempt to influence them. Kaori Minamura laughs wickedly, asking right. The big guy, now charmed, replies, Yeah, that's right. But the pellet gun quickly throws an arm around him. Bringing him back to his senses, he says, Okay, stop using your power on them. More importantly, Kaori Minamura interrupts him. It can't be helped if they lean towards attacking, right? Besides, some monsters from another world are immune to this kind of power, the pellet gun understands. So, you're going to use your power this time, Kaori Minamura smiles. Of course, the pellet gun reminds her. You failed last time. Did you think about whether they'll be summoned this time? Kaori Minamura answers casually. Of course. Hagan, who has been listening, grows more worried. The pellet gun thinks about his boss and says with ill intent, Our boss doesn't understand the concept of limited power. Another life is going to be ruined because of you. Kaori Minamura cuts him off. Shut up, the pellet gun yells. Anyway, meet me there after school tomorrow. Kaori Minamura waves as she leaves, saying, Got it? At that moment, Hagan shivers. Oh, I just overheard something terrible, he thinks. What should I do? There's no way I can stop those Class C guys alone. In the worst-case scenario, their boss might show up. Hagan remembers Kurumura Takayuki and thinks, Takayuki probably won't help me, right? Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to handle them. He remembers the scene of the giant arm getting punched away. Hagan thinks worriedly. What about Hinata? Thinking about Asahi Hinata, he thinks hopefully. If it's him, he can do it. Yakuno Akane sits alone in the classroom packing her bag. She's lost in thought. My dad was a hero. Akane remembers sitting next to her dad on the sofa. Her father smiled brightly and said, I'm not a hero. She, confused at the time, said, That's not true, you're super strong. He closed his eyes and said to her, A hero fights without regard for himself. But I'm different. As long as I can protect my family, that's enough. He smiled brightly and patted her head. A person with a strong spirit will gain power. Remember that, Akane. A massive fire engulfed many buildings. Akane's father is on a stretcher as doctors rush him inside. Emergency! We have to save him at all costs. Akane's mother cries, hugging her tightly. She lies down on her hospital bed as the doctor gives the update. His life is not in danger. But, at that moment, Akane stands by the bed looking at her father with wide eyes. Snow begins to fall as she stands silently at the window. Akane's mother opens the door with a loud bang, making her flinch. She turns around and sees her mother lighting a cigarette. Mom, you can't smoke here. Her mother coldly ignores her. He didn't wake up again today. Huh? No, Akane replies softly. Her mother angrily kicks the bed. What's the point of protecting your family when you couldn't even protect yourself? Akane struggles to restrain her mother, yelling, Stop it! Her mother angrily turns to her. But it's true, right? The hospital fees are too high to ignore. She puts out the cigarette on the table. When you graduate junior high, you'll have to start working then. She turns and leaves the room, leaving Yakuno Akane with a heavy heart. She angrily clenches her clothes. There's a way to curse my father. An image of a glowing snake with a blood-red heart appears in her mind. Somewhere in the world, there is a creature called the Crimson Serpent. It is said to cure many diseases. Akane sits next to her bed, holding a colorful flyer, but it's so rare that no one sells it. There is no other way but to find it myself. At the top of the flyer is written, Valkyria National Academy, Admission Guide, the only national warrior training school in the country, Akane thinks. And to do that, her face full of determination. I came here with a purpose and back in the present. After packing up, Akane wonders, what am I doing? She stands up and puts on her bag. When I was placed in Class E, I thought about giving up. She remembers Asahi Hinata's determined look. But if I try my best, will I become like him? As soon as she opens the door, she bumps into Kaori Minamura, who says, "Oh, you're still here, Akane." Her hands are behind her back, as if she's hiding something. Kaori, full of sinister intent, says, "Hey, I wanted to talk to you for a bit." Elsewhere, Hagan is following Asahi Hinata. What should I do? Everyone has gone home already. I need to say something, but after thinking for a moment, he blames himself. Why did I even get involved in this? It has nothing to do with me. Asahi Hinata approaches, making him flinch. "Do you need something?" he asks. He continues, "Takayuki isn't here." Hagane is flustered. Well, he clenches his teeth, saying to himself, "This is my only chance to say something." But he clenches his fists and looks down. "How can I ask for help now? After all the trouble I caused, now I'm asking for help." Asahi Hinata looks at him but doesn't understand. He turns to leave. "If you don't need anything, I'm going." Hagane tries to call out, but still can't say anything. Finally. As he walks away, Hagane just stands there, hesitating. Looking down, Hagane sees Kaori Minamura pulling Akane by the arm. He has a strange feeling about her. There's something weird about her today. Was he influenced by her artifact? Still, Hagane shakes his head. "So what? It doesn't concern me." Suddenly he yells and runs. "Damn it!" Asahi Hinata turns back, confused. In a dimly lit room, a group of people are gathered. Ishijima has his arm around a woman saying, "All right, are we sure about today's plan?" One of the guys replies, Yes, of course." Ishijima seems doubtful. "Are you sure? No mistakes like last time," he continues. "I told you, today we also have Kaori with us, so there shouldn't be a problem," the guy says. "Definitely, you can trust me." Ishijima grins maliciously. "Yeah, we're making good profit thanks to her." Someone enters, causing everyone to turn. Kaori Minamura drags Yakuno Akane in, saying, "It's an honor to have your trust." Ishijima says, "You've arrived." She takes Akane's hand. "Sorry, everyone." When someone questions her, "Didn't you say you wouldn't use your item?" Kaori replies matter-of-factly, "That was the plan. Some things didn't go as I'd hoped." The woman who was sitting with Ishijima earlier approaches Akane. "Is this the girl you mentioned, Ishijima?" "She's too young," Ishijima answers. "Really? I think she's fine, even if she is still a little green." The woman glances at Ishijima. "Are you thinking of keeping her as your own?" He answers, "No matter how cute she is. It's a little too much since she's still so young." Lifting her chin, he smiles. "I'm just playing. I'll be passing her on to the boys later. With a face like that, this girl will definitely be a big hit." Kaori Minamura puts her arm around Akane from behind. Perfect timing. "Akane, you said you wanted this job for money, right?" Akane, who has no awareness, answers. "Yeah, I need money for my dad." Ishijima turns and smirks. "No matter how many times I see it, that artifact is still scary." She laughs insincerely. "Oh, it's nothing big," Ishijima says, trying to act all cute. Then, he sighs. "Oh well." Ishijima realizes something and says angrily, "Be more careful. Someone's watching you." Kaori Minamura suddenly turns around, surprised. "Huh? Really?" Hagane, hidden behind the wall, panics. "Oh no, they heard me. Why did I follow them? I can't handle someone that strong." He peeks out, assessing the situation. "Should I run?" Kaori Minamura laughs loudly. "Oh, it's just Hagan," Ishijima asks. "Someone you know?" She is about to use her artifact to attack Hagan. "He's a classmate. He's weak." "It's nothing," Kaori Minamura assures him. "You don't need to run, Hagan. Didn't you say you wanted to join our group?" Hagan panics. No, I didn't say that." Kaori Minamura begins to hypnotize him. "You did say it, right?" Hagan is charmed and loses consciousness. He has been hypnotized. "Yeah." Ishijima glances at him. "It'll be a pain if he threatens to expose us later. Make him an accomplice too." Kaori Minamura smiles. "Okay." She turns and orders, "Hagane, help Akane take her clothes off." Hagane answers, "Okay." One of the guys from the group starts the camera. "Okay then, let's start filming." Hagane moves towards Yakuno Akane, his hands beginning to remove her clothes. "I can't move. My body won't do what I want. Why does this always happen to me?" He remembers being bullied by Kuramura Takayuki and his half-hearted sense of justice. Hagan also remembers when he used a chair to hit his classmate. Helpless, he thinks. "I'm always on the side of the bad guys continuing to undress her." Hagan justifies himself. "The reason why I didn't resist was because it was easier that way. I can always say that I had no choice." Then he remembers Asahi Hinata, his determined eyes. But that guy is always before he could finish what he was doing. Asahi Hinata descends from above. He kicks Hagane directly in the face, immediately sending him down to the floor. His glasses fly off. Hagan struggles to get up, confused. "Huh? What was that?" Kaori Minamura, panicking, tries to use her power. So you were here as well. Yakuno Akane looks at his back from behind, in her vacant gaze. His strong back is still in front of her. Akane sees a blurry Asahi Hinata standing in front of her. She unconsciously says, "Hinata." He is now full of fury, standing in front of the group. Kaori, holding her magic orb, asks, "Why are you here?" She looks at the figure in front of her, surprised. Hinata Ishijima, standing behind her, asks, "Who is he?" Kaori replies with disdain, "He's my classmate in class." The weakest one, Ishijima scoffs. "The weakest one. What's someone like that doing here?" Kaori quickly answers. "Who knows? I'm wondering the same thing." Ready to use her old trick, Kaori raises her magic orb, intending to hypnotize Hinata as she did Hagane. She smiles sinisterly. "Temptation. But now that I'm here, I don't want to do anything to you, Hinata. You want to join our group too, right?" She expects Hinata to quickly fall under her spell, but he simply bows his head. He remains calm as he asks, "I'm going to ask you something," he questions. "You and Akane are friends, right?" Kaori cuts him off with another question. "Huh? What if we're not?" Hinata patiently continues. "Then you also know about her family situation, right?" Kaori laughs, smug. "I know it very well. That's why I introduced her to this job. Aren't I nice?" At that moment, Hagane weakly tries to get up. He says, trembling, Forget it." He points at Kaori, exposing her. Akane said she didn't want to do this job, but Kaori used her artifact. Seeing her plan exposed, Kaori thinks angrily, "Damn it. Looks like he got his head smacked hard enough to wake up." Kaori looks at Hinata, who is still not showing any signs of being hypnotized. She wonders, "But this guy, how long is it going to take for my artifact to work on him?" Hagen struggles to get up, adjusting his glasses as he suspiciously asks Hinata, "Why did you come here?" "I didn't call for you," Hinata explains. "You were going to ask for something, right?" Seeing Hagane's pitiful state, Hinata says, "If I were Takayuki, maybe, I would have listened to what your request was, even if that request seems difficult to say. I'll listen to you, Hagane." Hearing these sincere words, feels a wave of unprecedented emotion. As he says this, the group on the other side makes a move. Poof! The pellet gun laughs mockingly. "Are you playing hero cosplay? You've got the wrong idea. You know, you managed to escape from us twice, but..." He changes his hand into a pellet gun weapon. He says confidently, "This will be your last." The past flashes before Hinata's eyes once more. Akane's tragic circumstances, the accident, her father bedridden, and her mother, unable to bear the hardship, raging in the hospital room. She screams in despair. What good is it to say as long as the family is safe, you can't even save your own life? Akane grabs her mother, trying to stop her. "Stop it," Akane's mother says angrily. "But what I'm saying is true, right? The hospital bills are too high. It's impossible to ignore them." She puts out her cigarette and orders, "After graduating from middle school, you'll also have to work to help pay the bills." Then, she quickly leaves. Akane still wants to find a way to heal her father, she thinks to herself. Somewhere in the world, there is a creature called Basilisk. It is said that its heart can cure all diseases. Everything is not easy for Akane, who is frustrated, but it's so rare that no one sells it. There's no other choice. I have to go and find it myself. She knows there is only one sliver of hope, and to find it, she has to go to a place, the National Academy, the only school in the country to train warriors serving the country. At this moment, the pellet gun aims his weapon at Hinata. There won't be a third time. Hinata just stands there, without reacting. The bullet comes flying, and Hinata simply raises his arm in front of his face to block it. The bullet bounces off, not leaving a scratch on Hinata. Watching this, Kaori is shocked. She can't believe her eyes. Ishijima frowns with displeasure. The pellet gun is pale with fear. Huh? He can't accept the truth. Is this guy a beggar? I swing my hand and he just happens to block it again. Ishijima responds coldly. Are you stupid? It's not just luck. Ishijima looks at Hinata. Not so simple, wondering. What is his energy? Kaori is surprised. I thought he didn't have any abilities. Ishijima is cautious. There's no artifact without power. He's hiding something, Kaori, unwilling to accept that she's weak in front of such a useless person, says to herself, but why? Why doesn't my power work on him? She points her magic orb at Hinata again, hoping for a miracle no matter how strong he is. It has to work after a while, right? At that moment, the control panel on Hinata's wrist flashes. A message appears. Willpower enhancement of 1 activated, resists unidentified mind control. It turns out that this ability has been helping Hinata resist Kaori's artifact. Suddenly, a giant bronze-colored hand slams down from behind Hinata. Hinata jumps, dodging the attack. The giant hand hits the ground, scattering rocks everywhere. The big guy clicks his tongue in anger. Tich! he noticed. After being attacked so many times, Hinata is finally angry. Why are you all like this? He clenches his fists and says firmly, power is not a tool to harm others, he yells, lecturing them. Artifacts are meant to protect everyone from the monsters from another dimension. Hearing this, Ishijima can't help but smirk. Heh. His cronies laugh along. Ha ha ha, this guy is a comedian. Seeing their mocking attitude, Hinata is stunned. Ishijima rubs his face and says in a low voice, hey, you really don't understand how this world works, do you? He says, only a select few can join government-affiliated teams. Most people can't make a living with their artifacts alone. Ishijima continues to analyze. But they're still the artifacts we worked so hard to get, right? Isn't it wasteful not to use them to earn money? Hinata can't hold back anymore. His whole body changes. His artifact surrounds him with a dazzling light. He retorts, if it's for money, then... He looks at Akane, who is being taken advantage of. He says accusingly, do you really think it's right to target people who are trying for a better tomorrow? Ishijima laughs mockingly. Of course. He becomes arrogant, speaking like a typical villain. As long as I'm not the one suffering, I don't care about anyone else. Do you think I'm the only one who lives that way in this world? He puts his hand on Kaori's shoulder, as if using her as a living example. He boasts, we're willing to sell out our friends for profit. Akane, although suppressed by the artifact, can still understand what's happening. Heartbroken by her friend's betrayal, tears well up in her eyes. Ishijima gloats. That's a smart choice. He laughs with satisfaction. Working your butt off without being sure if you can join a team or not. That's what only idiots do. Hinata grimaces in anger at this despicable thought. He runs towards Ishijima, ready to teach him a lesson. He throws a punch, but the giant hand appears out of nowhere, blocking his attack. The big guy says gleefully, too bad. Ishijima scoffs. I thought you had some skills. Looks like this is all you've got. He looks at Hinata, scornful. Let me tell you why you're the prey in this world. It's because you're too weak. Trembling with rage, Hinata clenches his fist and gathers his strength. He throws a powerful punch at the giant hand. At that moment, Hinata's inner rage explodes. Why do you people have to bully the weak to be satisfied? The more he thinks, the angrier he gets. So many people are struggling like him and Akane. Yet these guys, as if backed into a corner, Hinata is about to burst. He won't tolerate this bullying anymore. Do they really think they can use others just because they are weaker? Hinata gathers his strength and lunges forward with a punch. Don't underestimate me. The control panel shows a notification. Your rage has triggered a reaction. Forced upgrade initiation. An enormous amount of energy is charged, sending the giant hand flying back. The big guy, not expecting such an attack, is thrown against the wall. The group is shocked by the power. Hinata asks for confirmation. So weakness is a sin, right? Refusing to show mercy, he yells with fury. Then I'll give you back that very same statement. A new mode is activated. Artifact, Rage Armor. This allows the user to increase their power with rage. His body glows red. He warns them, I'm going to become stronger than you until scum like you disappear. The Rage Armor activated grants Hinata incredible power. The energy radiating from him makes Ishijima and his group hesitate to underestimate him. Hagan, surprised, notes. The armor changed. Ishijima thinks it's Kaori's artifact at work. Is this how her energy works? But then, he senses something amiss. No, that's not it. Witnessing Hinata's form, Kaori next to him is pale with fear. Using speed faster than the eye can follow, Hinata suddenly appears in front of Ishijima. Ishijima is shocked by his speed. Thankfully, he manages to dodge the lightning-fast attack. Even then, Ishijima couldn't dodge completely, and a scratch appears on his face. Ishijima angrily kicks back. Ura! But Hinata quickly moves away to dodge the attack. Kaori, clutching her artifact, fearfully whispers, Suppression! Yet he's still so strong. Ishijima, surprised, figures he's being pushed to the brink. He's becoming stronger. Still, he refuses to believe that Hinata is stronger than him. That's just impossible. He bends down, picks up a water bottle by his feet, and says, Don't be so arrogant. He opens the bottle and pours the water directly onto his artifact, speaking mysteriously. I quit, but I used to be in Class B. Water flows out from the artifact, Ishijima says smugly. From the start, the difference between my power and yours was too great. He swings his arm, sending 3 blasts of water towards Hinata. Hinata easily intercepts the attacks. Ishijima begins to worry. Under normal circumstances, my hand should have broken. He's no longer as calm as he was before. Moreover, my movements have become much better than before. What the hell is happening? Still, he thinks of Hinata's weakness and says confidently, But you have no experience. He manipulates the water from the ground, causing it to surge up from under Hinata. Hinata, caught off guard by this surprise move, the water, like a snake, quickly wraps around Hinata's body. Ishijima says arrogantly. This is the power of restraint. Having trapped him, he repeatedly blasts him with water bullets, yelling, "Think carefully. Hit directly." Hinata coughs up blood in pain. Ishijima asks smugly. Feels like being pressed down by a steel bar, right? Pouring more water on his artifact, he self-indulgently explains. My artifact is very suitable for dealing with guys like you. I just need to splash a bit of water and I can use it freely. Having fully charged his artifact, he concentrates the water into a powerful attack. You chose the wrong opponent. Then he shoots a blast of water at Hinata. Since he's trapped, he has no way to dodge it, but suddenly, something flies and deflects Ishijima's attack. Ishijima turns around and realizes, You've regained your senses. Akane, wielding the smoking gun, says powerfully, Did you think you could control me forever, you moron? At the same time, she turns to Hagane, apologizing shyly. Sorry, I didn't think and just acted. You're the one who helped me regain my senses, right? She remembers that she had also slapped him earlier. Kaori, seeing Akane has recovered, is surprised, huh? She tries to use her artifact again to control Akane once more. But, not giving Kaori any chance, Akane attacks first. The gunshot sends Kaori's magic orb flying. Uncertain, she asks, Kaori, why did you do this? Kaori laughs ugly and replies, Isn't it obvious it's because I need money? Akane is shocked by this answer. Kaori's expression darkens. What is with that expression? Pushed to the limit, she begins to mock Akane. Your artifact is no different than garbage. You should be grateful to me. She breaks out in laughter while Akane trembles with anger, clenching the gun until her hand is shaking. Suddenly, a gunshot from somewhere attacks Akane. The pellet gun says shamelessly, This is the punishment for daring to resist Class A. Hinata is still trapped and Akane has just been attacked. Both of them are seemingly unable to fight back. Ishijima approaches Hinata and says, It's over. He looks at him and grins. You don't need to worry. I'll make sure your brain is cleaned. He turns to Kaori and praises her. If it weren't for Kaori, things would have gotten much worse. Huh? Akane calls out softly, her voice trembling. Hinata! She struggles to sit up. She's calmer than ever. Damn it, I can't take revenge myself, just like what they said. I'm useless. Suddenly she says loudly with confidence and resolve, From now on, I'll try my best. I'll definitely become stronger than I am now. She tries her best to stand, whispering so that she clenches her artifact. She fires her gun. Ishijima blocks the bullet with his arm easily thanks to her attack. Hinata is suddenly released from his restraints. Ishijima is shocked. What? Akane smiles faintly. Now can I rely on you? Hinata smiles slightly. He is filled with a formidable power, and he replies firmly. Leave it to me, Ishijima says smugly. Are you stupid? If I can trap you once, I can trap you again. He repeats his move, summoning water to restrain Hinata. At this moment, Hinata says slowly, Revenge. With his power, he easily breaks free from the restraints. Ishijima is stunned. Huh? Hinata bows his head, saying with emphasis, I've been listening to you the whole time, going on about how we're all trash, and that Classy are just a bunch of useless people being repeatedly attacked by Hinata. Ishijima panics. What is this? Hinata says calmly. Even if we are at the bottom of the pit, we can still try our best to climb up. Ishijima recognizes something has changed in the attacks. Something is different. Stepping on the water bottle, he realizes that his attacks are useless against him. Why are they not working? Soon, he's cornered. Hinata, filled with rage, stands before him. He has no intention of showing mercy and says to Ishijima, You said you were going to show the trash what real power is, right? Ishijima, in panic, sees no way out. Asahi Hinata, in a blur of motion, slams Ishijima into the ground, leaving the others stunned. Hikari is shocked, watching him. Ishijima looks up in terror, seeing Hinata about to deliver another punch. Witnessing Asahi Hinata's ferocity, Yakuno Akane yells, Hinata! He calms down and stands up. Ishijima breathes a sigh of relief. Having narrowly escaped, the pellet gun standing behind him says to him in an attempt to calm him down, Senpai, don't joke around. Then, he immediately changes his attitude and raises his gun. Damn you! Asahi Hinata turns, stunned. The pellet gun fires at him, but he just raises one hand and blocks it. Hinata angrily walks towards the pellet gun. He, now terrified, thinks, This is just a coincidence, right? He is horrified when Hinata grabs his collar and lifts him up. Hinata says to him angrily, Don't mess with us anymore, he yells, furious. I don't have time to play around with you guys. The pellet gun stutters. He closes his eyes in fear. I get it. Asahi Hinata, having heard him, immediately drops him. The pellet gun falls to the ground, losing his balance, ignoring Ishijima, who is lying motionless, and the pellet gun, who is trembling with fear. Asahi Hinata turns and walks away. Hikari, scared, watches as he passes her. Yakuno Akane and Hagane, standing outside, breathe a sigh of relief. She remembers when her father patted her head, saying, "A person with a strong will is very powerful. Akane, you have to remember that." Yakuno Akane looks up at him, seemingly moved. Then she smiles brightly and gives Asahi Hinata a high five. Outside, someone wearing headphones is standing near the door, talking on the phone. He says to the person on the other end, "The results are surprising. What are you planning to do next, Principal?" Tsushima Atsushi sits in his office, his hands clasped on the desk, staring at a tablet. He watches everything unfold on the screen and says sternly, "Those who exceed the school's boundaries don't deserve to stay. Handle it as you usually do," the voice on the other line replies. "Understood?" The principal sits in thought, investigating those troublemakers in the school, and yet the results were better than I expected. He looks at the students on the screen. "I'm looking forward to the next evaluation exam." Warm light shines down on the school. Inside, a crowd of students gathers around the notice board. On the board is a notice that reads, "Expulsion notice. As of today, the following students will be expelled. 1C Koichi Tanuma, 1C Tsunayoshi Daimon, 1C Tomoharu Shuga, 1A Kaori Minamura. Expelled students are prohibited from entering Valkyria school grounds. If you attempt to trespass, school officials will report illegal intrusion to the police." Yakuno Akane, standing behind him, asks shyly, "Did you report them?" He replies matter-of-factly, "No, why would I do that? They've always been like that. Maybe they've been watched before." She continues talking with him, while two of their friends are walking up. Besides Kaori, all the others have bad reputations at school. Kuramura Takayuki loudly complains. "What's all the noise about?" Hagane answers awkwardly. Who knows?" He turns to leave, saying, "Boring, I'm hungry. Let's go to the canteen." Hagan turns to follow him. "Okay," Asahi Hinata says to Yakuno Akane. "You can go talk to him if you want," she replies. "He probably has his own reasons. Yesterday, when I thanked him, she remembers Hagan saying, 'I didn't do anything.' He just said that he didn't do anything and then left." He looks back at her and says, "I understand." Asahi Hinata walks away, and Yakuno Akane looks at him in surprise. "Where are you going?" He turns back and waits for her, to the cafeteria. It's lunch break. She follows happily. "Okay?" Asahi Hinata, confused, asks, "Why are you following me? You brought your lunch to school, right?" This causes her to become flustered. "Huh?" Yakuno Akane becomes very enthusiastic. "Let's eat together. We don't have any friends anyway," Asahi Hinata says, surprised. "Oh, okay." The two eat together on a bench under a tree in the schoolyard. Yakuno Akane drops a piece of her food and asks, "An artifact that can add to your power? Aren't they only able to enhance existing abilities?" He replies while chewing on his bread. "Then I'd have to have the ability in the first place, right?" She turns to him. "Maybe you already have it, but you haven't discovered it yet." He denies it. "No way," Asahi Hinata thinks. "I was too busy fighting yesterday and forgot to check." Now that the new armor has been unlocked, the upgrade list has also been updated. He thinks of the system screen that displayed his improved state, enhanced physique, skill, rage fist. He continues thinking. Mostly, it's focused on attack. This rage armor is just showing me the gaps in my offensive abilities. Images of the different armors from the past appear before his eyes. It seems that strong emotions trigger updates. I don't know what the next conditions are, but if this continues, the armor will keep evolving. Asahi Hinata chews, tightly gripping the wrapper. Determined, I can still become stronger. Yakuno Akane sets down her chopsticks and food. "Hinata," she says, rising with a determined look on her face. "Let me train with you." She remembers the pellet gun, looking sad. "I probably can't become as strong as you right away, but at least I can become stronger than that guy." She bows her head in embarrassment. "I'm still trying," but Asahi Hinata cuts her off. "I know." Yakuno Akane looks up, embarrassed. He continues, "You use your artifact. Your physical ability complements the skill's characteristics and effectiveness, right?" An image of her, injured in the fight, flashes in his mind. "The fact that you were only slightly injured after that attack is proof of your efforts." Yakuno Akane blushes. She's very embarrassed that he acknowledged her. She yells happily, "Even then, I still need to train more." Yakuno Akane puts her hand out towards him. "As I promised, I'll become stronger." Asahi Hinata listens intently as she continues. "And," she smiles brightly, "thank you for helping me yesterday." He smiles back at her. The two grab each other's hands. Asahi Hinata says, "Yeah, someone on the upper floor watches everything." Minase Shizuku looks down with disdain. "Those weaklings seem to like each other." She turns to talk to someone else. "Have you thought about it?" Minase Shizuku, along with her cronies, looks smugly at the person facing them. "About the re-evaluation exam. If you join our group, it will be beneficial." Shirohane Sachi replies coldly. I refuse. Hearing this, they turn to leave. Minase Shizuku tries to persuade her again. I understand, if you change your mind, let me know. There's still some time. Shiro Hanasachi doesn't react at all. Quietly watching them leave, she thinks, those three have terrible reputations for associating with the expelled students. Shiro Hanasachi wonders. Shizuku must also know about that. Does she really not care who anyone is? As long as they're strong? She looks down below at Asahi Hinata and Yakuno Akane, who are sitting on the bench. They're eating and laughing together intimately. She thinks of Minase Shizuku and says to herself, Shizuku, this is too risky. The sky is clear and the sun is shining. Loud sounds echo, disrupting the tranquility. A teacher is shouting among a group of students who are training. First, train your bodies. The man is Class E's homeroom teacher, Takashima Gonzo. He continues. There are many ways to develop your abilities and artifacts, but if you improve your physical strength, your other aspects will also improve. While the students are training hard, pushing weights to the point of exhaustion, he encourages. Class E is lagging behind the other classes, but you still have a chance. There are students practicing martial arts, punching and kicking, Takashima Gonzo calls out, to prove that the previous class placement was a mistake. Show them your potential. Asahi Hinata listens, clenching his fists with determination. Kurimura Takayuki, behind him, wipes away sweat, looking at him with resentment. Inside the classroom, the teacher stands at the podium and begins his announcement. The re-evaluation exam will be held soon. Yakuno Akane listens with concern as he continues. If you cannot reverse the situation this time, Asahi Hinata and the students next to him look serious. You will have no hope of escaping Class E. Takashima Gonzo, full of enthusiasm, raises his fist. But don't be discouraged just because your artifact levels are low. He begins to analyze. The exam doesn't just rely on artifact abilities alone. Physical strength and analytical abilities are also important. Then he suddenly becomes serious. This year, group work is mandatory. Kurimura Takayuki, sitting at the back of the class, says loudly, displeased. Group work. Everyone around them starts whispering, what does that mean? Hagane, at the front, asks anxiously, how will we form the groups? He writes 2 to 5 members on the board and circles it, a maximum of 5 people per group. And the members, Takashima Gonzo pauses. The students are stunned at what he is about to say. You have to form the groups yourselves, regardless of class or grade level. Kurimura Takayuki clenches his teeth with anger. He yells, you've got to be kidding me. Who would form a group with Class E students? Takashima Gonzo is unfazed. He answers quickly. Forming teams is also a part of the test. The school aims to recommend the best warriors to the government. Affiliated teams. To be on a team, members must cooperate with each other harmoniously. He points towards the sky. Class A is not expected to do much. If you want to escape from this class, you must work much harder. He's frustrated. Everything fell apart because I was placed in Class E. Then Kurimura Takayuki angrily glares at Asahi Hinata, the root of the problem. When school ends, everyone starts heading home in groups, talking amongst themselves. Yakuno Akane asks wide-eyed, so what do you plan to do now? Asahi Hinata, opening a bread wrapper, looks at her. What do you mean? Do what? She says matter-of-factly. Find members for the exam group. 2 frontliners and 2 rear guards would be best. As the two are talking, Kurimura Takayuki approaches and calls out, Hey! Making Asahi Hinata look up, surprised. He says arrogantly, Who would be stupid enough to form a group with the weakest guy in class? This makes Hagane, who is next to him, look away, embarrassed. Yakuno Akane looks at him, saying, annoyed. What do you want? Kurimura Takayuki answers. Oh! He grabs Asahi Hinata's collar. I think you've been getting too cocky lately. His face becomes conceited as he says to Asahi Hinata, Go buy me lunch. Got it? All his actions make Hinata frown with discomfort. Yakuno Akane, unable to stand this scene, says angrily, Go buy it yourself. Kurimura Takayuki becomes angry. What did you say? He releases Hinata, looks at her and asks, You've been hanging out with this guy a lot lately. I heard that Kaori was expelled. Are you really planning on joining his group? Yakuno Akane answers without hesitation. Yes, that's the plan. Asahi Hinata turns his head to look at her. Her face is now full of confidence. He's much better than you. You don't have any teamwork skills. Kurimura Takayuki is so angered by her words that veins pop out on his face. He asks, infuriated, What did you say? Then, Yakuno Akane turns to Hagan and asks, You agree, right, Hagan? Making him panic. He glances at Hagane threateningly. You agree too, you dog, Hagan stammers nervously. Ah, unable to look him directly in the eye, he avoids looking at him. No way. Asahi Hinata leans back casually, and Yakuno Akane sips her drink listening to him. I'll join Takayuki's group. It's the smarter choice. She puts down her juice box. Oh, is that so? Kurimura Takayuki says proudly. That's right. He scowls at Hagane but doesn't say anything. Yakuno Akane closes her lunchbox. Then you two should discuss your plan of attack for the upcoming exam. I don't have time to entertain you two forever. She leaves, calling back. Let's go somewhere else, Hinata. He stands up and follows her. Okay. The two walk side by side through the school corridor. Yakuno Akane says regretfully, looks like we won't be able to bring Hagane along. She continues to talk nonstop. It would be good if we had someone else in our group. He, walking behind her, asks, are you okay with being in a group with me? Yakuno Akane looks at him, slightly annoyed with his question. What? Of course I am. You should be more confident in your own abilities then. She smiles brightly and punches his chest. Other people will still think you're weak. He smiles back involuntarily at Yakuno Akane, Shirohane Sachi. In the distance, overhears what he said. Okay. She looks at the two for a moment. Shirohane Sachi looks thoughtful. She looks at Asahi Hinata, assessing him, thinking, he's got a different vibe than before. Then she smiles. This guy is interesting. In front of the class 1 classroom, someone yells loudly, you bastard! Kurumura Takayuki kicks the chairs in front of him. How dare he look down on me? Hagane, standing next to him, tries to calm him down. Takayuki, calm down. He bows his head, clenching his fists and sighing. Then, Kurumura Takayuki calls out. Hagan, he answers, afraid. Yeah, many people were seriously injured and died in the previous exam, right? Hagan says, frightened. Yeah, Kurumura Takayuki suddenly laughs wickedly. Images of the harsh previous exam appear. The re-evaluation exam is held in a D-level dungeon, which is equivalent to a real battle, so if an accident happens, it'll be a valid reason. Kurumura Takayuki sits on a desk and says his thoughts. But in reality, it seems that most of the accidents were caused on purpose. Hagan is shocked and frightened. He clutches the desk. Maybe there'll be some this year as well. Kurumura Takayuki's face is full of danger, an unfortunate accident. Someone is sitting in front of a computer screen typing away. Then, that person hits a key forcefully. The screen displays, by the way, Valkyria has a re-evaluation next week. A student on his way home also sees those messages. Chicken, thanks for your contributions to the country. Haha, another student comments. Is that guy still going to school? A third student asks, who are you talking about? A person sitting on a bench in a park is also watching the messages. The student says, the guy who had the broadcast incident when he was naked. An old man is surprised and recognizes it. That's right. Haha. A white-collar worker joins the conversation. A giraffe comments, I guess he's still there. A husky asks, how do you know? The giraffe replies, the unofficial student list has already been released. The student looks confused. Why is it unofficial? Someone else looks at the list mentioned by the giraffe. Every year during the re-evaluation exam, illegal betting takes place in secret. The husky is confused. What kind of betting? To see who gets the highest scores, the screen displays. Minasa Shizuku, 10,000 current odds, 1-8x bet. Shirohane Sachi, 10,000 current odds, 1-8x bet. A lion asks, who are the favorites? The giraffe answers immediately. The top contenders are Shizuku and Sachi. A salmon says, what about the guy who had the broadcast incident? They scroll down to the bottom. Aoyama Chihiro, current odds, 52x. Asahi Hinata, current odds, 137x. The giraffe mocks him. He really is spectacularly at the bottom. Ha ha. Asahi Hinata is training alone in a forest. Breathing heavily, a giant bear with sharp claws suddenly appears behind him, roaring loudly. Goo! His expression hardens as he turns around. Asahi Hinata spins, kicking the bear directly in the neck. With just one blow, the bear falls to the ground. Asahi Hinata sighs, just as I thought. He thinks about the different armors. Resilient armor for durability, rage armor for power. I'm getting stronger just by wearing these. He looks at his system display, but the rage armor consumes too much energy. It seems like my stamina is being drained. The system displays, you are unable to use rage armor. Strength, 39/60ths. Durability, 45/60ths. Intelligence, 0/0ths. Agility, 18/20ths. Penalty. While wearing this armor, stamina is consumed every second. Asahi Hinata presses a button on his armor. He changes into a different set. If I want to use this armor freely, I have to get stronger. He puts on a yellow set of armor. For now, I'll use the resilient armor. Yakuno Akane approaches from behind, calling out, Hinata! He turns back, scolding her. You're late, she explains. The tutoring class took too long. Yakuno Akane sighs. It's strange to be in a military school and still have to study academics. He smiles reassuringly. But you're still a high school student right now. Yakuno Akane turns to ask. By the way, you've never had to go to tutoring, right, Hinata? He closes his eyes casually. Never. She looks displeased with his answer. Why not? Asahi. Hinata answers awkwardly. Why, you ask? Then. He bows his head sadly without saying anything. He remembers images of his difficult past. I've heard that training alone isn't enough, Asahi Hinata says. Well, I just study a little before going to bed. Yakuno Akane, satisfied, smiles. You really are diligent, Hinata. Then she raises her six-barreled cannon. Well, let's work hard today, too. The reevaluation is coming soon. Asahi Hinata nods in agreement. Yeah, that's right. Someone hiding behind a tree suddenly makes a noise. He cautiously notices and turns around quickly. Asahi Hinata quickly wraps his arm around Yakuno Akane, making her flinch. He lifts her up, barely dodging an attack from someone. Ugh! The two land on the ground safely, and Asahi Hinata immediately takes a defensive stance. Yakuno Akane is confused. Huh? What's going on? Someone holding a weapon steps forward. Shirohane Sachi says casually. You've completely changed, haven't you? She looks at Asahi Hinata and Yakuno Akane, someone who I wouldn't have noticed before. While he's being serious, Yakuno Akane sticks her head out and says, I know who you are, Shirohane Sachi. There's a rumor that you're as strong as Shizuku from Class A. But, ignoring Yakuno Akane, she thinks to herself looking back. We've never even talked, Asahi Hinata asks, confused. Shizuku? Then Shirohane Sachi suddenly says, but recently, Shizuku has been acting a little strange. She raises her weapon. So, Shirohane Sachi rushes towards him, yelling, I'll test you out a little. Asahi Hinata gritted his teeth and dodges. Startled suddenly, he grabs Shirohane Sachi's weapon. He focuses his energy, then uses all his strength to throw her far away. Shirohane Sachi spins in the air, using her weapon to do something. She releases a blast of power, then grabs her weapon and dives down, attacking. A purple beam of power hits the ground, causing a huge explosion. Yakuno Akane yells worriedly, Hinata! From inside the smoke after the explosion, Shirohane Sachi rushes at him with her weapon, surprising Asahi Hinata, unable to escape in time. He raises his arms to block. Asahi Hinata counterattacks. Surprising Shirohane Sachi, she smiles. Satisfied. Then she swings her weapon again. Shirohane Sachi plants one foot, preparing for her next attack. Her weapon spins like a tornado and charges towards him, stopping right before hitting Asahi Hinata. He looks a little intimidated. She is still smiling. You have really changed, then Shirohane Sachi says proudly. If you didn't hide your skills, then you've grown a lot. Asahi Hinata asks, wary. What do you want? She just smiles at him. Shirohane Sachi then says, everyone wants to form a team with me for the reevaluation exam, but if I have to team up with someone, I prefer to choose someone interesting. She extends her hand. You seem interesting. Shirohane Sachi smiles brightly. Want to team up with me? Asahi Hinata replies coldly. Okay. Shirohane Sachi's smile seems to shine brightly, but it immediately disappears. She looks confused. Huh? Shirohane Sachi recoiled, stunned, and asked, Huh? What? She still wore a gentle smile. Did I hear wrong? You want us to team up? Asahi Hinata replied. Yep. Shirohane Sachi pouted, puffing out both cheeks in embarrassment. Then, she yelled, Why would I? He appeared unfazed. I don't understand why you would suddenly attack me and then expect us to team up. Besides, he continued calmly, achieving high scores through someone else's help is pointless. Teaming up with you will definitely help me get a better position in class than I have now. Shirohane Sachi was very displeased with him. Asahi Hinata looked upset at being isolated. But then, no one will acknowledge my own skills. She listened intently as he continued. Won't everyone just attack and hate me for taking advantage of you? Then Asahi Hinata raised his hand resolutely. I have my own reasons for joining the association. So, he confidently told Shirohane Sachi, then turned his head away. I must be recognized for my own abilities. Asahi Hinata looked at her with determination. Shirohane Sachi gradually understood. She closed her eyes and smiled contentedly. Then Shirohane Sachi turned and walked away. You're quite interesting. She turned back to wave goodbye. Hurry and climb to the top, okay? I'll be waiting for you. Night slowly fell. Asahi Hinata and Yakuno Akane watched Shirohane Sachi's solitary figure walk away. After she had gone far away, Yakuno Akane turned and shook him reproachfully. What a waste! You should have agreed to team up. He was helpless. Were you even listening to me then? Asahi Hinata explained further. Besides, she doesn't really care about you. She gives off the feeling that she doesn't care about anyone she's not interested in. Yakuno Akane nodded. I see. He turned away. If that's the case, then there's no point in expecting any cooperation. It's better if we just aim for good scores ourselves, just the two of us, causing Yakuno Akane to look after him. Blushing shyly, she awkwardly said, Well, if that's the case, then so be it. While Yakuno Akane happily followed behind, Asahi Hinata thought deeply. So that's the skill of the top student in Class A. He recalled Shirohane Sachi's image. Speed, tactics, strength, excellent in every aspect then. He thought about the final situation just now. She had gone easy on him, even though he faced her with enhanced armor. Maybe? Asahi Hinata lowered his head in frustration. I'm still far away. He checked his armor, current version, check unyielding upgrade list, he muttered. And here I was, getting arrogant over how much stronger I'd gotten. He stared blankly at the information panel. There's no way I can catch up to her with this. I need to perfect the upgrade list even further. From up there, Asahi Hinata surprisingly saw something. Huh? What's this? The screen displayed. You have been granted an audience with Bosom, the Kansai supernatural creature. An audience. The strategic headquarters stood tall and imposing. Inside, the regular meeting of the Alliance Association was taking place. With high-ranking individuals gathered around a circular table, the Minister of Defense, Hagan Renpei, looked at the data on the screen and spoke first. Next on the agenda, concerning the investigation into the cause of the appearance of the dimensional portals. Unfortunately, we still have no new information. The head of the Phoenix Rank S Association, Kagura Kinji, sat leaning back in his chair, listening attentively. The head of the Deldora's Rank S Association, Sherry Truman, rested her hands on her legs, equally focused. He continued. The people who are always passing through the portals. He looked at the head of the Victor Rank S Association, Shio Ogai, and asked, You haven't discovered anything yet? Kagura Kinji was somewhat unserious. It's all so murky. We're still doing our best to close the portals, you know? Shio Ogai added. If we knew anything, we would have reported it already. Sherry Truman agreed. The same goes for us. He confidently stated his opinion. Everyone is ignorant, aren't they? Maybe they know something but are keeping it quiet. If there is nothing to do, won't that be very inconvenient? Sherry Truman spoke. Don't lump me in with your kind. He was not about to lose. Oh, is that so? Hagan Renpei had to intervene. Ahem, he said sternly. Kureha, have you found anything in the past 6 months? He crossed his arms and answered. About that. The head of the Heaven's Grace Ranks Association, Keiken Kureha, widened her eyes and said, I have a feeling that the distance between the portals is gradually shortening. The atmosphere grew quiet. Everyone had their own thoughts. Kagura Kinji propped his chin up with his hand. Sherry Truman looked up and glanced around. Shio Ogai looked aside. For the time being, we can still endure. But, she pondered on, that's right. If we can't handle it, they all thought of the situation with thousands of monsters attacking humans. Hagan Renpei looked defeated, once again. The disaster will happen again, won't it? Keikain Kureha, who sat beside him, added. Moreover, the monsters are becoming increasingly powerful. If the next disaster occurs, the damage will be much more terrible than before. Hagana Renpei propped his head up. We must come up with countermeasures as soon as possible. Kagura Ginji pushed his glasses up. To do that, we'll need talent, won't we? Hagan Renpei spoke. Exactly. How is the training of the successors going? The principal of Valkyria Academy, Tsushima Atsushi, confidently said, We have several talented individuals who are developing well. He smiled happily. We will soon hold a re-evaluation. Sherry Truman, upon hearing this, rested her chin and waited. Oh, that sounds promising. Kagura Ginji once again acted as if he was the authority. Are there any students we need to keep an eye on? He replied. Of course there are, he recalled. Among the first-year students, Minase Shizuku and Shirohane Sachi. Those two are very promising. The attacks of the two of them were exceptionally elegant, he continued. They freely manipulate the life force of their divine weapons. Shizuku possesses Ryuniornir, a divine weapon that can create an explosive source of energy, and Sachi has Gebolg. Looking at the screen, everyone was intrigued, Shio Ogai commented. So both of them possess divine weapons and immense destructive power. Sherry Truman chuckled. This Shizuku child might be useful to our association, Kagura Kinji coldly said. Is there anyone else worth mentioning? Tsushima Atsushi hesitated. There is still someone, but I want everyone to see them in person at the re-evaluation. He rested his chin and commented, It would be great if we could train a successor with excellent defensive capabilities. He seemed to disagree and asked, Why is that? He explained, We haven't filled that vacant spot yet, and it's been open for a while. Having finished speaking, Kagura Kinji lowered his face with a dangerous look. Now that I think about it, the son of the one who abandoned that position is at your school, right? Asahi Hinata. Is he still attending? Sherry Truman was surprised. Asahi Hinata, Keikain Kureha remembered. Are you talking about the naked child? She also recalled. He's the one with the divine weapon that can't use weapons. The principal smiled broadly. He's still our student. He leaned back in his chair with displeasure. I can't understand it. He should have realized that his divine weapon is useless, right? Is he stubborn, or just stupid that he still keeps it? Tsushima Atsushi defended him. Perhaps it's not like that. He glared at him. Puzzled, he looked at the screen, a proud smile on his face. Surprisingly, that kid, Asahi Hinata and Yakuno Akane were training together. This time, he might become an outstanding one. Today was re-evaluation day, fireworks filled the sky, and people bustled about. A reporter announced, "Look at this. Compared to a normal school event, this is unbelievably hot." Everyone was looking towards the dimensional portal, pointing and chattering this year. The Valkyria Academy's re-evaluation will also take place through the spontaneous appearance of a rank D dimensional portal. Numerous people were gathered, moving about within the event grounds. Sherry Truman stood above, looking down, speechless. She remarked to the principal, "This year is lively too. It's surprising to see everyone so eager for a test that causes serious injuries every year." Students were laughing and joking with food in their hands. Tsushima Atsushi clasped his hands together, commenting, "We live in an era filled with bad news. After all, maybe everyone needs a breath of fresh air." She replied, seemingly uninterested. "Is that so?" He turned and smiled at her. "By the way, thank you for the security team." Sherry Truman dismissed it. "You don't need to thank me. Training the next generation is the association's duty." Then, she looked down below. "That's Minase Shizuku, right? Is that the kid over there?" She said something that seemed to confuse the principal. "I'm very grateful, and so is the one beside her." "How do you know?" he asked. The two below showed a cold demeanor, not wanting anyone to approach. Sherry Truman acted mysterious. "You may not believe it, but I'm the head of an association. I can tell just by looking." She then noticed down below students were eating bread, others were hugging plush toys. Elsewhere, Shirohane Sachi was happily eating snacks that were being sold. The quick footsteps of someone. Is there a child worth anticipating? It was Asahi Hinata and Yakuno Akane sucking on lollipops in a gloomy garden with a gray sky and somber-colored trees. A rank D portal stood. A student trembled, holding a sword. "Hey," the news feed appeared. A magnifying glass said, "Has it started already?" A koala replied, "The first group started 40 minutes ago." A joyful cup added, "It's that time of year again." A cow responded, "I took the day off just for this." A girl was excited. "I want to see it with my own eyes." A monster grabbed a student, growling, "Grrr!" The student's friend cried out in fear. "Awake!" The monster raised its hand to strike her down. Tears continued to fall, but nothing happened. The female student cautiously opened her eyes. The teachers had taken off their terrifying attire. Unfortunately, one said, "You should stop here." He took her hand. "I'll lead you to the exit. Follow me." The student, tears still in the corners of her eyes, said listlessly, "Yeah, yes." On a large screen, the reporter continued to comment, "Are you enjoying the video?" A chicken spoke. "My heart is pounding," a rock exclaimed. As expected of a Rank S association, the teachers carried the unconscious students over their shoulders. The girl walked in the middle. The reporter continued, "Deldoras never disappoints us. Area security has been quickly secured. Recording planes flew overhead, constantly working to ensure the safety of the exam." Two teachers smiled and waved at the camera. A salmon remarked, "I'm looking forward to seeing the children being rescued." A key replied, "The world is truly pathetic, isn't it?" A husky appeared. "But they're commendable for daring to step into the portal." A lion nodded. "Agreed. Now let's review the rules of the exam." A group of students continuously attacked the monsters with their weapons. The students must earn evaluation points inside the portal. First, by collecting magic stones from the monsters they hunt. Many students were searching for something, and also, items that can be picked up inside the portal, such as ores or plants, will also earn evaluation points. Two students held their loot and smiled. The cameras overhead are still working. In addition, their teamwork will also be evaluated. A student used their shield skill to block an attack from a monster. Another student readied their bow to attack. The two of them skillfully defeated the monster together. A drone recorded it all. The reporter smiled happily. The time limit is 60 minutes, which students will stand out this year. Asahi Hinata and Yakuno Akane were also watching the video from within the crowd. She was chewing on her lollipop and said, "I don't know, but I feel uneasy." He looked at her. "I don't understand." "What do you mean?" Yakuno Akane frowned unhappily. "We're taking this exam seriously, but they treat it like a variety show." Then, she lifted the lollipop in her hand and looked at it. Hinata is annoyed too. He hesitated. Before he could finish, a loud voice called out, "Why are you annoyed?" Kurimura Takayuki and Hagane walked up from afar. "You're the center of attention, you know?" He was confused. The center of attention. Yakuno Akane didn't like this at all. Oh, they're coming." he patiently explained. Hey, don't you know, the re-evaluation is very popular online. Kuromura Takayuki took a few steps closer, this time, that cosplayer. Then, he put his face close to Asahi Hinata's, mocking, Are you planning to show off something again? It's obvious. Haha. Asahi Hinata felt a little sad upon hearing those words. Yakuno Akane stood behind him angrily. Did you come all the way here just to say that? He put his hands in his pockets. I just happened to be passing by and noticed. Then, Kuromura Takayuki patted Asahi Hinata's shoulder. Don't be so tense. Today is an important day for all of us, so let's not fight. Hagane stood beside him awkwardly, looking away. Asahi Hinata just glanced at him but didn't say anything. The reporter continued, immediately afterwards, we will begin the exam with the second group. He turned his head back. Oh, it's starting now. Students who are mentioned, please gather in front of the portal. Kuromura Takayuki waved. Well, good luck. Hagan turned his head to look but didn't say anything. He looked embarrassed. Then, Hagan suddenly turned and ran away. Ha! Yakuno Akane asked, puzzled. What's wrong with him? I have no idea what he's thinking. He also turned away without answering. A teacher on the stage shouted, Is everyone ready? Takashima Gonzo raised his hand proudly. This is an all-or-nothing exam. Then, he lifted something. In case of emergency, use this device. Sherry Truman stood with her arms crossed, dignified. The Deldores Association will come to rescue you. Takashima Gonzo's eyes became resolute. All right, then. Another group of students quickly joined the fray. The exam began. A dog said, The second group is starting. A diamond said excitedly. It's starting, Gog! A young man said. The second group has high expectations, too. This is Shirahan Sachi's group, a giraffe commented. That girl was all the rage during the class placement exams. A husky also chimed in. I wonder what kind of monsters they've evolved into, an old man said, still cute. Kuromura Takayuki and Hagane were also participating. A bird said, Let us see how you have grown since the class placement exam, a magnifying glass replied. There are times when a normal child can completely change. Footsteps continued to run. A salmon said, If they're just normal, a diamond reacted. The sound of footsteps. Asahi Hinata and Yakuno Akane were rushing forward. The comment section exploded. Old man, they're coming. A giraffe laughed. Is that the kid who caused the broadcasting incident? Ha ha ha, a polar bear chimed in. I heard we might get to see another intense naked battle today, a pair of scissors said. Aren't they eliminated yet? A young man responded. Looks like they might avoid expulsion today. A husky noticed. But has the design of his armor changed? A rock replied. It's just a feeling. Yakuno Akane was looking elsewhere. A bird commented. Teaming up with Zara is quite special. A key mocked anyway. They're definitely going to be super weak. A gemstone praised. There are so many cute kids at school. Asahi Hinata had discovered something. A monster with sharp teeth was approaching them. A giraffe laughed. Game over, ha ha ha. A diamond also chimed in. What terrible luck! A salmon shouted. Run in! The monster roared. Ah! It raised its huge fist. Then, the fist slammed into the ground, creating a huge explosion. A young man said, Isn't that the end announcement? A koala was scared. This is too dangerous, a cow joked. Deldoras, come rescue us. A significant shockwave created billowing smoke. Suddenly, the monster's mouth opened in pain. It had been pierced by something. A bird was confused. What the heck is going on? It fell on its back. Asahi Hinata, in red armor, kicked the monster hard. Everyone was surprised. A husky wondered, Isn't that the kid who caused? A polar bear interrupted. The broadcasting incident? A dog exclaimed. But he's still fighting, and it's actually effective, a chicken said. Just like I thought, the design of his armor has changed. An old man shouted in surprise. Wow. On the screen, Kagura Ginji was watching Asahi Hinata fight. He rested his chin on his hand, observing intently. Suddenly, something made his eyes widen in surprise. The scene of him kicking that monster away was truly frightening. Everyone around watching on the big screen was also stunned. Hey guys, could that be? Minash Shizuku appeared impatient. Class A. Sherry Truman watched with interest. Who? Observing on the big screen, she said, It's the first time I've seen a divine weapon that can change shape. Tsushima Atsushi clasped his hands behind his back. You don't seem surprised at all, she replied. That useless naked guy. That was everyone's thought, she criticized. But you're terrible to those without talent. Sherry Truman thought of the scene of students who weren't accepted, slinking away. If someone truly has no potential, they could never enter Class E. She closed her eyes and continued. It's obvious that there must be something special about him. Because of that, Tsushima Atsushi smiled, seeing through Sherry Truman. He won't be expelled, will he? Asahi Hinata had just delivered a kick that sent the monster sprawling. He immediately returned to a defensive stance. The power from his rage armor surged out when the monster rushed forward, growling, "Grrr!" He instantly raised his fist. The monster moved quickly with its sharp claws, yelling loudly. It was surprised when it was shot from the side. What was that? Yakuno Akane was also providing support with her six-barreled gun. She continuously fired at the monster. Seeing the situation was not good, she turned back and shouted, "Hinata, are you done yet?" "Almost," he rushed from above. "That's enough skill." The monster looked up, confused. Asahi Hinata used his first rage burst, striking right in the middle of the monster's head. He landed on the ground in front of it. Asahi Hinata bent down to pick up the magic stone after successfully defeating the monster. He realized something. Oops, holding the magic stone. He remembered, I have to hold it with my hand without writing and absorb the results. Asahi Hinata threw the magic stone to Yakuno Akane, smiling. Good support. She winked happily. And you? That was a nice punch. Kurimura Takayuki, hiding behind a tree, had witnessed everything. He angrily clicked his tongue and turned away. Tch! The two laughed and talked to each other. The training is working. This feels amazing. Yeah. Asahi Hinata clenched his fist, thinking to himself, the first rage burst when you let go. He continuously recalled what he had practiced. It's a technique to release all the stored energy at once. It's the wave skill I have with the rage armor. Asahi Hinata rubbed himself. I've come this far in only 2 weeks. I can't wear the rage armor all the time. But while he was absorbed in his thoughts, another monster approached. Yakuno Akane shouted, Hinata, behind you! The mosquito, hit by a bullet, flew away. It collapsed nearby. Yakuno Akane stepped forward to take credit. Ah, I took care of it. She smiled happily. I'm pretty good, aren't I? He didn't hesitate to praise Yakuno Akane, thinking, Akane is making up for my weaknesses. Yakuno Akane recalled the times she had practiced. Maybe it's because I've been trying as I said all this time, the power and accuracy of my divine weapon have increased. Her eyes became sharp. Above all, my ability to detect enemies has developed. Then she shouted, They're coming from that direction, Hinata. Goblin monsters approached from afar, laughing menacingly. Hey, hey, Yakuno Akane announced. 3 hobgoblins. He quickly rushed forward. Got it. The two worked seamlessly together. Yakuno Akane provided support by shooting enemies from a distance. She had eliminated the 2 in the back, causing them to be stunned. It began to rage, swinging its club and yelling, Keek! At the same time, Asahi Hinata swung his fist and rushed forward. He punched the hobgoblin's club directly. The club cracked, and the fist landed on its face, causing it to wince in pain. His powerful punch sent it flying far away. They vanished into magic stones. Asahi Hinata stood still, looking, thinking. Now I have a finishing move. He picked up the magic stones, smiling contentedly. I can easily pass this test. Yakuno Akane also held 2 more magic stones, beaming. Hinata, we did it again. He became very confident. At this rate, the 2 of them faced forward. We'll make the school have to reevaluate us. Elsewhere in the forest, Kurimura Takayuki returned, leaning wearily against a tree. Hagan called out from afar. Ah, Takayuki, how did it go? He furiously clenched his fist into the tree. Kuh! Kurimura Takayuki gritted his teeth, his face contorted as if he was about to lose it. Then, he punched hard, yelling, You bastard! A series of punches and shouts echoed throughout the forest. You bastard! You bastard! You bastard! Hagan tried to soothe him. Be calm. Takayuki. Kurimura Takayuki was incredibly frustrated. They defeated an ogre. That trash. Then he recalled their teamwork. Was it because of Akane? No, that's not it. The tree he had punched had a large hole in it. Ah! Kurimura Takayuki's eyes bulged, losing control, talking to himself. Are you telling me you could defeat me anytime and you were just going easy on me all this time? How dare you be so arrogant? He sighed, then said, Hey, let's change the plan. Kurimura Takayuki was helpless. We are following the original plan. But... Then he suddenly turned and grabbed Hagan by the collar, causing him to gasp. Ugh! Kurimura Takayuki glared angrily at him. I said, We are following the original plan. Hagan stuttered in fear. Yes! He clicked his tongue and let him go. Titch! Hagan held his weapon but didn't say anything. Then suddenly, he closed his eyes and focused. Something was filling his gun. Everything was ready. The space around them was incredibly still. Kurimura Takayuki frowned, thinking, I'm making them quit quickly by using the ogre. He grinned evilly. But they got through it. So I have no other choice, do I? Scary monsters appeared at the portal. I'll have to send in the portal boss. A flashback showed young Hagane, a boy with a burning passion for heroes. I always admired heroes. On the TV, footage of a hero was playing. The Deldora's Guild is making a big impact. He watched captivated by the news. For the next generation after the start of the interdimensional war, his eyes sparkled like stars, showing his admiration for them. It's quite common, young Hagen had a dream. One day, I will be there too. But as he grew up, things didn't turn out as he had thought. And that dream quickly shattered. As an adult, he held his power in his hands with disappointment, steel element. That's the relic bestowed upon me. The power of the steel element was almost entirely for healing and creating potions. My ability is simply to store essences extracted from living creatures and create medicine. Because it was a healing and potion-making ability, he was often attacked by goblins. I can't fight back. I can only run. He clutched his report card tightly. Relic rank. Hagane sank into despair, his eyes lifeless as he stared at the notice in front of him. Of course, I finally got into Class E. Unable to accept this, he sought help. To transfer to a higher class, I need a partner with attack capabilities. That person was Takayuki. Hagane bowed respectfully before him. While he only looked at Hagane with a sinister smile, I used that as an excuse to please myself. He was a thug, immoral, always bullying others, including Hinata. Hagane, witnessing the scene, could only remain silent. I feel guilty. He stood worriedly behind him, but his selfishness ultimately won, and he pretended not to see anything. At the same time, I felt relieved. Takayuki constantly humiliated Hinata, pouring water on his head, laughing triumphantly, while the surrounding classmates just watched. No one helped Hinata. They even cheered on his actions. Awesome. Oh, that's intense. Ha ha. Hagane felt somewhat comforted watching Hinata being bullied, thinking, there are creatures worse than me. Contrary to his thoughts, Hinata didn't easily accept this miserable fate. His eyes clearly showed a strong will, resisting evil. But Hagane was truly astonished when he clearly saw Hinata's progress. He became stronger, defeating those thugs. That guy has become stronger. He watched in disbelief. He's even doing those things. The person I looked down on? Hinata was trying to improve himself, while he only stood behind him, staying in place. While I'm busy pleasing myself, he continues to work hard. He clenched his hand. I can't allow this to happen, feeling angry at seeing such a person. He gritted his teeth, unwilling to give up, and once again, jealousy and selfishness rose up. Taking over his mind, he planned to harm Hinata for Takayuki. He poured a liquid on his palm. Of course. Why am I thinking this way? He smiled sinisterly, looking at Hinata, his eyes showing his malicious intent. He pretended not to know anything and approached him, patting him lightly on the shoulder with his hand covered in the liquid. A handprint appeared on Hinata's shirt. Maybe that liquid is used to mark targets. Although I believe it shouldn't, I ended up doing it. Scene change. In a forest at night, a student was using their drone controlling ability. The drone quickly followed and flew away. It was Takayuki's accomplice. The three of them, including Hagane, were sitting observing behind the bushes. He immediately ordered, "All right, let's go." He stood up, his eyes crafty as he looked at him, smiling triumphantly. "I'll leave the rest to you." He gripped his gun tightly, aiming directly at the target. Their target was a beast guarding the portal. He encouraged him. "Good aim," he quickly replied. "Got it?" Clenching tighter, Hagane carefully shot the arrow towards the target. The arrow quickly pierced the beast, whiz, causing it to become furious, its eyes glowing red like it was going mad. It immediately roared, shaking the entire forest. "Gwa!" Takayuki, observing the scene, laughed triumphantly. "Your medicine is working quickly." He looked at him, smirking. "Is that what you'd call a rage pheromone?" Those who were marked, including Hinata, would be attacked. They had used a dirty trick, the person being hit by it. They intended to use the beast to retaliate against Hinata. It will attack the target, those who were hit with the medicine. He had used Hagane to achieve his malicious goals. I didn't expect it to work on the portal boss either. Hagane, observing the beast, said with some concern, somehow, this feels a little different." Hearing this, he showed his true colors, becoming very displeased. "You're quite talkative for someone who shot the arrow himself." He observed Hagane, who was worried and uneasy, and understood his personality and his fatal weakness. "I'm the type of person who does these things but doesn't say anything, thinking he's the victim." He looked at him with a treacherous smile, his eyes showing his contempt. Truly hopeless. Takayuki quickly left the scene with his accomplice. "After that, we'll go." Hagane was confused, huh? He stammered, puzzled. Wait a minute." He was about to leave. He stopped, his temper flaring. "What?" He held the open vial of liquid, looking at him maliciously. "Of course. He immediately splashed the vial of liquid straight into him, catching him off guard. Ugh, Takayuki coldly stated his intention. We need to destroy the evidence. The beast had caught the scent of the liquid, fiercely looking towards Hagan, who was now terrified, rooted to the spot. The beast started attacking, pouncing and striking him, destroying everything around him. Hagan could only cover his head and run in fear, screaming, "Ah! Ooh-ah!" He was scared, running in panic, questioning him. Why? He looked at him running, just standing from a distance, casually explaining his intention. If it's the portal boss, they'll investigate the cause, he calmly explained. If we get caught, that means we'll be expelled. Hearing these shameless, malicious words, Hagan realized his ultimate goal, but it was too late. They were trying to blame everything on him. Takayuki looked at him with contempt. Hey! He was even kind enough to remind him one last time. If you don't run, you'll die. You know, the beast kept chasing him, baring its fangs and claws. Keck, while he could only run in fear, helpless. He frantically searched his pocket. I need to contact the association, the emergency device, but he couldn't find it. It's gone. A scene flashed in his head, Takayuki grabbing his collar. Don't tell me. He ran in despair, now realizing the opponent's plan was truly too late. He planned to get rid of me from the beginning, while running. He started thinking of a way to survive. I don't have time to cover the scent, while trying to escape the beast's clutches. He kept looking for a way. Anyway, I only have one vial of medicine left, in his pocket. There was still a vial of the liquid, but if I use this, Hagani, running in despair, started laughing at himself. Ha ha ha, I really am. The beast's claws caught him. He was desperate, tears streaming down his face. He was attacked by the beast, gravely injured, but at this moment he only blamed himself. It's hopeless, isn't it? On the other side, a goblin had been defeated. All right, Hinata and Akane were defeating the goblins. He held the monster's stone in his hand, smiling contentedly. I've collected quite a few. Akane clenched her fist, full of motivation, happily saying, at this rate, I can get into Class D. He was also happy, full of hope, saying, that's right. Suddenly, something approached them. An arrow containing the liquid was shot straight towards Hinata. He quickly kicked it away with his foot, but the liquid had splattered all over him. Both of them were puzzled. Akane worriedly approached him and asked, wait a minute, are you okay? He looked at the liquid on his body, wondering. Ugh. He wiped his face, puzzled. What is this liquid? No. More importantly, whose was it? Hagan, using the last of his strength, ran breathlessly towards him. Ha-ah! Ha! Hinata looked at his blood-covered figure, shocked. Hagane. He just knelt down, his actions relieving some of his guilt, as well as being an apology to Hinata. Now it's okay. Hinata won't be attacked anymore. Akane, seeing this scene, panicked and rushed towards him with Hinata. Wait, is this dangerous, Hagane? Seeing his two friends worried about him, shouted, don't come near! He just sat there, not resisting even when the beast rushed towards him. And at this moment, he was strangely calm. We'll stop here. Hinata didn't hesitate and rushed toward him. With one hand, he blocked the beast's attack. Hagane could only sit there, astonished. The beast guarding the portal was very powerful, and it seemed he wouldn't be able to resist for long. Both he and Hagen were thrown far away. Ugh, he worriedly asked about his situation. Hagen, are you alive? He was remorseful, not daring to face Hinata, only stammering back, yes. He looked at him with embarrassment and worry, stammering, why? Why did you do that? He calmly replied, stating his viewpoint. Whether your life ends here or not has not been decided yet. Hinata got up, ready to fight, and boldly declared, I don't know how to give up.
Everyone was attentively watching the big screen, buzzing. Isn't it dangerous? Is that okay? Sherry shouted to command everyone, rescue immediately. That creature is a C2 ranked monster. Don't let your guard down. She looked at the man beside her. This is a deliberately caused accident. Normally, portal bosses don't leave the portal core. A stone exploded. That's because if the core is destroyed, the inside of the portal collapses. The man held his forehead. I know. This is the first time I've seen someone act so recklessly. Higani sat on the ground, bewildered. There aren't many students capable of doing something like this. Perhaps the culprit is, but it seems that child has been deceived too. He jumped up to dodge. Should we place our hopes on him for now? The three-headed monster roared. Akane stood behind trembling, her face full of fear. He stood facing the huge monster that was roaring. It's too dangerous, Hinata. A hand grabbed Akane's collar, pulling him back to avoid the monster's attack. He was thrown back. Stay back. He sat up, supporting himself with his hands. He looked serious, ready for battle. The impact from the attack just now hasn't faded. The monster, emitting green energy all over, stood facing him. The skill gap is too wide. He raised his hand. A red light flickered. Even so, he ran quickly, dodging the monster's attack. He shouted, his fist filled with red energy, punching straight at the three-headed monster's face. He widened his eyes in surprise. It smiled maliciously. Its tail struck hard into his stomach. He screamed in pain, flying away. His body hit the massive ancient tree behind him, and she shouted his name, Hinata. He slid down to sit at the tree's base, and she worriedly asked, "Are you okay?" He suddenly opened his eyes, pushing her away. "Stay back." The monster's long tail once again struck his stomach. He flew backward, crashing onto the ground. He shakily propped himself up, blood dripping onto the ground. Agane, kneeling from a distance watching everything, cried out, Why do you keep getting up?" Akane, standing behind, shouted, "Hinata, let's run. We can't handle this on our own. Are you listening to me?" He clutched his bleeding shoulder. "We can't win." He struggled to stand. "If I use revenge, I might be able to deal some damage." The three-headed monster raised its head. "But I doubt I'll be able to defeat it. What should I do?" Hagane suddenly shouted, "Stop! Stop it now, Hinata." He stood up. "This is all my fault. Leave me and run away. If you don't provoke it, it'll only come after me." He placed his hand on his chest, attracting the monster's attention. "Come at me, you monster." The giant monster quickly ran towards him. He leaped up from behind it, fist ready. A powerful punch struck down on the three-headed monster's head. The three-headed monster screamed, shaking its head, throwing him to the ground. Hagane quickly ran over to support him. "Hinata, what are you doing? I told you to run away." He gritted his teeth, standing up. "I'm not running away." He looked confused. "Why not?" He lowered his head. "If we could escape together, I would." He recalled past events, but the person I respected, even when his life was in danger, didn't pretend not to see people. He once again faced the three-headed monster. "If I run away here." The snakehead opened its mouth, lunging to attack him. "I won't be able to face him." Akane stood stunned. "Hinata." The monster continuously attacked, and he could only keep dodging. "Surely, Deldora's is on the way." He gritted his teeth. "If you can hold on until then." His eyes widened. She stood stunned, as the tail whipped down hard, sending dirt and rocks flying. Takayuki stood watching the scene, a malicious smile on his face. The system displayed a green notification, "Quest accomplished." A red notification appeared. "Achievement condition, death, reward, permission to meet." He opened his eyes in astonishment. He was standing on the clouds, surrounded by emptiness. He looked around. "So, you've finally arrived." A voice echoed, and the girl smiled. "I thought you'd come sooner." She sat cross-legged on a luxurious chair floating in mid-air, resting her chin on her hand, smiling. "I've been waiting for you, my master." He looked at her in confusion. "Where am I? Who is that person?" He looked down at his hands. "I was definitely fighting the portal boss, wasn't I?" "You are dead." She whispered into his ear. "Or to be precise, you're on the verge of it." She stood with her hands on her hips, glancing at him with one eye. "The only reason you're still alive is because I summoned you here." She walked around, and he followed her with his eyes. "What just happened?" She clasped her hands behind her back, looking at him smiling. "What the heck is this person? Don't be so unpleasant about it." The two stood facing each other. "This is the mental world I control." She bowed her head and laughed. "In other words." She pointed a finger at his chest. "The world inside your suit." He was bewildered. "The world within the holy relic." She raised both hands, forming a water bubble in her palms. Inside the orb was the image of him, battered and bruised. He gazed intently at it, and she clasped her hands behind her back. "If you turn back quickly, you might barely dodge it." She crossed her arms, squinting at him. "Does this mean you help me, isn't that right?" He smiled and patted her head. "Sorry for doubting you." She shook off his hand in disgust. "It's too early to feel relieved." She started walking. "Anyway." She turned to look. "If things continue like this, you will die." He silently watched. She continued, "I can only help you this one time because I don't have much strength left, but what to do?" She waved her hand. "I'll give you a little assistance." He bowed his head, and she took the opportunity to poke her fingers into his eyes. He screamed in pain, rolling on the ground. "I've made a slight adjustment to your eyes." She crossed her arms, watching as he continued to scream. Normally, this opponent wouldn't be someone you couldn't defeat. He knelt down, holding his eyes. "Your fighting style is too rigid." His eyes glowed. "First, observe your opponent clearly." Eyes. He sat up, supporting himself with his hands. "Who are you exactly? Why are you inside my holy relic?" She smiled, crossing her arms. "I am merely a nameless traitor." He was surprised. A traitor. He looked down, and it seemed like a surface of water. He could put his whole hand through it. He raised his hand. Wait a second, I still have things to ask. She extended her hand. If you want to know more, get stronger, you still haven't passed the test. Her eyes turned red. Aren't you curious why a weapon like a holy relic was given to you all, who brought war to the human world? He sank into the water. What are you talking about? He looked at her silhouette above. Who? She smiled. We'll meet again. Asahi Hinata. His eyes glowed as he woke up. The monster's tail struck the rock wall, sending debris flying, and a loud shout, Hinata. She collapsed, sitting down. No way. Through the dust, a figure soared up. She smiled with joy. He flew up high. Hinata. He spun in midair and landed on the ground, crouching. She carried a weapon, standing behind him. That was close just now. Let's just run away after all. He was serious. No. His eyes glowed, the mist obscuring the view between him and the monster. The three-headed monster lunged, its claws swiping past him, and he dodged. The monster roared, continuously attacking, and he was sent flying. The claws swept past, and Akane was stunned. What? He kept dodging the monster's attacks. Suddenly, your dodging skills have improved. He leaned to the right, avoiding a claw. Right side. He leaned to the left. Left. I can see it all clearly. The monster emitted a red aura. It's not just the movement, but I can see the sinister aura, like a killing intent. He bit his lip. It's scary. Is it because I nearly died? Even so. The monster raised its head and roared. I can see the opponent perfectly well, thanks to it. His fist glowed red. Rushed footsteps were heard. A group of people ran up. Found it. There it is. Now, let's get to the rescue. They stood from afar and shouted, hold on. He punched the tree. This. He gritted his teeth. Revenge. His fist glowed red, and he charged forward. Where he passed, a trail of red light remained, the three-headed monster still roaring. He dodged and lunged, seizing the opportunity to punch the three-headed monster. His fist landed in its belly, and it howled in pain. Hinata and the three-headed monster both screamed loudly. He gathered energy into his fist, and for the first time, struck the monster, sending it flying. The image of the huge monster being knocked down appeared on the big screen. Sherry was stunned. This is... The principal smiled maliciously. Comments flooded the screen. Did he just blow it away? No way. Right. Is this for real? This is an unexpected twist. No way. The guy who underestimated the loser suit, is he still alive? A boy sitting in front of a computer screen said, who would have seen this coming? Two girls looked at their phones in amazement. Honestly, it's amazing. I thought it was over. Comments kept popping up. They say he defeated the portal boss. His grades will definitely be top-notch. I should have placed a bet on him. Me too. I'd be raking in money by now, but that would have been impossible, lol. A girl sitting on a hospital bed looked at the computer screen. Her face was filled with joy. At an outdoor stage, many large screens were set up. Is that guy really from Class E? All the students gaped at the screen? I guess so. Shizuku crossed her arms, nervously watching the screen. Hibishima looked up at the screen. Well, he recalled some past events. Those guys had it coming. He smiled, hands in his pockets. This is getting interesting. The three-headed monster lay on the ground, gradually disappearing. He struggled to stand up, and Akane and Hagane ran over from a distance, shouting, Hinata. They stood behind him. Are you okay? Yes. They helped him up, while a group of people watched from afar. Takayuki was furious. What happened? The image of him fighting the giant three-headed monster, that guy, his movements suddenly improved. The subordinate standing next to him worriedly said, why did this happen? I'm telling you, it's dangerous. If this continues, Hagane will reveal everything. He remained silent. Let's do it. His eyes showed a crazed look. Now's our only chance. Let's finish him. The subordinate awkwardly smiled. But, that's a bit. The three of them walked away harmoniously. He widened his eyes. What? Takayuki grabbed the subordinate's collar, angry. Do you want to get expelled? That scene was recorded by someone. The leader put the phone in his pocket. He's talking like that, master. Sherry held her forehead. Such an outrageous person. She ordered the person on the phone, arrest him immediately. Yes, please wait a moment. The principal stood next to her. Eyes closed. Let's watch for now. He bowed his head. Stopping him halfway will only fuel his resentment. The image of Takayuki with iron hands appeared. If that happens, he'll try something like this again someday. Sherry worriedly asked, are you suggesting that we let them handle it on their own? Exactly. She looked at the image on the phone. But, is it okay? The suit student seems to be reaching his limit. The principal sighed. If things go south, we'll have to step in. But for now, it should be okay. A drone flew overhead. Takayuki smiled at the subordinate next to him. Both of them rushed towards the three people walking away. As for now, Takayuki and Hinata's His smile became terrifying. He pushed the two people beside him back. Takayuki shouted, swinging his fist. Hinata. A punch straight to his face. Die. He smiled triumphantly. His eyes widened in surprise. He was unharmed, using one hand to block the punch. The skill gap is quite large. Takayuki gritted his teeth. Another punch was thrown. Damn son of a bitch. He continuously attacked him. Hinata raised his hand, ready to defend, dodging the attack. His fist landed in the middle of Takayuki's face. Takayuki was sent flying, screaming in pain. He stood there, looking. This whole thing, it was your doing, wasn't it? A hand grabbed his collar, lifting him up. He bowed his head. Enough already. Takayuki smiled maliciously. He quickly threw a punch at his head. He was somewhat stunned. He gritted his teeth, headbutting Takayuki. Takayuki held his head, writhing in pain on the ground. What you're doing is childish. He stood above, looking down. That's why I didn't bother with you until now. Takayuki's eyes were bloodshot. He recalled the scene of himself bullying him. Didn't bother with me. You said you didn't. He frowned angrily. Takayuki jumped up again, shouting, using both hands to attack him. He threw a punch into Takayuki's stomach. Takayuki vomited on the spot, falling face down on the ground. He was serious. For someone like you. Takayuki lay flat on the ground. I don't even need to use my holy relic. Akane ran over. Hinata. Sherry looked at the phone screen. It's settled. The principal stood next to her, smiling. It's the difference between someone who kept working hard and someone who didn't. With this, the retest for the second group, the two happily surrounded him, is concluded. The sky was clear, the day after the exam. Everyone was happily chatting in the hallway, starting with math in first period, so boring. Two girls were talking to each other. A figure carrying a bag walked past, attracting everyone's attention. They whispered as he walked by. He didn't care and kept walking straight, with her following behind. She glanced back. It feels like everyone's staring at us, doesn't it? She glanced at two boys who were excitedly chatting. They ignored us all this time. She walked beside him, smiling. And now they're acting like it's an over-level stance shift. He sighed. Everyone was still happily chatting. He opened his eyes to see everyone greeting him warmly. He smiled and continued walking. She took out a candy and handed it to him. Well, we achieved our goal of changing perceptions, didn't we? He smiled back. The two walked happily down the hallway. He suddenly looked up. Two figures were approaching from afar. It was Hibishima and Shizuku. They stood facing each other, looking at each other. She twirled a lock of hair. Yesterday, I was impressed. I've somewhat re-evaluated my opinion. They passed by each other, but that's all. They walked past each other, except for Shizuku, who turned to look back. If it were Class A, he'd have won much more easily. She turned her head. What's with her? She's so annoying. He smiled and kept walking. She's always like that, really. The two figures walked away, and he sighed. Just take it as a compliment. By the way, what's your relationship with her? Hibishima turned to look back once more. He smiled strangely. The sunset cast a golden light on the school. In the room, a young man was packing his things. On the table was an expulsion notice with the name Hagane Shu for serious violations, causing significant damage to the school's reputation and going against the spirit of heroism. He wiped sweat from his forehead. All right. He pulled his suitcase, looking back at the room he had been attached to for a while. I guess I haven't forgotten anything. His hand rested on the door handle. He sighed, looking at the empty room once more. He bowed his head, pulling his suitcase out of the building. Suddenly, he was startled and looked up. Are you leaving already? He stood there with his hands in his pockets. Hinata. He waved, pulling his suitcase over. Just in time, I wanted to say goodbye one last time before I go. He hesitated. So, how should I put this? He smiled. Don't worry about it. I brought it on myself. He recalled Takayuki being arrested. This outcome isn't too bad. Honestly, Takayuki is headed to juvenile detention for attempted murder. He smiled, extending his hand. But they only expelled me since I was under threat. I don't have any complaints. He sighed. So don't look at me like that. He rummaged through his pocket, just to let you know in advance. He placed something in his hand. I haven't given up. He opened it to see a small vial containing green liquid. What's this? It's a recovery potion I made using my holy relic. At the principal's office, the principal held the small green vial. Admiring it, the principal told me. He smiled, reaching into his vest for something. A recommendation letter was presented. The poisons I make have value. He loaded it into the gun. I may not have talent as a warrior. The liquid in the gun quickly turned green, but it's not like I can't do anything at all. Past scenes appeared. Seeing you refuse to give up, it made me feel like. He smiled as the gun disappeared. I shouldn't wallow in despair either. He silently watched. He stood and bowed. So, I wanted to say this one last time. I'm truly sorry for everything, and, he happily extended his hand. Thank you for everything, Hinata. He smiled. The two shook hands. Yes, the sky was tinged with a brilliant yellow. In the office, he sat back in his chair. Another year has ended safely. The secretary stood nearby, adjusting her glasses. Safely. You call this safe? I'll admit it was quite risky. He rested his chin on his hand, but, we also got a good show out of it, didn't we? He smiled, looking over. It seemed that even Deldoraz's guildmaster was pleased. Everyone was moving equipment. Sherry crossed her arms. I feel reassured knowing that the successor is being properly trained. She smiled. Tell that student in the suit dispatching mercenaries, if he comes as an intern, that would be welcome. The secretary looked at him. That's a surprise. Him offering an internship is rare. It seems the student left a good impression. He looked serious. As you know, it's now officially allowed for first years to go to the front lines. Images of students holding weapons appeared. But, they'll need a guild to take them in. The secretary tilted her head, and the condition is being in Class C or higher, right? Do you think Hinata from Class E can meet the requirements? He smiled. 2 notices. The test shows she belongs to Class C and he belongs to Class B, of course. In Class B, everyone was looking at him. He sat silently at the back of the class. Yes. He bowed his head. The entire class silently evaluated him. Awkward. He seriously looked at the board. That aside, being in Class B means there's A. The teacher lectured at the front, while everyone below was actively discussing together. Big difference from Class E. Everyone eagerly discussed the exercises in the book. Even the posture is different. Everyone was friendly, helping each other with their studies. There's a sense of growth here that I couldn't find in Class E. He closed his eyes, thinking, better work hard so I don't fall behind. Hey, rookie. A boy with 2-toned hair stood in front of him. How does it feel to be in Class B? He looked surprised. The boy smiled. I'm Arakawa Subaru. I've been in Class B for a while now. His smile remained. Can I ask you something? His eyes opened. What's your secret to cheating? He repeated in disbelief. Cheating. Do you really think that makes sense? Arakawa stood straight, extending his hands. I've never heard of Class E moving up to Class B so suddenly, while I've been attending this school. Everyone in the class turned to look. Everyone's curious about how Class B jumps straight to Class B, whether you actually have the skills to. He slammed his hands on the table. Belong in Class B or not? Arakawa bent down. Is it true that even the portal boss was helped by Deldoraz? He smiled at him. Arakawa was angry. Why are you laughing? There's always someone like Takayuki in my class. In class, everyone was focused on the lecture. The teacher stood on the podium. Until the re-evaluation exam next year, all the students here are Class B. Arakawa rested his chin. Bored. How many of them have changed? He attentively listened to the lecture. But don't be satisfied with being in Class B. The place you should aim for is Class A. The teacher recalled the outstanding students. This time, only one student from Class A switched classes. That means the gap in skills is significant. The teacher still stood on the podium. If you want to join a good guild, you need to work on closing that gap. Arakawa spoke up. What are you talking about, teacher? Do you think we're just messing around? The training portal is unusable for practice. The teacher shook his head. What more do you expect us to do here? That's a good point. The teacher took out a temporary license card. Raising it. This time, students who moved up to Class C or higher, it serves as proof that they have sufficient ability. Everyone murmured, provisional license. They were all astonished. With a provisional license, you can enter D to C class practical portals. He wrote the words Deldoraz, Heavenly, Victor, Phoenix on the board and circled them. However, you need permission to accompany a guild recognized by Deldoraz and the government, so-called internships. He rested his hands on the podium. Looking down at the class, most people belonging to a guild have gained real experience since their school days. He still attentively looked at the board. It might put your life at risk, but if you aim for higher places, it's worth challenging yourself. Internships. During lunch break, everyone rushed into the hallway to chat. Akane walked past his class. Hi, Hinata. She placed a lunchbox bag on the table, pulling a chair to sit down. How's Class B? I'm feeling out of place. Is that so? She took out the lunchbox. Even though I came from Class E, it's unpleasant being looked at with the same gaze. She complained while opening the lunchbox. I've gotten entangled with someone like Takayuki. There really are people like that in every class. They chatted while eating. By the way, did you hear about that? Are you talking about an internship, right? She smiled. Did you know? Even as an intern, you can get paid based on your activities. He stopped eating. How much can you earn? It varies by the guild recruiting and the portal being challenged, but it can be substantial. She recalled some events. At least it should pay more than defeating goblins in the training portal. He tightly held the piece of paper, smiling. Being able to earn money while going to school. He thought of the person lying in the hospital, the one undergoing physical therapy, means I could help with my mother's and Hikari's hospital bills. The system panel displayed the parameters. Growing in the training portal is starting to hit its limit. They silently ate. It's a 2-in-1 deal. Where can I apply for the internship? She remembered, there should be a recruitment notice on the bulletin board in front of the faculty room. Now that you mention it, that place is always bustling with people. He enthusiastically stood up. All right, let's go check it out. You don't need to rush, they're always recruiting. She smiled. Do you want to go together after school and apply? He smiled. Sure. A blonde girl squatted next to the table, resting her chin on her hand. I want to apply together too. What? She was surprised. Why are you here? Why? The blonde girl stood up. This is Class B and Class A, where I am, is right next door, so it's not particularly strange for me to be here. No, it is strange. The girl still smiled. And, you came up as promised. The girl pointed at him. Right now, it wouldn't be strange for you to act with me, so let's go intern together. No. The atmosphere froze. The blonde girl was surprised, shouting, why? Because if I go around with you, I won't be able to train. They didn't notice a figure sitting by the window. Arakawa sat cross-legged, contemplating. A Class A elitist, Class A's top-tier talent, it doesn't matter if I'm there. He sat there looking at the noisy three. Why with that guy who is in E-class? In case something happens, it's safer for me to be next to you. He smiled. Did he say he wanted an internship? Well, that's great. He looked at him. I can go to the same place and expose your true identity. Hinata, are you okay? The two girls still surrounded him, not noticing Arakawa. After class, he went back to his room. He recalled the lunch break. In the end, Sachi applied for the same internship. He placed the bag on the table, holding the paper. The internship location is Elban, a B-rank guild. The target location is a D-class portal. He rested his hands on the chair. They're only accepting 3 recruits. I just hope I don't fail the screening. A voice sounded, and he was surprised, turning to look. Is this really the time to be worrying about that? The figure of a green-haired girl lay on the bed. With your current skills, it wouldn't be strange to die hopelessly at the hands of anyone, anywhere. He widened his eyes in surprise, looking at the girl lying on the bed reading a comic book. What are you doing here? The girl rested her chin on her hand. You're asking strange questions. She sat up. This body is bound to your castle. It shouldn't be that strange for me to be here. No, it's strange. He turned around. Previously, you clearly said, let's meet again after becoming stronger. I only said you should become stronger because you asked about it. I never said you had to be stronger to meet me. She walked to the table, reaching for a book. Your growth was so slow that I had to come out personally to check. He silently watched. What are you so surprised about? She looked up, smiling. Sacred relics emerge from nothingness and interfere with physical objects. This body is no different. He said nothing. She walked over and sat on the bed, opening the book on her lap. She rested her hands on the bed, looking up. Who are you exactly? Didn't I tell you last time? A nameless traitor? She rubbed her chin. If you really insist on calling me something. She smiled. Call me Nanashi. The next day, in class, Akane was sitting across from Hinata, drinking milk. Is something wrong? He was eating bread. Not really. You can't lie, can you? He closed his eyes. Since you put it that way, I have something to ask. He pointed behind him, asking Akane, do you see anything here? She was scared. Scary. Is something there? No, I'm just kidding. The girl leaned her face close to his. It seems like Nanashi is invisible to other people. A green notification appeared on his hand. The screen that appears is only visible to the owner. Sachi brought her lunch over. Happily. What are you talking about? She just walked in like it was the most natural thing. The two girls sat next to each other. They say there's something next to Hinata. Can you see it? Sachi was sad. Right, that's the normal reaction one can expect. That's just too much. The girl tilted her head. When exactly are we starting the training? She put her hands on her hips. With your current skills, it wouldn't be surprising if you died at any moment, you know. It's been like this since yesterday. He was silent. It's just that I've been wondering about something. The image of the girl sitting cross-legged on the bed. It's not worth talking to someone weak, and so, she doesn't tell me anything. The girl stood with her arms crossed in the classroom. What on earth is this person's objective? A man pushed the door open. So here you are. Akane exclaimed. It's Mr. Gonzo. Gonzo walked in, arms crossed. You all who were in Class E, who would have thought you'd go to Class B and C, really? He looked up. So what is it? He handed out 2 papers. I wanted to give this. I'm in charge of assisting the students who are authorized by the teacher. The 2 girls received the papers. Happy. Congratulations to both of you. It became easier once the guild assigned the classes. Gonzo smiled. I have something to explain, so you two come to the meeting room right after school. Teacher. What about me? He looked at him, smiling. You didn't make it. The remaining one is an A-class student. Arakawa sat listening to their conversation. They needed a long-range supporter. They prioritized Akane over you, that means. He held his head in pain. I also was the one who failed. The two boys hung their heads in despair in the classroom. Sachi looked up. Mr. Gonzo, I'm really sorry, but, by the way, you can't quit halfway. If you quit, you won't be able to participate in the raid for 6 months. Sachi also hung her head in despair. Don't be so discouraged. Other places are recruiting too. He slightly raised his head. And Hinata. A paper was handed to him. It seems you've received a special offer. He took the paper, surprised. What? Deldora's. Nanashi crossed her arms, looking over. Birds chirped. The warm sunlight. After school, training portal. He smiled happily, standing and watching the goblin disappear. He scratched his head. Nanashi sat on the rock behind him. She rested her chin on her hand. Bored, completely cleared it. He picked up a pink stone. The system displayed. You can no longer absorb Hobgoblin's Mana Stones, 2020. He sat on the ground, looking up. I wonder if it's okay to grow in the training portal too. He looked down at the stats panel. If my strength increases by 5 more, I'll be able to freely use the rage suit. He turned to look at the girl sitting on the rock. It's hopeless. Nanashi extended her hand. Going into a real battle in that condition is practically a death sentence. He was confused. What happened to the eyes this body granted you? Well, that. His eyes glowed blue, warrior's mystic eye. He remembered the 3-headed monster, an eye that allows one to foresee the next move of the observed target. It's quite a useful ability, but, his eyes suddenly ached. It doesn't last long. The girl sat cross-legged on the rock. That must be because of the low intelligence. Come to think of it, what exactly is intelligence? She looked up. Intelligence is the power to realize supernatural phenomena through understanding. He tilted his head. What do you mean by that? To put it simply, it's the power needed to activate magic. Hinata was surprised. Magic? Why are you so surprised? Relics are far more mysterious and powerful, aren't they? He rubbed his chin. I've heard that there are monsters who can use magic, but I've never heard of a human using it. Is that so? She extended her hand. If given the right trigger, magic can manifest in anyone. However, the talents that emerge after manifestation vary from person to person. The system displayed, Magic 5-0. She pouted, A5. Stop it, don't look at me like that. She bowed her head, sighing. Anyway, she struck a pose. Since it has come to this, I'll have no choice but to use a different method. A different method? He looked serious. Actually, you already have the ability to challenge a C-grade portal. She looked over, but you can't fully utilize that ability. Her finger gathered a point of light. The light grew larger, opening a portal, with a long hallway behind it. She stood there. If you want to get stronger, listen up. He widened his eyes in surprise. Portal entrance. He solemnly stepped towards the portal. He walked down the dark path. The flickering firelight reflected on his face. I didn't know. The light flickered at the end of the path. He widened his eyes in surprise. A wooden stake pierced his stomach, and he spat blood. Long wooden stakes continuously pierced through him. The day I have worked hard until now. His eyes widened. The painful days that I have endured. A large rock fell. Blood splattered. Compared to now, it's no different from a bird's blood. He opened his eyes wide. He was lying on a green lawn. His trembling hand reached up. Alive. The girl sat with her legs crossed. The portal I made only transports the spirit. It doesn't affect the physical body. Nanashi tilted her head and smiled. However, your body is defenseless while you're in the portal. Sweat dripped down his face. Are you feeling indignant, like you want to say, how unfair is that? Her eyes glowed red. Don't be spoiled. Do you think only deaths you can understand will come to you? She slid off the rock. With that attitude, you won't get any stronger. What do you mean? Images of several young men appeared. Just like when you couldn't use the indomitable rage suit at first, the awakening of the suit has its own conditions. He was stunned. Isn't emotional intensity the trigger? That's one of the conditions. She poked him in the chest. But the suit isn't so simple that you can get stronger through emotions alone. He was somewhat afraid. For the next awakening of the suit? Does that mean I have to clear that dungeon? She maintained a calm tone. I'll just say it's a shortcut. Nanashi turned her back. Shall we change locations? The moonlight shone down on the city. He lay sprawled on the floor. Nanashi sat cross-legged on the bed. She looked at him lying unconscious. To awaken the suit, you need to demonstrate power and heart to it. He walked along the wall. Death is something unreasonable. His body was covered in wounds. Overcome it. The sharp spikes on the ceiling. They once again shot down, piercing his body. He coughed up blood and fell to the ground. A large rock rolling down quickly. He widened his eyes in shock, despair. A loud scream echoed. He jolted awake. The suit. He painfully clutched his chest. She looked at him with her chin resting on her hand. Nanashi silently watched. Hinata was frightened. He stumbled back to the tunnel door. His toe touched the portal. She looked at him trembling. Have you lost your nerve? He was afraid. But you must overcome it, the fear of death, but face it without yielding to the terror. She spoke in a steady tone. In your world, people like that are. She smiled brightly. Called heroes, aren't they? He walked alone in the hallway. The next morning, he looked down at his hand. In the end, I couldn't try again after that. He remembered being hit by the monster. This time it's different. The sharp spears piercing his body. Real death, with pain, not just close to death. He looked at the green light emanating from his hand. Even Nanashi gave up on me, seeing my hesitation, and went back into the treasure tool. His hand trembled, even though I know in my head that I won't actually die. He clutched his forehead, cursing, damn it. He hesitated in front of the door. A sign reading Deldora's internship room was posted on the door. Excuse me. He opened the door and walked in. A few people were sitting around a long table. He silently observed, all from Class A, so you came, too, ex-Class E. He turned to look. Hibishima approached. Deldora's internships might be too much for you, isn't it? The green-haired girl smiled. Shizuku looked over. You too, right? Why don't you get along with your fellow Class B students? What was that, you punk? He was angry. Unlike this guy, I've been in Class B from the start. My skills are closer to yours than his. No way. Anko gritted her teeth. If you can't see that difference, that's why you're still in Class B, right? Arakawa trembled with anger. This girl, you were in Class B until just recently, too, right, Chloe-kun? The blonde boy indifferently replied, not interested. Chloe crossed his arms in response to Arakawa's anger. You're not even worth playing with. What was that, punk? Arakawa shouted. How about we test if you're worth playing with or not? The sound of wind whooshed by. He reflexively held his stomach. Arakawa was stunned. What? Chloe smiled. Did you notice? That's why you can't be a playmate. Hibishima fell into deep thought. I forget, this guy's treasure tool controls invisible blades. Phantom dancer. Chloe looked surprised, seeing him catch the fragments of air. Did he catch on? Hibishima smiled. He walked over, sitting next to Shizuku. She turned. Don't you think it's pathetic to be sweating like that? That's different. Shizuku extended her hand. If you're going to show such an ugly display, I'd prefer you withdraw from this internship. What did you say, you idiot? Shizuku glanced over. Weak people are a burden. He was surprised. Weaklings are just in the way. Shizuku. You. Someone opened the door, interrupting the conversation. Is everyone gathered? Sorry for the early morning. Seems like this was the only time available. Everyone gathered around Shizuku. All right, over here. Everyone. She glanced over. The internship starts in a week. He clenched his fist. Listen well today and make sure you're prepared. A bag was thrown on the table. Nanashi, are you there? He called out loudly. Open the portal. Open the door to the spiritual world. She appeared from the drawing on his hand. What's this? You suddenly seem motivated. She pointed towards the light. Did that woman's words get to you? You heard that. Well, he clenched his fist tightly. I was called weak, and I couldn't say anything back. The truth is, I'm a coward who's too scared to face things head on. He raised his fist in determination. But just because I'm called weak, I won't do nothing. My heart isn't that weak. She smiled, looking up at him. He stepped through the door with determination. Don't give up easily. The system displayed a green notification. Your courage is resonating with the suit. He walked alone in the dark hallway. He suddenly glanced around warily. He lunged forward, avoiding the sharp spikes that suddenly shot up from the ground. He rolled and took a defensive stance, safely avoiding the spikes. He stood up, looking at the dark path ahead. Look closely, and think before you move. The ground was filled with round holes. Everything that happens has a reason. A light flickered at the end of the path. It's coming straight at me. He glanced at the small hole in the wall. The left is no good. More lights appeared. He ran while dodging the spears coming at him. He tilted his head to avoid a row of spikes shooting out from the left. He rolled and landed safely. He carefully looked ahead. He quickly ran to avoid falling rocks. He glanced around, dodging the sharp wooden stakes again. He propped himself up and weaved through the arrows shooting out. Think and dodge. He jumped high, avoiding two spinning blades. Predict the outcome of your actions and act accordingly. His step triggered a button. Oh no. He fell. I can't give up. At the soccer field, he was jogging. In front of the gate, he was stretching and preparing. He rolled to avoid the arrows. He sat down angrily in front of the gate. The giant ball rolled over him again. He did push-ups seriously. In the tunnel, he used both hands to block the incoming wooden stake. The stake fell to the ground, and he sighed. wiping his sweat. His eyes widened as he looked up at the ceiling. A giant bat was in front of him. It tilted its head and squeaked. He clenched his fist. Gathering strength, he lunged forward and punched. The system displayed a green notification. Your small courage and determination resonated with the suit. More notifications appeared. You have acquired the skills Concentration and Ultra Reflex LV1. Skill Concentration Arts Effect. Temporarily slows down perceived time by 10-1, usable up to 3 times per day, remaining 3/3. Skill Ultra Reflex LV1 Passive. Greatly enhances reaction speed. The area looked like it had just experienced an earthquake. The blue portal appeared, and cars lay scattered. The staff was cleaning up. Have you contacted the item buyers? It's done. Okay. Katsumata approached, Guildmaster Sherry. He looked at Sherry. I suppose preparations are almost complete. Yes. The two walked and talked. You seem to be in a good mood. Of course, students from Valkyria Academy are coming today. She bowed her head and smiled. The student we were aiming for is coming. There's no better news than this with our current manpower shortage. You were interested in Manase-san, right? Yes. She happily added, and there are others coming today. The kid in the suit is coming too. The kid in the suit. He rubbed his chin. I think they said his name was Asahi. When I saw him last time, I didn't think he was anything special. Sherry looked up and smiled. Considering he struggled against the Chimera, he's weaker than any of us. A group of students, including him, approached. They're here. She shook hands with Mr. Gonzo. Thank you for coming today. Yes. Likewise. Shizuku clasped her hands behind her back and bowed. Thank you for having us. Everyone behind her bowed. Thank you for having us. Please take care of us. Yes. Shizuku looked back. A white light seemed to shine around him. The two stood next to each other. Sherry raised her hand. As explained earlier, today, we will challenge an unexplored C-rank portal. Everyone looked at the layout map. I'm sure you've learned about this at the academy. We'll divide into 3 teams as usual. Everyone listened silently. Class A will be at the front with me. They all looked up. The 2 in Class B will be assigned to the middle guard with the submaster. Sherry looked serious. Today, we will defeat the portal boss and close the portal. Stick with us. Everyone's faces turned serious. I'm sure you understand, this isn't training. It's a real battle. She continued to instruct, our job is to suppress the appearance of portals and protect people's lives. There's no such thing as who should or shouldn't do it. Whoever can do it should. Sherry smiled. Well, some do it for money and fame. She turned to Anko. Kakin chose the first option. It's an honor to have his granddaughter with us today. Hello. Katsumata waved to signal them to follow. You guys stay here. He looked at him. Don't get separated. I won't be able to protect you if you do. Understood. Arakawa nudged him. Don't hold us back, okay? You were in Class E, right? He asked Katsumata. By the way, isn't the submaster always in the middle guard? Not really. I'm just here as a precaution because you guys are here today. He recalled the monsters. Even though the front lines take down the strong enemies, the portal is swarming with ranked foes. He pondered. Don't let your guard down just because you're in the middle, C1 rank enemies. He faced the giant 3-headed monster. Considering the Chimera I fought last time was ranked, alright, middle guard, let's go. They jumped through the blue portal. Everyone was astonished. The notification displayed, C-rank portal, Path of the Starved Beast. Pink crystals scattered on the ground. Looks like the front lines are already making a big show. Arakawa looked around excitedly. They've done this much in such a short time. He suddenly rushed forward. Katsumata called out in surprise. A stone flew towards him, and he kicked it apart. Katsumata was stunned. A girl pointed. There's one. Following her direction, everyone saw a large monkey holding a stone in one hand and a big tree trunk in the other, laughing loudly. Katsumata drew his sword. A cannibal monkey, it was hiding. He gathered strength in his hand. A swift slash sent the giant monkey flying, howling. The two boys were astonished. In the blink of an eye and with one swift blow, Katsumata instructed, there might be more hiding, scout and hunt them down. Yes. He carried his large sword, standing there. In reality, no one had noticed. He rubbed his chin. As soon as you step into this place, could it be that you've realized it? He rushed forward. I see this might be interesting. The Blue River flows through. Note, we are now translating from the Japanese raw, so there may be changes in some names. D-class portal, City of Water Spirits. 2 ancient trees moved. The Trent is coming. Kana A, ready for battle, provide support. B-rank Guild Elbin, currently interning. Got it. A purple beam shot past Akane, and the 2 ancient trees exploded, revealing Shachi as the dust settled. Sachi's hair gently swayed in the breeze. Amazing. A male team member praised, it was a one-hit strike, as expected of A-class students from VA Academy. Another member added, looks like this will be an easy win this time. Akane angrily pointed at Sachi, I thought it was going to hit me. Shachi pouted, I wouldn't make such a mistake. Sachi turned back to look at Akane. Let's finish this quickly and head back. Akane bowed her head, unwrapping a lollipop. Even though I knew it because Shiraha is here, I haven't been able to contribute at all. Asahi, if I remember correctly, it's today. Akane put the lollipop in her mouth, looking into the distance. Is Asahi doing well? Hinata kicked a gorilla monster hard. The enraged gorilla lunged at Hinata, then at the black-clad young man. Hinata and his teammates fought the gorillas. The result was that all the gorillas were defeated. A young man wielding a large mace said, "You're good." Hinata, in a striking pose, looked back. "Thank you very much." Arakawa hesitated as he watched Hinata fight. Hinata punched the gorilla's cheek. That guy was in Class E, right? What's with those moves? Does he really have the skills of a Class B? Meanwhile, Arakawa gritted his teeth. I haven't been able to do anything. This is bad, really bad. Arakawa tightly gripped his weapon. Damn it. Arakawa rushed forward to help, slashing the gorilla behind Hinata. Arakawa pointed his sword. I won't let you hog all the glory. Watch me. Former Class E, artifact type, gunblade. Katsumata turned to look as Arakawa swung his sword. You both aren't bad. Arakawa created a big explosion. Still rough around the edges, but he has sufficient attack power and stamina. Hinata panted, drenched in sweat. As for him, he doesn't seem to have much stamina. Hinata kicked the gorilla's side hard, but he knows how to act while considering his position. He doesn't overstep his boundaries by rushing ahead. Katsumata frowned. More than anything, Hinata raised his hand, pointing at the gorillas. Incoming from above, his reaction speed is abnormal. Hinata turned to look at Katsumata, who was holding his sword thoughtfully. He's even reacting faster than some of our squad members. The gorilla bared its teeth, holding a large stone, then threw it forcefully at Hinata. The ability to sense danger. Hinata ducked to avoid it. It's a skill that can only be honed through real battles. Hinata elbowed the gorilla's chest. How did he develop it at such a young age? Katsumata frowned at the gorilla charging at him. He swung his sword in one swift motion. Katsumata rested his sword on his shoulder, looking back at Hinata. Could it be that he was born with extraordinary combat instincts? Hinata wiped the sweat off his face. Let me give you a piece of advice. Hinata sat on the floor, looking at Nanashi. Advice. Nanashi opened a book. Look at this. Nanashi pointed to an image in the book. What do you think when you see this? Hinata, looking tired. It looks like it's really poisonous. Nanashi winked. Exactly. Nanashi closed the book. To conquer that portal, you need to refine that instinct. Nanashi looked at the book's title. Danger sense begins with a simple thought like there might be something there. Hinata crouched and ran. Sharpen your 5 senses and learn to question everything. Hinata's ear twitched, and he jumped to avoid the gorilla's attack. With your ears. Hinata looked down. With your eyes. A large stone flew at him, and Hinata kicked it away. Perceive the dangers looming over you. Katsumata, with his sword on his shoulder, appeared thoughtful. His subordinate approached. Vice Captain, may I have a word? Katsumata touched his sword's hilt. What is it? The subordinate looked at Katsumata. Well, isn't the number of enemies a bit excessive? Katsumata placed his hand under his nose. You're right, it's strange. This should be after the vanguard passed through. Katsumata stood there, looking at the hidden gorillas. I underestimated this C-class portal, but could something have happened? Sherry waved her hand, controlling the transparent crystals. No, that's unlikely. That person is one of the 10 in Japan who wields a 5-star ranked artifact. Katsumata pondered deeply. There's no way they'd lose. The masked person aimed their gun. Katsumata was in the crosshairs. Target locked. The crosshairs focused on Katsumata's hand, but suddenly Hinata's face appeared. Hinata threw a stone, breaking the scope. Impossible. They noticed me from this distance. The masked person reported the situation to the other end. The submaster failed. Continue monitoring for the next opportunity. Katsumata looked at Hinata in confusion. What happened? Hinata frowned, looking serious. Someone was targeting the vice captain. Hinata clenched his fist. Was it a person? Yes. Katsumata frowned, thinking of the masked people with guns. Could it have been a criminal guild trying to steal the portal rewards? Targeting an S-rank guild is reckless. Katsumata, standing behind Hinata, frowned. Even so, that was incredible. To notice an enemy that even I didn't detect. Katsumata placed his hand on Hinata's shoulder. I'm sorry, you saved me. Hinata looked over. Not at all. Katsumata's subordinate appeared. Emergency. Katsumata asked, what's going on? The subordinate urgently said, please regroup with the vanguard immediately. The captain is in danger. Katsumata and Hinata looked shocked. Katsumata carefully asked, ridiculous, what kind of joke is this? Sherry stood with Shizuku. Shizuku. The subordinate hurriedly ran to Katsumata. It's an emergency. Regroup with the vanguard immediately. Hinata and Katsumata stood listening to the subordinate. The captain is in danger. Hinata frowned with tension. Shizuku. Sherry stood with the group in the vast desert. Let me explain again. Sherry pointed and spoke to Shizuku standing beside her. The vanguard's job is to leave as few enemies as possible for the rear units. The diagram of the army positions showed two sides, spread out over a wide area within communication range, and take out every enemy you encounter. Shizuku slightly frowned. Isn't that dangerous? For a C-class portal, it's no problem. Sherry put one hand on her hip and took a step forward. Besides, I am. A giant monster emerged. Its mouth gathered fire and spewed a large flame. Sherry quickly created a shield, capable of handling it alone, even for an A-class. Sherry covered her nose from the dust. She swung her sword, cutting off the monster's head, and simultaneously slashed the monkeys in half to everyone's amazement. Hibishima watched the scene unfolding before him. The rumors about her being a monster are true. The monkeys trembled and gathered in one place. Well, since you're here for an internship, the monkey corpses turned into purple crystals. You can handle the rest yourselves. Shizuku, holding her sword, looked down at the transforming monkey corpse. The remaining corpses also gradually transformed under the group's gaze. Shizuku raised her sword before her. The movement of these monsters is completely different from D-class. I have to stay sharp. Sherry stood with her arms crossed. Good work, all three of you. Anko, holding a teddy bear, looked worried. Chloe-kun, are you okay? Sherry asked. Aren't you going to fight? Anko avoided eye contact. Anko's artifact requires magical crystals from defeated enemies. Sherry pointed towards Anko. I see. Then, you may take one from a small one. Anko turned her back to Sherry. Is that really okay? Sherry stood with her arms crossed, watching Anko reaching for an orange crystal. No, it's not. Anko squeezed the purple crystal in her hand, and a purple stuffed monkey appeared. Anko happily hugged the stuffed monkey. My collection just keeps growing. Artifact, Puppet Master. Sherry covered her mouth in amazement. An artifact that reuses defeated enemies. That's rare. Sherry rested her chin thoughtfully. The strength is likely diminished, but being able to augment the forces is a great support ability. The list of desirable recruits keeps growing. It's troubling. A man was aiming a gun at Sherry, speaking into a radio. Begin the operation. Understood. Sherry was locked in his sights, but he was startled when Sherry suddenly turned around, blood splattered, and the masked man fell. Sherry crossed her arms and lowered her voice. Careless, your bloodlust is leaking everywhere. Two other men were also aiming their guns. Sherry summoned a shield to block the attack. There are too many. Form a tight formation. Sherry created barriers around everyone, pressing her earpiece. She turned and instructed her subordinates. The communicator isn't working. Send reinforcements to the middle guard, just in case. The subordinate quickly ran off. Yes. Shizuku turned to look at Sherry. What the hell is going on? Sherry didn't turn back. It seems we've been ambushed. Anko sat, holding her head and hiding behind the stuffed monkey. Could it possibly be an illegal guild aiming for loot? That's likely. But the timing is strange. Bullets rain down on the shield. If looting is the goal, they'd normally wait until after the portal boss is defeated. It doesn't make sense to target an S-rank guild where the risk outweighs the reward. The bullets fell. The shots being fired aren't from artifacts either. Against opponents strengthened with artifacts, they're barely causing injuries. They're holding us off. But, Sherry looked around cautiously. This is troublesome. She frowned. It seems someone is controlling the monsters. Can I leave the monsters to you? Shizuku, holding her sword, stood in the formation. Yes. Sherry and Shizuku fought shoulder to shoulder. They likely aimed for this during the internship, but their true goal is unclear. A sprout emerged from the ground. They must know this kind of plan won't succeed. The man with red glasses spoke into his radio. Now, do it. The masked man opened fire in unison. Sherry looked down in annoyance as her legs were bound by sprouts. She shouted, when did they? She was startled when a sharp needle pierced her hand. What is this? Could it be? Sherry rummaged in her bag. The crest. She extended her hand. Damn. Sherry clenched her teeth as she couldn't use her abilities. Shizuku rushed to protect Sherry. Sherry-san. Shizuku worriedly turned. Are you okay? Sherry replied. I'm fine. You saved me. Sherry clenched her injured hand. Protect the crest on your hand. They have a technique that disables artifact use. Chloe stood in front of Anko. Disables artifacts. Anko clasped her hands together, crouching behind Chloe. What kind of joke is that? A green snake emerged from Hibishima's sleeve. My artifact won't activate. I have no choice but to rely on you now. A subordinate with a spear defended. Captain, I can't hold them off alone. Sherry and Shizuku ran off. I'll regroup with the others. We're retreating. The man with red glasses squinted. You're not getting away. From afar, a bright light flashed on the mountain. A bright flame shot towards them. The masked men stood watching. Without your artifact enhancement, you won't survive this. Sherry's hair fluttered. Farewell, Sherry Truman. A pink light flashed. Skill, revenge concentration. Hinata rushed in. Shizuku and Sherry turned simultaneously. The man with red glasses stared wide-eyed at Hinata. Who's that? The masked man stared wide-eyed. That guy. Hinata crossed his arms defensively. Who is that? Hinata's eyes widened, and one eye emitted a blue light. The mountains glowed red, and Hinata's eyes widened. No, it's 15. Hinata threw a punch, before the effect of revenge wears off. He slammed his fist into the ground, shattering everything. Two men in black looked down from a high cliff at the billowing smoke and dust. The man with red glasses spoke into the radio, and the radio responded, I'm using it, prepare yourselves, understood. Sherry hid in a corner, secretly observing the situation. Sherry was with the group. We should be able to buy some time for now. You've helped a lot. Hinata responded, no problem. Sherry, standing opposite Hinata, asked, are you alone? Hinata kneeled on one knee on the ground. I used a one-time only skill to get here first. Don't expect me to pull that off again. Shizuku frowned slightly. Why did you come? Katsumata stood with Hinata and another young man. Because you're faster than any of us. Katsumata placed his hand on Hinata's shoulder. We're counting on you. Hinata, with a determined look, that's the vice-captain's order. Hinata sat down facing Shizuku. The vice-captain only gives orders to those he believes in. Hinata sat hunched over. Asahi, it seems you've grown since before. Hinata asked Shizuku, why do you look so dissatisfied? The fact is, he saved us, didn't he? Shizuku responded, that's true, but, Shizuku, half sitting and half kneeling beside Sherry, I'll just get in the way. Sherry glanced at Shizuku, thinking, I see. Sherry looked at Hinata, don't say that, Manase. With our artifact sealed, you're a valuable asset. Hinata, looking surprised, artifact sealed. Hinata recalled when he threw the stone at the man's sniper scope. They have a technique to neutralize artifacts. Be cautious of the crest on their hands. That's the one. Hinata looked at the mark on his hand, confusing Shizuku. Do you know what state Sherry-san's artifact is in now? You don't have to whisper. Just imagine your words, and I'll hear them. An image of Sherry appeared in a floating orb. The girl sat in a chair, attentively watching the orb before her. I sense no artifact power from her vault. Vault. A small box containing a black crystal appeared in the girl's hand. It's the space created by touching a magic crystal. The artifact granted depends on the quality of that space. The girl sat with her arms crossed. Hers has been taken. Even if she touches another magic crystal, the artifact won't return. Hinata frowned. Humans are fascinating creatures indeed. Taken. Ibishima, sitting and looking at Hinata, said, so, what do we do now? Do you have a plan? Sherry looked at Hinata. We just wait, isn't that right? Hinata nodded. Yes. Katsumata dragged his sword, raising it high, aiming at the black-clad man from behind. An explosion occurred on the cliff, with Hinata's group below. Katsumata stood there, saying, for underestimating Deldras. Katsumata pointed his sword forward, launching an attack. Make them regret it. The purple-haired person gritted their teeth. I won't let him steal all the glory. Both sides were clashing. Sherry watched and said, as expected of our guild's vice-captain. Sherry looked up and shouted, be cautious of the crest on their hands. They have a technique to neutralize artifacts. On the cliff, the two sides were in a standoff. Shizuku, standing next to Sherry, said, it looks like we can handle this. Sherry was startled, seeing the light injuring people, and a young man collapsed. Katsumata, holding his sword, looked in shock as two of his team members were knocked away. Katsumata frowned. What just happened? Two swirling winds aimed at Katsumata, who blocked them with his sword. Katsumata, in a defensive stance against the winds, impossible. Katsumata lost his footing and fell back. Is that the captain's? Katsumata clicked his tongue, dodging the attack, as expected of Deldra's submaster. A man in a military uniform, arms crossed, looked at Katsumata. To handle an attack from a 5-star artifact, impressive. Sherry, standing with Hinata's group, looked over in shock. That's. Katsumata frowned. It seems it's not just about neutralizing artifacts. The man in the military uniform, arms crossed, said, even if you are the submaster of Deldras. The man extended his hand forward. You can't block this, can you? Katsumata gritted his teeth. Don't underestimate me, no matter what you do. Katsumata moved skillfully. You're no threat. Katsumata charged at the man in the military uniform, but suddenly a masked person appeared. Hinata stared wide-eyed in surprise. The masked person held a shield, that is, the man with red glasses aimed his gun at Katsumata. Too bad. Katsumata stared wide-eyed. The man with red glasses shot a purple beam at Katsumata. You missed. Katsumata was knocked back. Sherry worriedly called out, Katsumata. Sherry quickly caught Katsumata. Katsumata looked up at Sherry. I'm sorry, Captain. Sherry held Katsumata in her arms. Don't apologize. This is the result of my mistake. The masked man held the shield, and behind him stood the man with red glasses. Shizuku, looking terrified. That shield artifact. Hinata turned pale. There's no mistaking it. Hinata recalled holding the shield and looking back. It's my father's artifact. The man with red glasses aimed his gun at Katsumata, who was being held by Sherry. Our client has their eyes on your artifact too. Would you kindly surrender? Sherry frowned, coveting others' possessions. Katsumata also frowned. What a distasteful client you have. The man with red glasses, holding his gun, responded, Not at all. Powerful artifacts are now more valuable than any gem. The man with red glasses widened his eyes. The client had a thought. What if the crest on a corpse still holds its artifact, and so? Hinata clenched his fist. They conducted numerous experiments on various corpses, and humanity was reborn. Hinata's eyes widened. As the most valuable commodity, worth more than any jewel. The man with red glasses aimed his gun at Katsumata. Humans, more valuable than any gem, becoming mere commodities. Seeing Hinata wanting to advance, Shizuku quickly raised her hand to stop him. Hey, Hinata! Sherry helped Katsumata stand up. There's no precedent for artifacts being stolen. The reason they targeted us first, was it because they desperately wanted that? The man with red glasses spread his arms wide. Exactly. Hinata took steps forward. Even an S-rank guild would struggle to handle a completely unpredictable ambush. The man with red glasses widened his eyes. Thanks to that, Hinata stood looking at the two strange men. The man with red glasses extended his hand towards him. We've acquired the ultimate artifact. The man with red glasses manipulated the crystal shards to surround Hinata. At first, I couldn't place you, but I recognize that suit now. A student, aren't you? Bad luck for you. Hinata's face darkened. Unfortunately, you won't. Where did you get that shield artifact? The man with red glasses looked up. I owe you no explanation. Hinata gritted his teeth in anger while the man continued. But it must have come from one of the corpses we experimented on. Hinata shouted angrily. You scum. Hinata rushed forward, using his skill. The system interface displayed, effect, temporarily slows perceived time to 1/10 speed, usable 3 times per day, uses left. 1/3, skill concentration carts, concentration. The man with red glasses looked at Hinata in confusion. A purple beam shot towards Hinata, who easily dodged it. Sherry watched in amazement, impressive reflexes. But, Hinata's eyes widened in surprise as golden beams shot towards him. Hinata stepped back, landing safely. Sherry observed, thinking, it's not fast enough. Hinata swung his arm, easily flipping and dodging the attacks. Hinata leaned back to avoid the next attack. The man with red glasses watched Hinata skillfully dodge every attack. What incredible reaction speed. Is it thanks to that suit? The man with red glasses rushed towards Hinata, but, he swung his fist at Hinata. I've seen your limits. The punch landed squarely on Hinata's face, and he couldn't dodge in time. Hinata fell back, blood spurting out. Hinata hit the ground hard, then sat up, blood dripping onto the ground. Hinata's eyes widened as he watched the explosion. Katsumata, holding his glasses, stood next to Sherry. Damn it. Katsumata shouted and rushed towards the two strange men. The masked man rushed forward, clashing with Katsumata. Katsumata was blocked by a transparent crystal shield. The man said, give it up. The man with red glasses said, the moment the guildmaster's artifact was taken, your defeat was sealed. Two masked men appeared behind Katsumata and were attacked from behind. Shizuku slashed at the masked man's back. Chloe also fought to support Shizuku. Shizuku, holding her sword, looked at Katsumata and said, I'll provide cover. Katsumata responded, I'm counting on you. Shizuku swung her sword, creating 2 blue slashes. Not far away, someone was hiding behind a rock. Arakawa gritted his teeth. Come on now, even 100 lives wouldn't be enough for this. Below the cliff, both sides were clashing. Even Deldres is out of options here. What can a bunch of students possibly do? Anko, with tears in her eyes, Chloe-kun, don't die on me. Ibishima leaned against the rock, observing, well now, let's see how this turns out. Chloe raised one hand, and paper fragments fluttered. Katsumata shouted, dodge it. Chloe looked in shock at what was coming towards him. Shizuku timely appeared, using her sword to block the attack. Shizuku couldn't withstand the force and was knocked back, crashing into Chloe. Katsumata used his technique to attack the man's crystal shield. The man behind the crystal shield said, even one shield alone has immense power, and now there are 4. It's an absurdly broken artifact. Katsumata gritted his teeth. Damn it. Katsumata, holding his sword, said, In an era when humanity should be united against the invaders, why are you doing this? There have always been people driven by greed, in every era. The man with red glasses glared. This one's no different. That's all there is to it. The dragon breathed fire, its foot trampling countless corpses. Rest assured, the soldiers are now just disposable assets. Blue marks appeared on the hands, glowing. Grant them powerful artifacts, retrieve them when they die, and give them to someone else to fight. Katsumata gritted his teeth. It doesn't matter who does the fighting. Won't that solve the issue of a lack of manpower? Don't be ridiculous. Hinata pushed himself up with one hand on the ground. My life exists thanks to those you call disposable. He took step after step forward. It's not just anyone who can take their place. Hinata recalled holding the shield and smiling back. Because of the feeling entrusted to me that day, because of the heart I've inherited. Hinata clenched his fist. The system interface displayed a notification. Your steadfast will has resonated with your suit, transforming your resolve and courage. Hinata frowned, speaking firmly. Will fight. The system interface displayed a notification. Upgrade to Valor suit is now possible. Hinata spoke. Upgrade. Hinata's entire body emitted a strong blue light, to the amazement of Shizuku, Arakawa, and Sherry. Hinata stood there, the strong blue light swirling around him, his face full of determination. The man with red glasses widened his eyes. The appearance of the artifact has changed. Even so, the man looked at Hinata. You could have avoided this suffering by staying down. Aren't you afraid? Hinata lowered his head. I'm far more afraid of bowing down to you. Hinata's figure blurred, then suddenly appeared behind the man, attacking him from behind. The system interface displayed information, artifact, Valor suit. Unyielding courage in the face of death grants great strides forward. Hinata kicked the man with red glasses hard in the head. The man with red glasses turned around in surprise, and Hinata hovered, staring at him. The man with red glasses raised his hand. Don't. He swung his hand. Get cocky. Blue light radiated, and Hinata appeared behind the man. Hinata continuously attacked using his skill. The man frowned and stepped back. Damn it. Hinata vanished from sight, leaving only blue light and swirling dust. Hinata suddenly grabbed the man by the neck. Where? Hinata held the man by the neck with one hand, the other hand ready to punch. Hinata gritted his teeth and punched. Wait. Hinata's punch sent the man flying into the wall. The man lay motionless on the ground, while Hinata stood there, to everyone's amazement. Sherry put her hand to her chin. I knew it was a transforming artifact, but was he holding back? Hinata stood there. No, probably. Numerous monkeys appeared behind Hinata. Stay alert, there are still enemies. A masked man aimed his gun. Hinata rushed in, and the system interface displayed a notification. Skill, XL, effect. Temporarily boosts physical performance at the cost of stamina. Hinata rushed in, attacking all at once, then descended from above. Arakawa looked at the chaos from a distance, clenching his fist. Because of the feelings entrusted to me that day, because of the heart I've inherited, I will fight. Arakawa smiled. What kind of trick did you use? Arakawa stood, looking at Hinata. You sure this isn't too much for you? Arakawa nudged Hinata. Don't drag us down, former E-class. Arakawa slammed his hand. Damn it. Arakawa gritted his teeth. What the hell am I doing? Is this the time to be concerned about other people? Hinata descended from mid-air. That guy had the skills to back it up. Compared to him, what about me? Arakawa clenched his fist with determination. But more importantly, man, you're one passionate guy, Asahi. Both sides continued clashing. The man with the red-trimmed coat looked up, and Arakawa rushed in, slashing at the masked man. Arakawa, holding his sword, said, I'll do it too. Catch up and surpass. Katsumata slashed his sword hard against the opponent's shield. Katsumata turned back and shouted, Without the Guildmaster's artifact, they're not much of a threat. Take them down in one go. The people behind Katsumata responded in unison. Understood. The man gritted his teeth, and Shizuku and Chloe were fighting. Ibishima and Anko were hiding behind a rock, observing the situation. Fight them. Will you? You too. Hinata swiftly moved forward, frowning. Ibishima looked on silently. Katsumata wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking at the tied-up people. Is that all of them? Arakawa rubbed his chin. You think such cheap restraints are enough? Shizuku glanced at the person next to her. Don't you know? With both hands locked by handcuffs, these are riot suppression cuffs used by the police. If you try to use an artifact, a strong electric current will flow. Didn't they teach you this at the academy? Shizuku crossed her arms and sighed. Maybe you should study more instead of relying on brute force. Arakawa gritted his teeth, looking at Shizuku. Wanna punch this guy? Sherry stood next to Katsumata. We made it through. Katsumata, hands on his hips, sighed. We owe Asahi for holding off the Guildmaster's artifact. Sherry turned and said, well, though the man himself is. Hinata lay stretched out on the ground, currently in pretty rough shape. Hinata's face was gaunt and lifeless. This is bad. I'm gonna die. Just a few minutes of use. And I'm like this. The Valor suit burns through too much. The system interface displayed various notifications. Well, of course, I couldn't even fully handle the Fury suit. Hinata's face remained gaunt. If Arakawa hadn't helped midway, I'd have been in serious danger. Arakawa rushed over to Hinata. So you came to back us up, and now you're passed out. What happened to all that energy from before? Hinata lay on the ground, eyes closed, thinking, until I can control it, it's sealed. Hinata opened his eyes, and Shizuku bent down, extending a hand to him. Hinata grabbed Shizuku's hand and sat up. Sorry, did you go in with a solid plan? Hinata looked at Shizuku. No, it wasn't solid at all. Shizuku walked past Hinata. I see. Shizuku looked towards Chloe's group. Then I guess you really should leave the academy. Arakawa gritted his teeth. She's so rude. Hinata looked up. She's always like that, says the pot to the kettle. Arakawa scratched his cheek. Well, anyway. Arakawa bowed his head. Sorry, I'm the one who didn't deserve to be in B class. Arakawa's face was earnest. Can you forgive me for everything up till now? Hinata looked up. Sure. Arakawa was surprised. That was fast. Hinata looked up at Arakawa. You were just throwing insults, weren't you? I figured you were like Kuromura. Arakawa avoided eye contact. Well, yeah, Kuromura. The boss squinted and smiled. Katsumata's face was tense. Sherry next to him spoke up. Who are you? The man with red glasses lay motionless on the ground. Why did you kill him? Sherry and Katsumata widened their eyes in surprise. Their arms trembled. What's happening? Sherry frowned. Sherry and Katsumata's bodies trembled and couldn't move in front of the boss. My body won't move. The boss tilted his head slightly. Don't worry, I don't kill without reason. The boss placed one hand on his hip, looking at the corpse he just killed. I killed him because he acted recklessly. The boss squatted down. Seize the treasure tool and retreat immediately. Even if you fail, retreat immediately. The boss held a purple magic stone in his hand, but he began using the power he gained as if it were his own. The boss raised the magic stone in his hand. Looking back, he practically betrayed the organization. Katsumata gritted his teeth. Most likely. The boss, holding the magic stone, bent down, looking at the tied-up people. Inside that cube is the leader's treasure tool, but you'll return it too, won't you? The boss placed one hand on his hip, standing and looking at Katsumata's group. Damn it, I can't move. It's best not to let your guard down thinking it's over. The boss squinted, holding the gem in one hand and two needles in the other. That's when it's easiest to kill. Sherry glanced in horror, seeing the needle appear under her shadow. Shadows, when did this happen? The boss smiled. You'll be able to move again soon. The boss waved his hand, creating a purple aura around. Well then, I'll take our leave. The masked people began to be engulfed. Katsumata stood, holding his sword, facing the boss, into the shadows. The boss stood there, squinting. You saved me the trouble by gathering them here. The boss placed his index finger to his mouth. That's right. The boss extended his hand towards Katsumata. I'll take your treasure tool too. Katsumata gritted his teeth, glaring. A blue light flashed. Wait. Hinata appeared, raising his fist towards the boss. That treasure tool, leave it behind. The boss widened his eyes in surprise, seeing Hinata's fist close to him. How is he able to move? A sharp metal spike rose from the ground. He dodged my critical needle. The boss smirked as the punch approached his chin. Interesting. Hinata swung his fist hard, but the boss disappeared from sight. Hinata looked around. He vanished. A whirlpool appeared under Hinata's shadow. The boss, holding a metal spike, attacked Hinata from behind. Shadow diving. The boss swung the metal spike towards Hinata, looking puzzled. Hinata appeared from behind, kicking towards the boss. The boss managed to block it with his hand, so fast. The boss flicked out two magic stones. He swung the metal spike towards Hinata. Hinata managed to dodge. The boss and Hinata clashed, both rushing towards the magic stones. The boss grabbed the magic stone, and Hinata frowned. Sherry's group looked down. Katsumata, holding his sword, frowned. He hoisted his sword and charged. The boss smiled. This is bad. Katsumata swung his sword, and the boss jumped to avoid it. His heel touched the ground, and he stood with one hand on his hip. I think I'll retreat for now. Katsumata shouted. Wait. The boss stood with his arms crossed, looking at Hinata. I'll remember. He sank into the shadow. Your face. Katsumata watched the boss disappear from sight. Damn it. Katsumata gritted his teeth. He got away. Everyone looked on in shock. Ibishima crossed his arms. So it came to this in the end. Katsumata, with his sword on his back, looked at Hinata. I'm sorry, you've saved me again today. Hinata fell back. Katsumata shook the motionless Hinata on the ground. Stay with me. Sherry placed her hand on Hinata's back. He's already surpassed his limit. Hinata lay unconscious, face down. Sherry frowned, looking at him. He's not the type to hold back in critical moments. Hinata crossed his arms, which means, at the time, he still couldn't use it. He grew stronger at the last minute, if that's. Hinata still lay motionless on the ground. The power of the treasure tool. No, regardless. Sherry said, he's an interesting guy. Asahi Hinata. A skyscraper. Kansai otherworldly creature countermeasures headquarters, and this. A group of people sat at a negotiation table. The guild union's regular meeting. Sherry sat in a chair. This is the outcome of this incident. An old man, with his hand on his chin, thought deeply. Stealing treasure tools. That's outrageous. A man, holding his forehead. We must come up with countermeasures quickly. Sherry replied, that's simple. Sherry spread her fingers, making a counting gesture. If we can protect the back of our hands with crests, it'll be enough. It seems they have no other way to seize them than targeting the hand. A man in a red coat, arms crossed. I have an idea about the man who controls shadows. Another man spread his arms. S-Class Criminal Guild, Niflheim. Their boss is rumored to use such power. A man in a suit, holding his forehead. We're facing a mountain of problems. Mr. Ginji extended his hand. By the way, Sherry, what do you plan to do from now on? Mr. Ginji, hands clasped together. Surely you don't intend to continue sitting with us without possessing a treasure tool. Sherry leaned towards the man in the red coat. No, it's a valid point. A large magic stone appeared amidst the blue light. The treasure tool we recovered wasn't mine either. We're still investigating the cube's details. Sherry looked at Katsumata. From now on, Katsumata, the submaster, will take over managing Deldras in my place. He's a highly capable man. The old man said, Sherry, what will you do? Sherry closed one eye. I'm retiring. I found something I want to do. The old man asked, something you want to do? Sherry responded, which brings me to a request for you, Tsushima. Tsushima was surprised. Me. Sherry placed her chin on her clasped hands. Could I ask you for one thing? Under the clear blue sky, with modern architectural designs, later at Valkyrie Academy's all-school assembly. The blue sky was visible through the window. All right, it's a sudden announcement, but... Shizuku looked up, surprised. Starting today, a temporary hire has been appointed. Akane looked up. Let me introduce a new teacher. Sherry slammed her hands on the desk. Starting today, as a combat instructor, former Deldra's master, Sherry Truman, I'll be in your care. Hinata and Arakawa looked astonished. The blue sky was visible through the window, 2 days after the internship. Hinata sat cross-legged on the floor, looking at a bag full of jewels. Hinata, looking puzzled. I've received so much. I heard it was performance-based rewards, but is it really this much? Nanashi closed the book. What are you so worried about? Hurry up and absorb it. Hinata rubbed his chin. No, I was thinking instead of absorbing it, maybe I should sell it and use the money for my mom's hospital bills. Nanashi, sitting on the bed, said, either way, you won't be able to absorb everything, right? Hinata asked, is that so? Nanashi looked at the bag of glittering jewels. Try using that big one. Hinata touched the yellow stone. The system interface displayed a notification. Unable to absorb Earth Lizard's magic crystal since you haven't defeated the Earth Lizard yet. Hinata looked at the system interface. I can't cheat. Nanashi, sitting cross-legged on the bed. Of course not. Nanashi closed one eye. I told you before, but unless you show your strength and heart. Nanashi looked at Hinata, who was in a state of full power. The suit won't show its true power. The suit reacted because you tried to face strong opponents. Nanashi added, you passed out from the excessive consumption, didn't you? Although it seems you still can't fully control it, right? Hinata glanced over. The suit of bravery. Hinata looked at the system interface. Looking at the update list unlocked with the suit of bravery, the suit boosts physical performance. It helps with speed. Hinata recalled the boss holding 2 needles. If I hadn't awakened to the suit's power back then. Hinata clenched the pink stone. I wouldn't be thinking about money right now. The system interface displayed several notifications. Absorb the magic crystal of Cannibal Monkey 620. You have met the requirements to use the suit of wrath. Hinata looked down at his hands. Nanashi, with his chin resting on his hands, looked at Hinata and smiled. The system interface displayed a notification. Suit of Wrath's adaptation bonus. Skill Rage Force acquired. The system interface displayed another notification. Skill Rage Force passive effect. The closer you are to death, the stronger you become. In Class 1B, the next day, Sherry stood on the podium, looking down at the class. Hinata looked up. Arakawa looked surprised. Well, the man adjusted his glasses, as introduced in the morning school assembly. From today, Sherry Truman will be. The man gestured toward Sherry, the assistant homeroom teacher for Class 1B. Arakawa looked horrified. Why is she a teacher just 3 days after the internship? Everyone, please welcome her. The man with glasses said to Sherry. Well then, Miss Sherry. Please observe until you get the hang of things. Arakawa, sitting and looking at the podium. Why our class, though? Go to class A. Sherry walked down to the class, her foot turning back. Sherry stood right next to Hinata. Isn't she being targeted or something? Sherry stood behind, glaring at Hinata. Did I do something? Could it be because I didn't hand over the cube immediately? Hinata held the purple magic stone in his hand. About this treasure tool, can I hold on to it? Sherry looked at Hinata. Why? Hinata responded, it's a treasure tool that belonged to someone important to me. Sherry and Katsumata frowned. No, it's a crucial research subject. Hinata looked down, and Sherry took the magic stone from Hinata's hand. But I promised to handle it with care. Hinata closed his eyes tightly. No, you're not someone who would get upset over something like this. Hinata clasped his hands tightly. So why, anyway? Sherry stood right behind Hinata. I can't concentrate. Hinata, feeling helpless. Am I really going to have to attend class in this state for a while? Two female students were walking together. Lunchtime. Chloe leaned against a tree. Chloe was eating bread with Anko. Anko took out a bag of cookies. Chloe-chan. I baked cookies. Chloe replied. Hey, Akiko. Anko blushed. What? Chloe-chan has been waiting for me. Anko. And called my name. Anko. Chloe slightly frowned. That guy from class B. What do you think about Asahi after seeing him? Anko put her index finger near her mouth. You mean the one whose suit changed? What do I think? It's a lame suit. Chloe looked at Anko. I meant his strength, not his appearance. Looks like he's not popular. If I fought Asahi, who do you think would win? Anko clenched her fists. Of course, it'd be Chloe-chan's absolute victory. Chloe responded. I see. Chloe glanced to the side. Is that so? Chloe recalled Hinata's battle with the boss. Even without power, that speed. Hibishima approached. If you're that curious, why not just fight him? Hibishima, with one hand in his pocket. You prefer fighting humans over monsters, right? You're interested, aren't you? Hibishima smirked. Well, it's coming up soon. Chloe remained silent, and Anko watched her. The deep blue sky and modern architecture set the scene for the Military Academy Exchange Festival. Students walked along the corridors. Akane waved. Hey, Asahi, here I am. How was the internship? Arakawa put his arm around Hinata. I was awesome. I wanted to show you. Akane and Sachi together asked, who's this? Arakawa crossed his arms. I became friends with Asahi during the internship. What's with the forehead? Doesn't he have a big forehead? Akane put her bag down on the table. Really? By the way, did you lose weight or something? Hinata, chewing on bread. Well, for now, a lot's happened. Arakawa spread his arms. Well, anyway, starting today, please accept me as one of your team members. Akane, sitting with her legs crossed. If Asahi's okay with it, then I'm fine. Sachi protested. Nope. Arakawa was startled. Why not? Sachi crossed her arms. You're too forward and sudden, so no. You're saying that. Hinata looked at Akane. What about you? Akane, looking bored. Shiraha was unstoppable. Akane glanced outside the door. By the way, Akane said, do you know that person? They've been staring at us the whole time. Two people were eavesdropping outside. Stalk. Akane and Sachi both looked at the people outside the door. Actually, they were following us before we arrived, the whole time. That's creepy. Their eyes reflected Hinata's figure, and aren't they really staring at Asahi? Arakawa looked at Hinata. You sure are being targeted today, both by Miss Sherry and now this. The two people still peeked around the door. And you guys should hide better. You're so obvious. The door opened. If you've been found out. A male student adjusted his glasses. There's nothing to be done about it. Sachi picked up a sausage. Senpai, Deba. Arakawa asked Sachi. You know, the octopus sausage is huge. Sachi opened her red eyes wide. Of course I know. Deba leaned forward. He's a senior in Class A, competing for the top spot among second years. You're Asahi, right? Hinata sat, looking. Class A, second year. Deba leaned back. Join the Magic Artifact Research Club. What's more, if you join right now, you can research magic artifacts for free. Nishikori looked admiring. Amazing. Hinata watched the two praising each other. Nishikori patted the paper. Look at this. By joining the Magic Artifact Research Club, my combat power increased by 3 million. Deba showed all 10 fingers. What? All thanks to the club. Hinata was speechless, looking at the two. Akane asked, is this an invitation to join the club? Arakawa responded, at a time like this, it's already January. What is this combat power supposed to mean? Hinata spoke up, sorry, I'm not interested in joining any club. Sherry said, well, don't say that. Sherry stood with her arms crossed. How about just taking a look? I'm sure it will be helpful for you. Arakawa, looking speechless at Sherry. No, although I'm a veteran here, you're the new teacher starting today, right? 3 people stood at the door. After school. Inside the room filled with experimental tools. Is this the Magic Artifact Research Club room? It's kind of messy, isn't it? Hinata looked at Deba. Are the only club members the upperclassmen? Deba adjusted his glasses. Yes, let me introduce myself again. I'm the president of the Magical Artifact Research Club, 2nd year, Class A, Deba Mitsuru. Nishikori introduced himself. Also 2nd year, Class C, Nishikori Maho. Nice to meet you. Deba adjusted his glasses. There was another person before, someone named Hashime, who used to belong to the club, but he left the academy. Hinata thought, a chime, was he in the Magic Artifact Research Club? Deba adjusted his glasses. As you know, male students swimming, female students dancing and playing table tennis. Our school is a military academy. Most of the students are here to train themselves. There aren't many clubs. Male students running. The ones that exist focus on learning martial arts useful for combat. Just 10 more laps. Most of the clubs are focused on physical conditioning. Deba stood in the corner of the classroom. As for the cultural clubs, this Magical Artifact Research Club is the only one. Arakawa picked up a starfish. If you wanted to do normal things, you wouldn't have come to this academy. That's right. Deba bowed. Above all, this Magical Artifact Research Club isn't popular. Also, we don't have an advisor. Hinata looked troubled. Without an advisor, we can't be recognized as a club. Nishikori said, until last year, we had one, but he retired. Nishikori wiped tears. Still, it was allowed to continue informally, but recently. The principal stood with his hands behind his back. It's difficult to say, they can't allocate funds to a club with only 2 members and no advisor. Nishikori, with teary eyes, they'll have to confiscate the clubroom, so they've announced it. Akane, holding a lollipop. So you asked Professor Sherry to be the advisor? Nishikori said. That's right. Nishikori looked at Sherry. Then they told me that the condition for that was to recruit you. Hinata asked, why me? Sherry rummaged in her bag and took out a magic stone. Because I thought you were necessary. A male student emitted a pink aura. Magical artifacts are tools that use the energy of magic crystals. The garden appeared. Their power is immense, and if used as weapons, they can even be effective against monsters from other worlds. The portal maintenance device is also a magical artifact. Sachi picked up a gemstone. However, they aren't used much in practice. Do you know why? Because they are inferior to relics, correct? Deba stood next to Nishikori. Magical artifacts can only produce power inferior to a rank 1 relic. Holding a purple magic stone, but this has made it necessary to change that perception. Akane, sucking on a lollipop? What are you talking about? Akane raised her hand. To steal another's treasure. It's a magical artifact that can steal and confine other people's relics. Artifacts meant for stealing are different, but... Sherry looked at the magic stone. It's not widely publicized yet, but we need to prepare for this. Sherry held the magic stone in her hand. Also, we've discovered that magical artifacts have untapped potential. In the future, battles won't only revolve around relics but also magical artifacts. Hinata's group looked astonished. Deba pointed to the sky. That's not all. Deba adjusted his glasses. Magical artifacts have a bit of romance. This is also another example. Arakawa asked, what is that? A blue suit of armor. It's a power armor that uses the energy of magic crystals. Deba, hands on his hips, it's very powerful, but the energy consumption is so high that it's not usable. But if we keep improving it, we should be able to make it eventually. Akane looked at Deba. What? Deba's eyes sparkled. A super robot. Hinata and Arakawa were amazed. Akane said, guys like that kind of stuff, right? Sachi clenched her fists. You too. Akane, hands on her hips, looked at Arakawa. I don't know anything about it. Arakawa said, it's a guy's romance, right? Sherry looked at Hinata. I don't know much about robots, but personally, I would also like you to join the club. Honestly, I want to train you with my own hands, especially with the hidden secrets of that relic. Hinata looked up. So you've noticed. Sherry, holding the magic stone. Also, when I figure out how to restore this, in the Magical Artifact Research Club, I can give it to you under the pretext of providing you with materials because it's also a magical artifact. Sherry asked Hinata, what do you think? Akane, holding a lollipop, it's fine, right? Plus, soon there will be an exchange festival between military academies. There seems to be a team battle too. Wouldn't it be great if the whole club participated? For the future, it's best to have many opportunities to shine. Hinata pondered. A place to shine. Hinata said, please, consider it. A torch glowed in the corner of the wall, inside Nanashi's portal. Hinata, clutching one shoulder, panted heavily as he walked down the hallway. I've managed to get here without issues. The problem is, Hinata bit his lip and stopped. A bull-headed creature and a horse-headed creature appeared, both panting. Hinata assumed a ready stance. He tiptoed forward and punched the horse-headed creature in the face. Hinata bit his lip. There's no impact. Hinata shifted and kicked the horse-headed creature in the face, a blue light flashing. Hinata and the horse-headed creature fought. Revenge. Fist rage. Hinata was startled as the horse-headed creature grinned. It's not working. The bull-headed creature swung its axe down, and Hinata's eyes widened. Blood splattered. Hinata sweated heavily. He sat, holding his forehead. Damn, my attack power isn't enough. The exhaustion is so high that I can barely use the brave suit. Hinata slumped. What should I do? Nanashi said, looks like you're struggling. Nanashi closed the book. I thought you were improving a bit, but you still have a long way to go. Let me show you what you're missing. Nanashi held the book. Simply put, a finishing move. Hinata looked up. A finishing move. Nanashi? Arms crossed. With the release of the new suit, even if it's only for a short time, you would no longer be a match for most enemies. But that only applies to enemies you can actually damage. Against enemies with high resistance, you're still useless. Nanashi. Legs crossed. No matter how fast you are, if you can't defeat them, it doesn't matter. Hinata looked at the system interface. But what should I do? Should I increase my power by completing the upgrade list, or should I learn more powerful skills? Nanashi replied, it's not that. Whatever skill you learn, it will only be the inherent power of the relic. In other words, it's just an application. Hinata looked at Nanashi. Application. Nanashi explained, was she your childhood friend? That bold girl has made it. Hinata asked, Shizuku. Shizuku, holding her sword, that girl's relic wraps vital energy around an object and gives it a powerful boost. Shizuku swung her sword and charged. Instead of wrapping it, it throws it directly and turns it into an attack. That would be a special technique that takes advantage of the relic's characteristics. Hinata pondered, you should also harness the power of your relic and create your own technique. Students sat in the classroom. Good morning. Today in practice, the next day. Hinata, deep in thought at the back of the class. Special technique. Hinata looked at the system interface. It's not just about combining skills and activating them. I don't think it's that. I'm already doing it. Arakawa yawned. Good morning. Hinata looked at Arakawa. Good morning. Arakawa, with his bag on his shoulder, what's with that grumpy face? Hinata, with his chin resting on his hand. I was thinking about a special technique. Arakawa asked, what are you saying? Are you still half asleep? The teacher entered the room. Everyone to their seats. Homeroom is starting. The teacher placed his hand on the desk. As many of you know, at the end of the month, the Military Academy Exchange Festival will take place. The goal is to check everyone's growth, although in reality, the class clapped. Well, after all, we're still students. It's just a school festival to make the public believe that. Enjoy. The deep blue sky. This year's Exchange Festival will be held at the Sphere Dome, which houses the high-class portal. Since there will be a general audience, maintain a respectful attitude. Arakawa crossed his arms. Are we some kind of show for them? Think of it as a way of giving back to the people who support us. Hinata raised his hand. Verify our abilities. What exactly are we going to do? The teacher turned to Sherry. Good question. Sherry-sensei, explain it. Sherry raised 2 fingers, and the students listened attentively. The Exchange Festival will have both individual and team battles. Participation in the individual battle is free, but in the team battle, only club members can participate unless they make a separate request. Arakawa raised his hand. What are the rules? Sherry, hands on hips, replied, basically, they're the same as the re-evaluation exam rules, but every year, special rules are added. Those rules will be a secret until the event day, so look forward to it. A female student asked, is there any danger? Sherry, hands on hips, replied, since we handle relics, of course there is. But just like in the re-evaluation exams, strict monitoring will take place. Also, we've called a team of healers from an S-ranked guild for this occasion. If you lose an arm, they'll fix it, so don't worry. Hinata looked up. In the laboratory, after class, Deba placed a bag of stones on the table. So, let's start preparing for the Exchange Festival. Akane, sitting, offered a bag of candy. Preparing. Akane asked, what do we have to do? Deba, enthusiastically, I'll tell you. Deba adjusted his glasses. In the team battles, as in previous years, the use of magical artifacts is allowed. Deba jumped. If we prepare and bring powerful magical artifacts now, we'll have the upper hand in the team battles. Nishikori squinted. Also, we're going to set up a booth to raise funds for the club. Akane asked, what did you sell last year? Nishikori, smiling. Last year, we sold yakisoba. Yakisoba. A child watched the robot. By the way, this is how our booth looked last year. Something weird is cooking. Nishikori held a phone. it exploded halfway through. It was a disaster. Deba, rubbing his chin. A robot for frying noodles powered by magic stones. What a thing. Akane thought, I'm not sure if this club is okay. Arakawa, arms crossed. Anyway, you joined the Magic Artifact Research Club too, right? Akane, holding a lollipop. Well, after hearing what Sherry-sensei said, my relic is for long-range support, so I thought I could find a way to use magic artifacts to be more useful. Arakawa said, you're thinking about a lot of things. Sorry, you can call me Subaru without hesitation. Sachi raised 2 fingers. By the way, I'm not in the club. Arakawa asked, then why are you here? Deba adjusted his glasses. Anyway, for the newbies, we'll start with an explanation of magical artifacts. Before that, could you call Sherry-sensei, please? There are things we can't move forward with without her. Akane looked at Hinata. I'll go with you. Hinata replied, got it. Hinata and Akane walked, and Akane asked, the days are getting shorter. Hinata replied, yeah. Hinata was startled by a sound. Hey, hurry up. A blonde girl, hands on hips, shouted, we're out of time, aren't we? The orange-haired girl replied, sorry. Akane held one arm. Those are students from another school, right? The orange-haired girl picked up a piece of paper. That's. The orange-haired boy looked down. If you're just going to be a hindrance, don't sign up to help organize the festival. The black-haired boy stood silently, watching. The black-haired boy said, I'll go ahead. Wait for me. The blonde girl frowned. Hurry up. The orange-haired boy scowled as the orange-haired girl kept apologizing. The orange-haired boy kicked the orange-haired girl hard, making Akane and Hinata very angry. The blonde girl crossed her arms. Wasn't it a bit too much to kick her? The orange-haired boy replied, shut up. The orange-haired girl clutched her stomach in pain. She was grabbed by her ponytail. Hey, let me go. The orange-haired boy grabbed her ponytail. What are you going to do if my evaluation drops too? The orange-haired girl teared up. Why? The orange-haired boy snarled. 80 class meddling where they don't belong. Well, Reiko, with a sinister expression. Actually, I did make her trip, so it was my fault. The orange-haired boy scowled. Anyway, can you stop helping with the organization? The orange-haired girl said. That depends. The orange-haired boy threw the girl aside. Aish, do you want those points that much? He raised his foot. If that's the case, then hurry up and pick this up. Hinata grabbed the boy's head and slammed it down. Pick it up yourself. Reiko was shocked. What? The orange-haired boy held his head. Who do you think you are? The orange-haired girl was surprised. Hinata, with one hand on his hip, Yuta. Hinata stood in front of the orange-haired girl. The orange-haired boy, holding one eye. Who the hell are you? Showing up out of nowhere. The orange-haired boy threw a punch. Don't mess with me, punk. Hinata blocked the punch with his hand. I'm an acquaintance of the girl you kicked. The orange-haired boy's hand trembled. This guy. Hinata gripped the boy's fist tightly, apologized to her. The orange-haired boy thought, what kind of monstrous strength does this guy have? My arm won't move. The orange-haired girl said, thank you, Yuta, but it's fine. This is my problem. Hinata let go. The orange-haired girl picked up the papers and handed them to the orange-haired boy. Take this and go ahead without me. If I'm late, just blame me. The orange-haired boy, holding the papers, ran away. I'll remember your face. Hinata asked, are you sure? The orange-haired girl said, yes. I don't want to cause a fuss and lose points here. Hinata asked, points? The orange-haired girl replied, more importantly, Yuta, you still have that strong sense of justice. Thank you, you really helped me. So, you joined VA Academy. Hinata extended his hand, and Rin, that reinforced uniform, that's from a military academy, isn't it? Akane looked at them. Hey, what's your relationship with her? Hinata said, we've known each other for a long time, just like with Shizuku. Akane responded, with Manase from Class A are you childhood friends? The orange-haired girl said, so Shizuku's also at VA Academy. She's still working hard, that worthless trash. I'm leaving now. The orange-haired girl looked at Hinata. Let's meet again at the Exchange Festival, Yuta. Sherry and Hinata's group gathered in the Magic Artifact Research Club room. I see, so there was a bit of trouble. Sherry, in a fighting stance, did you give him a proper beating? If it were me, I would've. Arakawa said, that's not something a teacher should say. Deba, rubbing his chin, they were probably students from Odin Military Academy, abbreviated as ODI. Akane asked, how can you tell? Deba adjusted his glasses. They're the only ones who still maintain that outdated point system. Arakawa asked, point system, what's that? Sherry pointed, unlike you all, their classes constantly change based on their points. Since they care about their points, they're constantly training. Hinata listened, that's why ODI students tend to outperform others. Sherry held her forehead, But ODI students have incredibly low camaraderie. Akane rested her chin on her hand. That makes sense now. Sherry recalled the time when the black-clad men carried stones. Even in Deldras, there are ODI graduates. At first, they refused to work together and were selfish. Sherry sighed. Some even tried to drag others down, just to climb up themselves. Deba adjusted his glasses. That's the reason the point system fell out of favor. Hinata crossed his arms. If it's about dragging others down to succeed, VA Academy isn't losing to anyone. Arakawa said, what kind of rivalry is that? Sherry looked at Hinata. By the way, even the organizing committee members can participate in the team competition. Is your childhood friend part of the Exchange Festival's organizing committee? Hinata interlocked his fingers. Yes, Sherry said, while everyone listened. Then she'll be a formidable opponent. For the sake of points, ODI will fight desperately to win. Nishikori clenched his fist. We can't afford to lose. If we perform well in the team competition, our club funds will increase. Deba raised his index finger. Exactly. That's why I'll explain the magic relics now. Hinata frowned. A strong opponent, that Rin. The orange-haired girl walked. Shizuku also approached. Their eyes met and they passed each other. The orange-haired girl glanced. Murderer. Shizuku tilted her head. That uniform. Odin Academy. So you joined a military academy too. Shizuku smiled. How convenient. Thanks to you, I can reaffirm the righteousness of my path. The orange-haired girl looked furious. The door opened. Military Academy Exchange Festival, first floor meeting room. The orange-haired girl entered. Sorry for being late. The blonde boy frowned. You? How dare you humiliate me like that? The blonde boy crossed his arms. Who was that? You know them, don't you? The orange-haired girl said. Hasn't it started yet? The black-haired boy replied. No, not everyone's here yet. They told us to wait a bit. The orange-haired boy scowled. And the orange-haired girl said, got it. The orange-haired boy threw a punch. Don't ignore me. Damn it. The orange-haired girl skillfully dodged, touching the floor and kicking the orange-haired boy in the head. The orange-haired girl dusted off her hands. To everyone's amazement, you kicked me earlier, didn't you? She glanced. An eye for an eye. Reiko trembled with fear. The black-haired boy said, is the farce over now? Of course. The orange-haired girl pulled out a chair. You thought it was an act. She sat at the table. For someone who's supposed to dodge any attack, tripping and scattering those papers, what else could it be but an act? The orange-haired girl said, someone I wanted to see happened to pass by. The black-haired boy looked over. Was the performance necessary? The orange-haired girl blushed. I wanted to show my weak side to someone I care about, but unexpectedly, Yuta turned out to be really strong. It surprised me. He was so cool. Reiko looked at the black-haired boy. What's going on? Aren't you in Class C? The black-haired boy replied, don't you know? Even though we're in the same year, you were in Class B, right? The black-haired boy crossed his arms. She's a transfer student. Because of that, she doesn't have any points, so she's temporarily starting from Class D. The orange-haired girl looked up. She's Mukamine Rin, formerly from Oath's Academy, Class A, a 4-star relic wielder. In the relic performance measurement room of Valkyria Academy, Sachi, Akane, and Arakawa were astonished. Hinata moved swiftly. Sherry said, that's enough. Sachi looked bewildered. After all the times we've met, I thought his aura had changed, but this is on a completely different level compared to before. Hinata stood, breathing heavily. Sherry said, all right, next, now hit this with all your strength. Without using that special technique you claim can only be used once. Hinata, determined, his fist emitting a red aura, punched the shield hard. The numbers jumped continuously and then stopped. Sherry said, 1258. Against a D4 rank enemy, it would be enough to take them down with a single hit. Sherry rubbed her chin. Now we've clearly confirmed the performance of your relic. At this moment, your relic is ranked just in the 3-star range. Hinata's group was astonished. Akane said, no. It definitely reaches 4 stars. Didn't you see that lateral jump earlier, teacher? Sherry wrote in her notebook, certainly it was an impressive speed, but even considering that, it's still in the 3-star range. Arakawa rubbed his chin. If we're talking about 3 stars, that means it's on the level of my relic. Don't you think that's a pretty low evaluation? Akane nodded continuously. Sachi said, I think it's a fair evaluation. Akane yelled, why? Do you think you can beat Hinata right now? Sachi glanced over. It's true that, if we fought right now, I might lose, but the relic isn't meant to fight against me. Akane bit her lip. Sherry, hands on hips, that's how it is. Relics are here to protect us from disasters caused by beings from another world. Sherry's face grew serious. What matters isn't whether it works against a person, but how effective it is against those monsters. That defines the ranking of the relics. Lack of endurance and attack power, The low destructive capacity due to your relic needing time to charge its power, those are the reasons for your low evaluation. Arakawa stroked his chin. I see. Sherry bit her lip. Even so, for his relic, rankings are practically irrelevant. Sherry looked at Hinata. Perhaps, is the suit draining your physical stamina? Hinata touched his neck. Well, that's right. Sherry glanced over. You should work more on your basic physical endurance, to prevent the same thing from happening as last time. Hinata looked at Sherry. That's true. The new suit still lacks the necessary basic capabilities. Without enough physical endurance, I could easily pass out. You never know when the new suit will awaken again. At that moment, the only thing reliable will be his physical endurance. Sherry said, that's why. Sherry blew the whistle. Now, 5,000 laps around the field. Hinata responded, yes. Arakawa said, you're going to die. Don't just say yes. Hinata turned to Sherry. Before that, there's something I want to ask. Sherry replied, what is it? Hinata said, it's about my special technique. Arakawa was startled. Was that serious? Sherry said, basically, relic techniques are based on applying their inherent properties. Hinata thought, Nanashi said the same thing too. Sherry looked at her notes. In your case, couldn't you apply the technique of charging energy and releasing it into your fist? Hinata said, are you referring to Rage Fist? Hinata looked at the system interface. It's a skill acquired from the Wrath suit. But when you say apply, what else could I possibly do besides a punch? The system interface displayed, skill, Rage Fist Arts, effect, accumulates power when clenched into a fist and releases it in a strike. Hinata looked down. Maybe. Shizuku held her sword, simultaneous training portal. Shizuku closed her eyes, slashing a monster with one stroke. A pink gem fell to the ground. No, I need to sense the enemy without relying on my sight. Shizuku closed her eyes. Focus. Countless shadows from Shizuku's past, scum, die, just disappear already. Just looking at you pisses me off. You're disgusting, idiot. That's enough. Never show yourself again. Shizuku tightly closed her eyes, recalling the orange-haired girl's face, murderer. An explosion occurred. Hibishima arrived, hands in his pockets. Looks like you've let your guard down for once. Shizuku, holding her sword. Hibishima, what do you want? Hibishima replied, I'm inviting you on a date. Shizuku turned away. No, thanks, you're not my type. Hibishima raised a document. Why don't you participate in the group competition at the exchange festival? Shizuku said, group competition. It's rare for you to say something like that. Hibishima handed the document to Shizuku. It's because Kuro is really excited. He says he wants to participate because his opponent will be there too. Shizuku looked at the document. He really loves fighting others. Hibishima lowered his gaze. I think it's fine, after all, like the other day. The boss smiled. There are times when people will attack you too. Shizuku remained silent while Hibishima continued. It's important to be prepared for that. Shizuku recalled, fighting against people. Shizuku wrote in the document, it was probably not a coincidence that I met her that day. Shizuku returned the document to Hibishima. Alright, I accept her challenge. Shizuku turned away. If I'm going to participate, it's to win. Get ready for that. Hibishima smirked. Yes, let's win. Torches on the wall glowed. Inside Nanashi's portal, the bull-headed creature roared, and Hinata stood there. Hinata collapsed to the floor, panting heavily after the battle. I didn't think it would work, but I did it. Hinata gritted his teeth. I did it. The bull-headed and horse-headed creatures lay unconscious, a special technique. Under the clear blue sky, the day before the exchange festival, Arakawa raised his hand, looking into the distance. The festive atmosphere is already felt the day before. Akane, holding a lollipop, looked over. It's a joint festival between 3 schools, right? Deba stood with Nishikori and Sherry in the distance. Hey, we're over here. Akane, with the lollipop in her mouth. This place is amazing. It's close to the event venue. Nishikori replied, exactly. Sherry, arms crossed. I used my contacts from the Dronzer days. Akane, holding the lollipop. I like that about you, teacher. Deba adjusted his glasses. And where's Shirahan? Arakawa, looking helpless. Senior Deba. Arakawa thought of Sachi, holding a food stick and winking. That girl isn't a club member. She said she was going to check out all the food stalls. Deba responded, now that you mention it, you're right. Sherry, arms crossed in front of her chest. Well, tomorrow is the exchange festival. 3 students representing 3 teams. This year, it's the joint event between Valkyria, Odin, and Thor Academy. The first day will be for the team competition, and the second day will have the individual competition. The rules for the team competition were handed out yesterday on a sheet, but let's go over them. Sherry, holding a water bottle, looked over. In the team competition, teams of 4 people will be formed to collect magic stones. By placing those stones in this relic, you will earn points. Monsters appeared along with a timer. The team that defeats the most monsters in 1 hour, and also earns the most points, will be the winner. Akane, holding the water bottle, tilted her head. There will be sabotage from other teams, right? Sherry, with one hand on her hip, of course. The representatives of each team will have to wear these bracelets on both arms and legs. Sherry held a black bracelet with blue edges. Arakawa asked, "What's that?" Sherry lowered her gaze. "It's a relic that increases the weight up to 30 kilograms per bracelet. The representative must protect the well with these bracelets, and the other team members, holding 2 small green and yellow balls, must carry 2 of these balls on their bodies." Akane asked, "And what happens with these balls?" Akane let her imagination run wild. Every time a ball breaks, the weight of the bracelet increases by 5 kilograms. Akane, with one arm crossed in front of her chest and the other holding the lollipop, so the maximum weight is 30 kilograms. Arakawa, looking astonished, "That means you'll have 30 kilograms of weight on your arms and legs. You won't be able to move with that." Sherry pointed and explained, "And whoever loses both balls will be disqualified. That person must immediately leave the portal." Deba, rubbing his chin, "I see. A good strategy would be to destroy the balls of the other 3 team members before attacking the representative." Sherry replied, "Exactly." Nishikori clenched his fists, his face pale. "Some teams will prefer to sabotage." Akane pondered, "If the representative can't protect the well, the game ends." Sherry, confidently, "For that reason, the representative must be the strongest person in the team." Everyone pondered, some rubbing their chins, others crossing their arms. Now, who will be the representative? The bustling crowd moved about. Day of the Exchange Festival. "Everyone, look at this hustle and bustle." A female reporter pointed at the lively crowd. "Today, we're at the Military Exchange Festival of 3 academies." A group of female students stood in front of a pastry display. 2 male students walked together. "It's an annual event, but now, getting an entry ticket is by lottery. The demand is sky high, and enthusiasm is at its peak." The audience filled the seats. This year, who will stand out from the students of the academies? Akane placed a green ball under her elbow. "All right." Akane cheerfully turned her head. "Are the 2 of you ready?" Hinata placed the ball on his head. "Yes." Arakawa clenched his fists with determination. "Perfect." Akane looked at the 2. "Don't pose like that. You look ridiculous." "Why there?" Arakawa extended one arm. "Still, Senior Maho. Aren't you going to participate?" Nishikori gave a thumbs up. "No problem. My relic isn't suitable for survival style." Nishikori, holding 2 cooking spatulas, "I'm going to be cooking and making money for the club." Akane looked at Nishikori. "But isn't it going to be tough doing it alone? There's a weird robot there." Nishikori, in cooking attire, "It's okay. It looks like Yuta is going to ask for help." Akane, puzzled, "Help?" Hinata glanced away. "They should be here soon." Hikari waved. "Brother." Hinata waved back. Hikari. Arakawa, confused. "Brother." Akane, equally puzzled. "Sister." Hikari tripped and fell into Hinata's arms. Hinata placed a hand on her shoulder. "It's the first time you're out, so don't exert yourself too much." Hikari smiled brightly. "Thanks." Akane approached them. "So Hinata has a sister, and she's super cute." Hinata looked at Akane. "Yes, she's been in the hospital all this time." Hinata placed a hand on Hikari's shoulder. "Now that she has an estimate for her discharge, they told me she's fine. They gave her permission to leave today." Hikari beamed. "Nice to meet you. I'm Asahi Hikari." A sound echoed, and Hinata's group listened attentively. "The team competition will start soon. All teams, please gather at the location." "Looks like it's my turn." Hinata said to Hikari. "Hikari, sorry, but I have to go now." Hikari smiled and pulled out a pink cloth from her bag. "It's fine, I just have to help." "Right. I also brought an apron." Hinata turned to Nishikori. "Sorry, Senior Maho, I'm leaving Kuki to you." Nishikori gave a thumbs up with squinted eyes. "Leave everything to me." Hinata's group waved as they left. "Then, I'm off." Hikari beamed. "Good luck." Hikari stood in front of Nishikori's stall, lowering her gaze. "Will they be?" She took out a piece of paper from her bag. "My seniors next year." Shizuku's group walked down the main road, coincidentally heading in the same direction as Hinata's group. Shizuku noticed them and frowned. Deba adjusted his glasses. "Senior Shirahan." Shizuku, with an unfriendly expression. She joined the Magic Artifact Research Club. Chloe glanced over. Asahi Yuta. Ibishima also looked over Akane, arms crossed, gritted her teeth. "What's wrong? Something doesn't smell right." Deba spoke up. "Is Shizuku going to participate too?" Shizuku, arms crossed. "They invited me, but if I participate, I plan to win." Shizuku turned away. "Well, today's a festival, right? You might as well enjoy it." Arakawa, angrily. "You spoke as if we've already assumed we're going to lose." Akane, angrily raising her fist toward Shizuku. Really, but we're going to win. Shizuku stopped. Win, you say? Shizuku, with a cold expression, then, Senior Shirahan will have a tough time. She'll be a burden to her team. Deba, adjusting his glasses, while the others were angry. Not at all. Deba's eyes shone with confidence. In the team competition, strength isn't the only thing that matters. The trust among teammates will also be tested. Deba raised his head proudly. My teammates are all good-hearted people, and I know they will give everything they've got. Akane and Arakawa looked at Deba with admiration. Senior Deba. Shizuku turned sharply. What nonsense. Shizuku frowned and walked away with her group. What's needed is a strength that doesn't harm the team. The audience watched the stands. Now. Sherry stood on the stand, holding a microphone. Are you ready? Although it's a festival, don't forget that there might be mortal danger inside the portal. Sherry placed a hand on Katsumata's shoulder. In case of emergency, the Deldra's teacher, did she really become a teacher, will be here to help us. A blue vortex appeared on the tree trunk. For safety reasons, we've removed the portal bosses, but don't destroy the core of the portal. Hinata's group stood straight. The time limit is 1 hour. For the first 10 minutes after entering, fighting between students is prohibited. Shizuku's group also stood in position. Of course, murder is also prohibited. Even if it's to destroy the balls, whoever causes serious injury to the opponent will be disqualified, so be careful when fighting. The orange-haired girls group was also present. Alright, Sherry opened her mouth. Now. All three groups started. The A-League team competition has begun. In the lush green forest, Class D portal, the forest of giant trees, a flying squirrel soared, and Hinata jumped behind it, kicking a porcupine and then leaping up. Kanae, holding a prop, ran over. Great job. That suit is really impressive. Hinata wiped the sweat off his face. The only downside is that it's so exhausting. Arakawa grinned. Still, the suit is probably better than before, right? Hinata responded, it's thanks to Professor Sherry's guidance. Deba, holding a water bottle in one hand and a stone in the other. So, what's the situation around us? Hinata turned to look at Deba. There's no one nearby. However, we can't let our guard down. Akane looked at Arakawa. It's been almost 10 minutes since we entered, right? Arakawa, with a dagger over his shoulder. That's the point when interference between teams is allowed. The clock hit 0127. Exactly. In team battles, the key is to avoid encounters with the enemy team. The point is whether we can collect magic crystal stones. Deba glanced at a nearby tree. I hope nothing like last time happens. Suddenly, something zipped past, causing Akane to halt, and Hinata frowned. The whole group turned quickly. The trees were chopped down. It seems they won't make it easy for us. Reiko, holding a chainsaw. It doesn't look like they'll let us go so easily. The screen broadcasted Akane's frowning face. It seems there's already a team making their move. Sherry, arms crossed, looked up. I told you all to be careful with long-range attacks. Katsumata, looking at the computer screen. There's nothing we can do. The fact that Hinata hasn't reacted means that person must have a special relic. Mr. Gonzo spoke up. As expected, you're right. It's probably Reiko Hanazaki from Odysseus Academy, Year 1, Class 1. Reiko, holding the chainsaw, leaned slightly. While she was preparing, she turned invisible, and the sound of the shot couldn't be heard. She's a silent sniper. Sherry rubbed her chin, looking up, as expected of a combat specialist from Odysseus Academy. Mr. Gonzo also looked at the broadcasting screen. Still, this means Hinata and the others must have revealed their position. Katsumata looked at Sherry. You've truly become a teacher. Sherry, standing next to Katsumata, arms crossed. Of course. Everything okay on your end? Katsumata raised one hand. Of course. For safety, stay close to Team 3's monitor. Katsumata sat, monitoring the computer screen. We've taken the proper measures, so that we don't have fools like last time. But, Sherry looked at the magic portal. What's wrong? A small crack glowed. There's something bothering me. The orange-haired boy, holding binoculars, as expected of Reiko, that's one out for them. Reiko glanced over. Of course. Reiko aimed her gun. Even with Class B, Odysseus stands out. They need to understand that. The orange-haired boy responded, I'm going to settle that score from before. I heard that guy just got promoted to Class B just because he moved up a class. He's getting cocky. Deba, looking through binoculars. Those second years are from Class A. I heard if we ruminate the weaker ones around them, it will take them down. Reiko frowned. I know. Smoke covered the ground beneath Deba. Reiko, holding a rifle. It looks like it. The boy next to her, kneeling. Is that a relic? Now that I think about it, those guys are from the Magic Relic Research Club. Reiko, kneeling. Wait, what's that sound? Hinata suddenly landed, and Reiko gritted her teeth. Wasn't he far away just a moment ago? The boy next to her, astonished. How did he get to this position? Hinata kicked, and Reiko's group hurriedly fled. Hinata shouted, "I won't let you escape." Hinata jumped towards them, and Hinata frowned as he landed. The boy smirked. "Did you notice? A butterfly fluttered," and Hinata clenched his fist. "I was so close to breaking it." White wire stretched across the forest. No matter how fast you move, you can't move freely when there's a wire, right? The boy raised one hand. "This is my 3-star relic, 1000 territory." Hinata looked surprised. "Don't move. If you move, you'll hurt yourself." "Got it." "When did they?" The boy, looking smug. "All right, do it." Reiko received the order and raised her gun. A sword slashed through, and Arakawa appeared next to Hinata. Arakawa, holding his sword, stood in front of Hinata. "Have you forgotten about us?" Reiko, confused, looked to the left, and frowned. That was dangerous. Akane, holding a cannon, said, "This is a team battle, so don't forget it." The boy next to Reiko, frowning, "Do you have a relic that can cut wires?" Hinata, in a fighting stance. "And what about Senior Deba?" Deba, holding a sword. "He's holding off their leader. We'll leave it to you." Deba, looking at the black-haired boy, "Our representative from the Magic Relic Research Club." Arakawa looked behind Hinata. "More importantly, it's up to us. If we break the ball, we'll drag the senior along." Hinata responded, "I know." Hinata frowned, looking at Reiko's group. "The guy we ran into earlier is definitely the event organizer from Odysseus Academy. Rin should also be there." Hinata clenched his fist. "Did she go to see Senior Deba?" "No, she's close, but I can't pinpoint her presence precisely." The orange-haired girl approached from behind Hinata. "Where is she?" Hinata, startled, looked back, and dodged as the orange-haired girl charged at Arakawa, slashing with a knife, leaving him astonished. Hinata, shocked, done, disqualified. "It's dangerous, so leave the portal quickly to avoid getting trapped." Arakawa asked, "What?" The orange-haired girl, holding a dagger, "I'm sorry, Yuta." She turned, pointing the knife forward. "You know, all of this is part of the game.